Hey guys, tonight we'll step into a bustling port. This harbor is hailed as a window to the world, yet it handles 50% of global trade. You'll witness the grand architecture of Liverpool's wealth and ambition rising skyward, while also experiencing how over 1 million people fled or migrated through Liverpool during the Irish potato famine. Tonight, you'll immerse yourself in a day in the life of ordinary Britons before the Industrial Revolution. So before you unwind, please take a moment to like and subscribe to my channel. It means the world to my creative journey. Feel free to share your location and local time in the comments below, letting me know what you're up to. Now dim the lights and let the story transport you to an era where bustling prosperity coexisted with grinding hunger. Tonight, you stand at the edge of it all, on the granite sets of the Albert Dock. The fog is not London's soft, sooty blanket. It is a Riverham lioness fog, clammy and cold, coiling up from the Mersey like a spectral tide. It mutes the world, turning the forest of ship masts and steam funnels into a phantom armada, their outlines blurred as if sketched in wet charcoal. Beneath your boots, the stone is slick not with dew, but with a film of grease, fish-minor scale, and the perpetual damp of a city built upon trade and tide. You are in Liverpool, 1848, the heartbeat of an empire that runs on cotton, coal, and courage. This is where the world is unstitched and remade, where the wealth of continents is poured into warehouses, and the hopes of nations are spilled onto the streets. Before you move, let the sounds settle, not the clip of a lone hoof, but the deep, groaning protest of hemp-ropes against cast iron bonnets, the distant, metallic shriek of a steam winch being tested. Somewhere in the murk, a ship's bell tolls, low and mournful, a sound that has echoed from Calcutta to Charleston, now finding its way to this damped northern shore. This is a place of arrivals and absolutions. You will not survive it with sentiment. You will need the curiosity of a naturalist and the steady nerve of a quartermaster. But that is why you are here, to walk slowly, to listen through the clamor, to let the story of this mercantile leviathan unfold in the tang of its air and the tremor of its stones. So before we step into the current of its day, take a moment. Breathe in the scent of damp hemp, bilge water, and over linus ripe bananas from a West India trader. Hear the Irish miner's accented shout of a watchman, answered by the musical lilt of a Welsh dock miner's hand. This is the prologue whispered by the dock itself. Now, dim the lamp in your mind, and walk with me into the first grey light. A mainstream historical fact settles in the chill. By 1850, nearly 40% of the world's trade passed through the port of Liverpool. Its custom duties alone financed a significant portion of the British state. This dock, engineering marvel that it was, held more wealth in a single warehouse than entire counties inland. The first hint of dawn is not a color, but a softening of the blackness above. The fog glows faintly from the gas lamps on the waterfront, their light diffused into smeared halos. You walk along the quay, the vast, multi-story warehouses, the first of their kind, built entirely of iron, brick, and glass, looming like palisades of capitalism on your right. Their shutters are sealed, but you can almost feel the pressure of the commodities within. Bales of American cotton, smelling of the Georges, onion, dried earth, sacks of Ceylon, barrels of Cuban sugar, molasses slowly seeping through the oak. Ahead, a steamship is being made fast. She is a hybrid creature of this ageist, earthy wooden hull, stained by ocean journeys, but crowned with the squat, streaked chimney of a steam engine. Her paddles are still. The crew moves with the fatigued deficiency of men who have just crossed the Atlantic. Their words are clipped practical. You catch the scent of them as you pass sweat, salt, and the peculiar, burnt smell of the engine room. This is the moment of suspension. The cargo is neither here nor there. The profit is not yet realized. The ship is caught between the deep sea and the solid land, just as you are caught between history and the visceral present. You place a hand on the cold, wet iron of a capstan. It holds the memory of 1,000 strained cables, 1,000 departures and desperate arrivals. Liverpool never truly sleeps. It only pauses between tides, its eyes half open, counting the rhythm of profit and loss and the pulse of the river. You turn from the dock edge as the sky pales enough to see the water itself. The Mersey is the color of slate, churning with a slow, powerful energy. It is not a picturesque river. It is a working river, widened, grey and serious. On the far bank, the shadowy outlines of Birkenhead and Wallasey are just emerging, less as satellites to Liverpool's blazing commercial star. A ferry, already laden with early workers, pushes off with a groan of its engine, its paddles thrashing the water into a white froth that quickly vanishes in the murk. Following the sound of boots on stone, you move towards the gates of the dock complex. Here the night watchman is concluding his duty, exchanging a few words with the day guards. Their breaths bloom in the air. One of them stamps his feet against the cold, his boots ringing on the cobbles. They speak of the ship's inn, the expected arrivals, a missing crate of spirits. Their conversation is the practical liturgy of this place. Passing through the great iron gates, you leave the organized world of the dock for the city proper. The transition is immediate. The grand warehouses give way to narrower streets, lined with taverns, chandleries, ship miners, brokers' offices, and boarding houses. The signs creak in the wind: the Atlantic Hotel, the Seaman's Rest, Hope Co., shipping agents. The air here is thicker, layered with the smell of frying fish, stale beer, cheap tobacco, and the ever-minus present den. Eamon emerges from a doorway, pulling on a worn peacoat. He has the rolling gait of a lifelong sailor, his face weathered into a map of squints and lines. He spits onto the street, nods at you with a neutrality born of seeing thousands of strange faces, and shambles off towards the docks. His world is defined by arrivals and departures, by the credit in his pocket and the berth he can secure. You walk up a slight incline, the street named Water Street for obvious reasons. The buildings here are older, from the previous century, their brickwork darkened by soot and salt spray. They lean together as if sharing secrets. In a ground-floor window, a candle already burns. Inside, a woman is rolling dough on a flowered table. She works with a fierce, silent concentration, producing quies for the day's hungry laborers. Her face is pale in the candlelight, framed by strands of hair escaped from her cap. She does not look up. Her survival is measured in crusts and fillings, in pennies counted at the end of a long day. A mainstream historical fact presses against the windowpane with you: Liverpool's population exploded in the first half of the century, fueled not by natural growth, but by relentless immigration. The poorest, fleeing famine in Ireland or upheaval in the Scottish Highlands, often landed here with nothing, flooding the cellars and courts near the river. The woman rolling dough might be among them, or the daughter of them. Her tired precision tells a story of tenancy, of rent due, of a life built on the thinnest margin. You move on as the light strengthens. The fog is beginning to lift, not with the shy seep of London sunrise, but in ragged, retreating patches, as if worn away by the growing noise of the city. From somewhere above, a seagull lets out a piercing cry, a sound as native to Liverpool as the clang of a ship's bell. Another answers, then another, until the air is filled with their harsh, scavenging chorus. They will against the brightening sky, their white wings catching the first true gleam of day. The street begins to tilt upwards more steeply, leading away from the river. You are moving towards the commercial heart, where the wealth extracted from the docks is translated into ledgers, contracts, and power. The buildings grow taller, more confident. Stone facades replace brick. Here, the legacy of the slave trade is not a whispered secret in damp wood, but etched in the very architecture. The grand townhouses built on the profits of sugar and human misery, now occupied by cotton brokers, railway speculators, and insurance magnates. You pause before one such house. Its door is painted a deep, respectable green. A brass black, polished to a high shine, announces the offices within. It is silent. The family, if they still live above, is not yet awake. But soon clerks will arrive, their boots scrubbed, their collars stiff, carrying the tools of their trade: pens, ink, and a facility with numbers. They will translate the cotton from the dock into columns of profit and loss, into dividends for absentee landlords in London and Manchester. A quirky or fringe tidbit flutters into your mind: some of these very clerks, in their few hours of leisure, are forming debate in societies, reading Tom Paine and John Stuart Mill, questioning the very system that provides their bread. The friction between the mundane duty of the ledger and the revolutionary idea is a quiet undercurrent in the city's life, felt more in rented rooms and backstreet pubs than in these polished halls. But that is for later. Now, the day is gathering its commercial momentum. A cart clatters past, loaded not with exotic goods, but with something more fundamental coal. The black diamonds of Wigan Street. Ellen's feeding the furnaces of industry, the grates of hotels, and the tiny fireplaces of counters' damp rooms. The carter whistles as he drives, a surprisingly cheerful sound in the grey morning. You follow the coal cart for a block, then turn down a lane that opens unexpectedly into a small square. In the center is a market, just beginning to stir. Stallholders are unpacking their wares, pots and pans, second-hand clothes, and fish so fresh they still gleam with seawater. The accents he roar a cacophony, Lancashire bluntness, Irish melody, Welsh song, the strange, flattened vowels of the Liverpool miners born poor, already distinct from their neighbours. This is the city's stomach, where those who service the great machine of trade come to feed themselves. A woman arranges mackerel on a bed of crushed ice. Her hands are red, her fingers nimble as she judges each fish for size and quality. She calls out a price to no one in particular, her voice hoarse. A young boy, barely awake, tugs at her skirt. She hands him a crust of bread without looking down, her eyes scanning the square for the first customer. Her life is a cycle of tightened market, of catch and sale, untouched by the grand narratives of empire, yet utterly dependent on the hunger of those it employs. You buy a cup of hot coffee from a stall. It is bitter, thick, and reviving. The vendor is an old man with a face like a walnut. He takes your penny with a grunt. No words are exchanged. The transaction is clean, simple. You stand there, sipping the scalding liquid, feeling it warm you from the inside out. The square is coming to life now. A woman bargains fiercely over a shawl. Two men argue about the price of a hinge. A dog sniffs at a pile of vegetable trimmings. This is the foundation. Before the cotton exchange can buzz with speculation, before the merchant princes can dictate terms, these people must eat, must clothe themselves, must fuel their bodies for the day's labor. It is a humble, vital economy, running in parallel to the epic one of global trade, sometimes intersecting, often ignored. As the sun finally clears the rooftops, casting long, sharp shadows across the square, you finish your coffee and set the cup down on the stool. The old man nods, almost imperceptibly. You leave the marketed, its symphony of survival behind, drawn back towards the river, towards the source of it all. The day's real work is about to begin at the docks, and you want to be there to feel the city shift into its highest gear. The fog is almost gone now, burned away by a pale, watery sun. Liverpool is fully awake, and its eyes are fixed on the horizon, on the next ship, the next trade, the next tide of fortune. You walk with the crowd, letting yourself be carried along on the human current, ready to see what the morning proper will bring in this relentless receiving city. The crowd you join is a river of its own, flowing back down the slopes toward the docks. It is a different stream from the one you left earlier, less spectral, more substantial. The night watchmen and stray sailors are gone, replaced by the day's muscle and mind dockers and coursed trousers and heavy boots. Their shoulders already braced for the load, cloaks in dark suits, clutching leather satchels to their chests, as if they contained state secrets foremen with their distinctive, watchful gait, and boys of all sizes, darting like minnows through the current, off to fetch, carry, and deliver. The air changes as you descend. The fish minus the smell of the waterfront reasserts itself, now mingled with the sharp, dusty scent of newly sullen wooden sweet, cawing odor of molasses leaking from a barrel being rolled down a gangplank. The soundscape transforms from the murmur of the market to a rising symphony of industry. The groan of winches is constant now, a bass note underpinning the shouts of men, the crash of crates on stone, the rhythmic chant of a crew heaving together on a rope. Above it all, the gulls scream, relentless. You are drawn back to the Albert Dock, but the scene is utterly transformed. The ghostly armada has solidified into a dense thicket of shipping. Tall minus-masted cripper ships from the China trade, their lines elegant and clean, rest beside squat, muscular barques from the Baltic, their hulls stained with the resin of northern timber. The hybrid steamships like the one you saw at dawn now belch active coal smoke, their paddles being inspected, their holds yawning open. The granite sets slick before are now alive with organized chaos. You find a vantage point near a warehouse door and watch. A ship flying the stars and stripes is being unloaded. The cargo is the city's lifeblood cotton. Great wire-bound bales, each stamped with the mark of some Alabama or Mississippi plantation, are being swung out of the hold by a creaking derrick. The bales hit the dock with a soft, heavy thud that vibrates through your feet. Dockers swarm over them, hooking them with iron grabs, rolling them on their edges towards the gaping warehouse doors. The cotton fighters, disturbed by the journey and the handling, float in the air, catching the light like golden dust. Men breathe it in all day long. A mainstream historical fact settles with the floating down. Liverpool's supremacy was built on this single crop. The price of cotton in this exchange could trigger a panic in New York or a boom in Manchester. The men heaving these bales, their lungs filling with its soft filaments, are the physical link in a chain that binds the enslaved laborer in the American South to the factory operative in Lancashire. Their sweat oils the machinery of global capital. One docker pauses nearby, wiping his forehead with a rag that was once red. His face is lined, not with age but with strain. He takes a flask from his pocket, drinks, and offers you a brief, assessing glance. His eyes hold no romance for the sea or the adventure of trade. They speak of a back that aches, of a wage measured in shillings per day, of the precarious balance between a full family stomach and the disaster of a snap trope or a falling bale. He is Irish, likely. The Great Hunger is not an abstract event in the newspapers. Here it is the accent of the man next to you, the reason he works this brutal job. He nods once, a silent acknowledgement of your shared presence in this noisy world, then turns back, his muscles coiling as he prepares to hook the next bale. Leaving the physicality of the cotton discharge, you slip into the relative quiet of the warehouse itself. It is a cathedral of commerce. The ceiling is lost in shadow, supported by endless rows of iron columns. Light filters down from high, arched windows, illuminating canyons of stacked goods. Here, the smells are layered and intense: the earthy musk of raw cotton, the pungent spice of peppercorns, the rich, oily scent of tobacco, the faint, fermented sweetness of rum barrels. The space is cool, vast, and humming with a low echo. Men move through the aisles with clipboards, checking marks and numbers, their footsteps echoing. A clerk perched on a high stool at a desk enters figures into a ledger with a scratching pen, his world reduced to columns and totals. This is where the chaos of the dock is rationalized, catalogued, and imprisoned behind brick and iron until it is sold. A quirky or fringe tidbit warehouse clerks were known for their peculiar pallor, earned in these sunless interiors. They were also notorious for their sharp ears, able to identify the specific shuffle of the foreman or the particular crate minus slide that signified a potential breakage, long before it came into view. You exit the warehouse on the far side, emerging into a canal that cuts through the dock complex. A narrow barge, laden with smaller crates, is being poled slowly along the still, dark water. This is the city's secondary circulatory system, moving goods from the deep minus water ships to the warehouses and factories further inland. The bargee, a weary man with arms like cables, moves with a slow, rhythmic grace, his pole dipping and pushing with minimal splash. His world is one of inches and patience, a stark contrast to the roaring drummer of the river. Following the canal basin, you come to the heart of Liverpool's financial power, the streets surrounding the exchange. The architecture here shouts stability and wealth. Grand buildings of Portland stone, carved with allegorical figures of commerce and industry, house the counting houses, banks, and brokerages. The men here walk faster, their faces set in expressions of concentration or calculation. There is a different tension in the air, not the strain of muscles, but the strain of minds, of speculation, of risk. You step into the hall of the cotton exchange. The noise is a shock after the warehouse, a rising, falling roar of hundreds of voices. It is a vast room, under a great glass dome, filled with men in black coats. They stand in clusters, gesticulating, arguing, nodding. They are of all ages, from smooth-cheek juniors to grizzled veterans with watch-chains stretched across substantial waistcoats. Pieces of paper sample tags of cotton are passed from hand to hand, pinched, felt, and judged. The language is a racket-fire code mobile middling, New Orleans fair, Liverpool price. A man shouts a bid, another tops it. The pace is frenetic, abstract. The bale of cotton that Dockricus sweated over is now a concept, a line in a list, a number on a capboard that is constantly erased and rewritten. You stand at the edge, unconfronted of the specifics but overwhelmed by the essence. This is where the physical becomes financial. The sweat, the sea voyages, the plantation labor, all are distilled into a price per pound. The fortunes of merchants, the solvency of banks, the wages of those dockers, all sway on the delicate equilibrium of this ring room. A man near you suddenly laughs, clapping another on the shoulder. A deal has secured a profit. Another stalks away, face ashen, tearing a paper into shreds. Historians still debate whether this system represented the brilliant efficiency of the free market or a form of legally sanctioned gambling that exposed thousands to ruin for the benefit of a few. Watching the feverish transactions, you feel the truth of both interpretations. The energy is intoxicating, creative, even as it feels profoundly disconnected from the human toll, the human toads. Feeling the need for a quieter breath, you escape the exchange and find yourself in a small, enclosed courtyard behind the grand buildings. The contrast is absolute. Here, the sound of the exchange is a distant hum. A single tree struggles towards the patch of sky. A clerk, younger than most inside, sits on a step, eating a sandwich wrapped in newspaper. His eyes are closed, his face tilted to the weak sun. For these few minutes, he is not a cipher in a commercial machine. He is just a young man, tired, eating his lunch in a quiet corner. The newspaper wrapping, you notice, carries headlines about revolution in Europe. The world beyond cotton and shipping prices presses in, even here. He opens his eyes, sees you, gives a small, embarrassed smile, and quickly gathers his things, returning to the roar inside. The morning is advancing. The commercial engine of Liverpool is running at full steam. But you remember the woman rolling dough, the docker with the flask, the bargee on the canal. The city is not just this financial brain, it is a vast, straining body. You decide to leave the stone canyons of high finance and follow a different current, one that leads away from the river, into the warrens where the body's labourers live, love, and strive. The story of Liverpool is written as much in the cramped courts off Scotland Road as it is in the ledgers of the Exchange. You turn your back on the churning sea of black coats and walk north, following the scent of baking bread and the sound of a different, more desperate, struggle for survival. The incline leading north from the commercial district is not steep, but it feels like ascending into a different country. The solid stone of the Exchange buildings gives way to brick, and to a patchwork of brick and timber and crumbling plaster. The air, thick with river-dampened coal-smoke near the docks, rise heavier here with a closer, more intimate poverty, the smell of too many bodies and a few rooms, of cabbage perpetually boiling, of stale urine from communal privies, and the sour tang of damp will that never fully dries. The streets narrow into courts and alleys with names like Blackstock Street or Paddy's Market, names that carry the weight of their inhabitants. This is the Irish Quarter, though it holds Scots, Welsh, and the English poor as well. It is the human catchment area for the port's labour, the place where the muscle hired by the hour returns to rest, or tries to. The noise changes too. The roar of commerce is replaced by a constant, low-frequency hum of life, children crying, women calling across courtyards, the thump of a hand -slume from a top-floor window, the sharp crack of an argument behind a thin door. You turn into a passage so narrow you could touch both walls with your outstretched elbows. It is called, without irony, Court of Hope. The court is a tiny, cobbled yard, open to the sky but feeling subterranean. A single pump, its iron handle worn shiny, stands in the center, a ring of mud around its base. Lines of washing cross overhead, the garments hanging limp in the damp air, doing little more than exchanging street soot for household smoke. Every window, every doorway, seems to spill for flight. A baby wails from a basement, its cry muffled by stone. A man sits on an upturned bucket in a doorway, mending a boot with a thick needle and waxed thread, his movements slow with a fatigue that sleep cannot cure. You pause near an open ground-floor room. It is a single chamber, perhaps 12 feet square. A peat fire smoulders in a small grate, adding a sweet, earthy smoke to the room's dense atmosphere. A woman stirs a large pot over a thin stew that must stretch for her and her 3 children, who sit on a blanket in the corner, sharing a single crust of bread. A mattress of coarse sacking stuffed with straw is pushed against one wall. This is the entirety of their home. The walls weep moisture, and the single window, its pane cracked and stuffed with rag, offers a view of the opposite brick wall, 2 yards away. A mainstreamed historical fact condenses on those damp bricks. Overcrowding in Liverpool was among the worst in England. In courts like this, it was common for multiple families to share a single room, hot miners bedding in shifts. Privacy was a fantasy, disease was a neighbor. The woman's face as she turns to shush a child is not old, but it is worn thin by a calculus of want, the price of peat versus coal, the shrinking of the stew minus spot, the dread of a fever taking hold in these close quarters. A girl of about 8 approaches the pump, struggling with a bucket nearly half her size. She works the handle with a practiced, weary motion. The water that splashes out is startlingly clear. She fills her bucket with immense care, not spilling a drop. Water is heavy. Water is life. Every drop for drinking, cooking, and washing must be hauled, often from a distant pump. As she turns to heave the bucket home, she gives you a glance, a look of assessment devoid of childhood curiosity. She is a small adult, her shoulders already shaped by responsibility. Leaving the Court of Hope, you emerge onto a slightly broader street. It is a market street of a different order than the one you saw earlier. Here, the goods are the leavings of the city's wealth. Stalls sell block ornaments, pieces of salt fish, so hard they need to be boiled for hours, wilted vegetables, piles of second-hand clothes, their previous histories written in stains and patches. The buzz is urgent, bargaining is sharp edge. A woman holds up a child's shirt, examining the seams for weakness, her face tight. A good bargain here means a garment that lasts some month longer. And then, cutting through the market din, you hear it. Music. Not the fiddle of a tavern, but a raw, keening melody played on a uilleann pipe. The sound is haunting, foreign, and full of a profound sorrow. You follow it to a corner where an old man sits on a folded blanket, his eyes closed, his fingers dancing over the chanter. A small tin cup sits before him. His clothes, though threadbare, are of a different cut. The listeners are few, a couple of laborers standing silent, their faces blank, and a young mother with a child on her hip, her eyes distant, seeing not the grimy street but perhaps the green fields of Cork or Mayo. The music is a ghost, a pocket of displaced memory in the Liverpool mud. It is the sound of the famine given breath. Ache-worky or fringe tidbits. Some Irish pedlars in these streets were said to sell small, crude clay pipes called fairy pipes, claiming they brought dreams of home. Whether anyone truly believed it was less important than the act of purchase, any for a moment of symbolic connection to a lost world. The pipe music fades as you move on, but its echo seems to hang in the air, blending with the general murmur. You come upon a building that stands out, a neoclassical facade attempting dignity amidst the squalor. A sign reads Liverpool Domestic Mission Society. Soup kitchen, ragged school. The doors are open. Inside, the air is steamy and smells of turnips and cheap meat. Long trestle tables are filled with people, mostly women and children, eating in a quiet, focused rush. They are the respectable poor, those trying desperately to stay off the official parish rolls, their pride sustained by this charitable broth. At the head of the room, a well-dressed woman of little age oversees the distribution with a kind and firm expression. She is a philanthropist. Her belief in improvement is solid as the stone of her husband's warehouse. She moves between the tables, offering a soft word here, a gentle admonition there. Her world and the world of the woman and the Court of Hope was separated by a chasm wider than the Mersey, Yet here they briefly intersect, mediated by Christian duty and a bowl of soup. Historians still argue whether such charity alleviated suffering or merely perpetuated the social order by damping down discontent. Watching the grateful, hurried eaters and the benevolent, surveying lady, you sense the impossible complexity of the answer. For the child spooning broth, the motive is irrelevant, the temporary absence of gnawing hunger is all that matters. Leaving the mission, the afternoon light is beginning to slant, casting long shadows that fill the narrow courts like a rising, silent tide. The city's dual nature is pressed upon you, the magnificent, profit-minus spewing engine of the docks, and this vast, struggling human reservoir that feeds it. One cannot exist without the other. The grandeur of the exchange is built upon the foundation of these damp courts. The cotton-kin's dividend is underwritten by the labor of the man, and the bucket and the hunger of the child at the pump. Your path leads you westward now, skirting the edge of the wealthier district, where the homes of the ship-miners owners and merchants begin to climb away from the river smell. You walk along the line where to Liverpool's meet the grand, planned streets at your right, and the teeming organic warren at your left. The boundary is not a wall, but a gradient of cobblestone, of window-linus glass, of the cut of a coat. A carriage passes you, its polished wheels throwing up a fine spray from a recent train, its occupant hidden behind velvet curtains, moving from the counting-house to the villa, perhaps never truly seeing the city of it exists between those 2 points. You follow a downward curve, drawn by the sound of hammers and the smell of fresh timber. You have circled back towards the river, but to a different part, the shipyards. Here, a city is not just receiving the world, but building the means to conquer it. The skeletons of new ships rise against the sky, webs of oak and elm ribbed with iron. The sound is deafening, the rhythmic strike of caulking mallets, the shriek of saws, the hiss of steam-minus powered lathes shaping propeller shafts. Men swirl over the hulls like ants, suspended on ropes, balanced on precarious planks. It is work of breathtaking skill and terrifying danger. You watch a blacksmith at his forge near the dried oak. He is shaping a massive iron chain link, his body gleaming with sweat in the fire's glow. Each strike of his hammer on the glowing metal sends a shower of sparks and a clang that seems to shape the very air. He is making an anchor chain, a tool of stability for a vessel destined to battle the Atlantic gales. There is a primal, elemental truth to his labor. It is a world away from the abstract trade of the exchange, yet it is fundamentally connected. His chain will tether the fortune, his rivets will hold together the venture. As the short winter day begins to fade, the blue twilight bleeds into the smoky air. The gaslighters make their rounds along the main thoroughfares, their long poles coaxing the land to life one by one, creating islands of warm yellow in the deepening blue-grey. The noise of the shipyard gradually stills. The dockers have long since dispersed, their wages spent in the taverns or handed over to anxious wives. The city is shifting gears again, from the productive day to the transcational, desperate, or revelatory night. You find yourself drawn as if by a current, back towards the waterfront taverns. The day's narrative of labor and struggle is giving way to something else, the stories born of distance, the commerce of pleasure, the release of pain. The city's pulse, so firmly commercial by day, now takes on a different, more erratic rhythm. You can already hear the first strains of a fiddle from an open door, smell the commerce of hot gin and the sour reality of spilled beer. Liverpool's second act is about to begin, under the cover of a river-fog that is, once again beginning to creep in from the Irish Sea. You take a breath, the cold air sharp in your lungs, and step towards the gathering gloom, ready to listen to what the night has to confess. The fog, as you suspected, is returning. It does not roll in with dramatic suddenness, but seeps back into the streets from the river, a gradual thickening of the air, a blurring of the sharp edges the weakening sun had briefly revealed. The gas lamps along the waterfront become smudged golden blooms, their light struggling against the encroaching damp. The transition from day to night here is not a clean shift, but a slow submersion. The tavern you approach is called the Bells of Street Nicholas, named for the old church whose spire is now a ghostly hint in the murk above. Lightened noise vomit from its half-open door. You step inside, and the atmosphere hits you like a warm, sudden blanket. The heat from a roaring fire and 100 bodies mingles with the smells of sweat, wet wool, cheap tobacco, and the vinegary tang of spilled ale. The noise is a solid wall, shouts, laughter, the scrape of fiddles played with more energy than skill, the rhythmic thump of boots on sawdust strewn boards. This is the decompression chamber for the day's pressures. The men here are mostly from the docks and yards, dockers still with cotton dust in the creases of their necks, shipwrights with hands stained by oakum and pitch, sailors from a dozen nations with the rolling gait that marks them even when standing still. Their faces, grim and set by daylight, are now loose, animated by drunken camaraderie or twisted by private anger. The room is a map of the Atlantic world. You hear English in its thick Scouse Irish and West Country variants, the guttural tones of German and Dutch, the melodic lilt of Scandinavian tongues, and the occasional out-minus place phrase of Spanish or African pidgin. This is the Empire's crew, assurance spending their pay. You find space to stand near the long, scarred wooden bar. The barman, a mountain of a man with a tattoo of a mermaid fading on his forearm, moves with a surly efficiency, filling pewter tankards from a row of barrels. His eyes constantly scan the room, missing nothing. A rising argument, a pocket being picked, a man reaching the dangerous edge of his capacity. This is his kingdom, maintained by a quiet, understood threat of violence. A group of Irish labourers are singing a ballad in a corner, their arms around each other's shoulders. The song is of lost love and a green land, and for a moment, the raucous noise around them dips, other selves listening, faces softened by a homesickness no amount of ale can drown. Next to them, a pair of Lancashire weavers, in town looking for work, argue with a cotton broker's clerk about prices and conditions. Their debate is sharp, economic counterpoint to the sentimental melody. A sailor at the bar, his skin tanned to leather by foreign suns, is holding court. He speaks of rounding Cape Horn in a storm, the sea's mountains of green water, the ship laid on its beam ends. He describes the coast of Brazil, where the trees came down to the water's edge and the air smelled of rotting flowers and spice. His listeners, men whose world is bounded by the Mersey-esque grey water and the rain-soaked streets, drink in these words as thirsty ly as their beer. His stories are their escape, the currency of the place. For the price of a drink, he will share a fragment of a wider, more colourful world. You notice his hands, though they tremor slightly as he lifts his glass. The adventures he sells come at a cost the stories omit. You move away from the bar, deeper into the room. In a shadowed booth, a different kind of transaction is occurring. A man in a decent but shabby coat speaks in low, urgent tones to a younger docker. They are not talking of the sea or of home. The words you catch are timing, watchman, and customs house. It is a fragment of a plan, a piece of Liverpool-esque vast, unofficial night-time economy, the pilfering of cargo, the sweating of a sugared barrel, the diversion of a crate. It is a risk calculated in shillings and the threat of transportation. The docker nods, his face serious, and takes a small pouch from the man. He sits it inside his shirt, his eyes darting around before he melts back into the crowd. The orchestrated chaos of the dock by day enables 100 such small, secret symphonies of theft by night. The heat and noise become oppressive, a pressure inside your skull. You push your way back to the door and stumble out into the shocking cold of the night. The fog is thicker now, swallowing sound. The raucous glamour of the bells becomes a muffled din behind you, then fades to nothing within 20 paces. You are in a silent, wet world of glowing hellos and swallowed shapes. Your own breath joins the mist. You walk without clear direction, guided by the slope of the street downward, always downward, back towards the absolute silence of the docks. The commercial buildings are dark hulks, their windows sightless. The only sounds are the lap of water against stone, the faint groan of a ship riding the tide at its moorings, and the occasional, distant call of a watchman to a cock and all's well, a sound that seems to question its own assertion. Here the river's secret work continues. You see a small lantern-less rowboat emerge from the fog, nosing silently up to a flight of steps below the custom house. Two figures transfer small, heavy sacks from the boat to the shore, their movements swift and silent. A cart you hadn't noticed waiting in the shadows creaks forward, a sex are loaded, and it disappears up a lane, its wheels wrapped in rags to mute their sound. The rowboat vanishes back into the fog. The whole episode takes less than 3 minutes, a ghostly pantomime. This is the other Liverpool, the one that operates in the blind spots of ledgers and laws, as ancient as trade itself. You feel a sudden, profound loneliness. The daytime city, for all its strife, was a collective organism. This night-time city feels automatized, a series of isolated cells, the crowded warmth of the tavern, the clandestine meeting on the steps, the solitary watchman in his round, each containing its own logic, its own survival, but disconnected from the whole. Seeking a different perspective, you climb a steep, narrow set of steps, a jigger, they call them here, that cuts between the warehouses, leading up from the dock level to the higher town. From the top, you turn and look back. The view is spectral. The river is invisible, but you sense its vast, dark presence. The forest of masts and funnels is now a mere suggestion, the tallest spires fading into nothingness. The gas lamps along the waterfront are reduced to a string of dim, fuzzy coils, their light unable to penetrate more than a few feet of the cloying mist. Liverpool has been erased. Only the sounds remain, the deep, mournful blast of a steamship's whistle somewhere out on the invisible river, a sound of warning and isolation that chills you deeper than the cold. This is the city's Ruth, perhaps. By day, it is a brash, confident assertion of human order upon the chaos of global exchange. By night, especially such a night as this, that order retreats. The natural elements, the sea-minus fog, the tide, the immense, dark space of the river reassert their primacy. The grandiose stone buildings, the mighty ships, become mere ghosts clinging to the edge of a vast, uncaring wilderness. The watchmanesque cry sounds again, thinner now, almost plaintive. All is well. It is a prayer offered against the enveloping void. You descend from your vantage point, the cold stone of the steps slick under your hand. The night is not over, but its character has shifted once more, from the boisterous human theatre of the taverns to the solder, quieter drama between land and sea, between solidity and dissolution. There are still hours until dawn, hours in which the city's essential workers, the bakers, the night-soil men, the anxious mothers with sick children will perform their unseen duties. You decide to walk away from the river's melancholy, back towards the inner warrens, to see what life, or the grim struggle against its opposite, assists in the deepest part of the night. The fog parts momentarily ahead, revealing the mouth of a dark street leading inland. You turn into it, leaving the whisper of the unseen mercy behind. The street here surrenders all pretense of order. It twists, forks, and dissolves into a chaos of low dwellings and courtyard walls. The ground beneath your feet is no longer paved with granite sets, but packed earth, now turned to a cold, sucking mire by the fog and night damp. The puddles reflect no light, only drink the surrounding darkness. The distant noises, the dock whistles, the tavern's fading roar is swallowed utterly by this labyrinth of brick and mist, leaving behind a vast, oppressive quiet. But it is not an empty silence. It is a silence filled with breath, with sighs, with endurance. You pause beneath a low archway. The arch leads not to a street, but to a tunnel-like passage, the keystone slick with condensation. From within comes a sound so faint it might be imagined slow as an scrape of metal on stone. You step inside. The passage opens into a tiny, irregular yard, hemmed in on all sides by the sheer backs of houses. The sky is a mere slit of dull grey above. Here the smell is overpowering, a dense, organic reek of privies, rotting vegetable matter, and the sharp, ammoniac tang of urine-soaked plaster. Yet, in the center of this foul space, a woman is working. She kneels beside a large, shallow stone basin. A single tallow candle in a tin saucer casts a shuddering light on her hands in the water. She is scrubbing a shirt against a washboard, her movements methodical and weary beyond measure. Scrape, pause, scrape. The sound is the heartbeat of the yard. A small pile of grey, sodden linens lies beside her. She will be here for hours. Laundry done at this hour is laundry for those who have only one set of clothes, washed in desperation so they might be nearly damp, not filthy by morning. Her face is invisible, shrouded by a shawl in the deep shadow, but the curve of her back speaks of a fatigue that has seeped into the bone. This is not a chore, it is a slow, solitary battle against the grime of Liverpool itself, fought with cold water and run uckles in the dead of night. A child's cough rattles from an open window above Aid Rye, hacking sound that speaks of inflamed lungs and air that is never clean. The woman's head tilts upward at the sound, a minute pause in her rhythm, then she resumes scraping. The cough subsides into a whimper. The scrape of the washboard continues. This is the night shift of motherhood, of poverty. There is no audience, low charity linus ladies approving nod. Only the candle, the biting cold of the water, and the need to present some semblance of decency against the overwhelming tide of dirt. You retreat from the yard, the image of that bowed back etched in the damp air behind your eyes. The maze of alleys seems even more tangled. You pass a basement window, its single pane glowing faintly with a rush-minus light's glow. Inside, a man sits at a small table, his head in his hands, perfectly still. Before him lies a broken boot sole and the tools to mend it, but he does not move. He is a statue of despair. Perhaps the day's wages were short. Perhaps the work has dried up. The calculation of survival has, for this moment, defeated him. The night holds space for this paralysis too. Then, a different light cleaner, yellower kills from a first-floor window ahead. It is a factory. Through the glass, you see the hellish glow of a furnace and the silhouettes of men moving against it. This is a foundry working through the night, producing the engine parts, the chain links, the iron fittings demanded by the unceasing hunger of the port. The men inside are shades, their movements rhythmic against the roaring orange heart of the furnace. They work in a world of extreme heat and deafening noise, an island of infernal industry in the sleeping, shivering city. Their labor is measured in tons of pig iron transformed in orders fulfilled for tomorrow's lunch. They are as disconnected from the woman in the yard as she is from the merchant in his Rodney Street villa, yet all are strands in the same brutal economic cord. You are nearing a broader artery now, a road that carries traffic even at this hour. The fog is thinner here, stirred by occasional movement. A night-minus soil cart creaks by, the driver and his assistant moving with a grim, routine haste. The smell that precedes and follows, it is indescribable, a visceral punch of the city's digested life. People on the pavement press themselves against walls to let it pass, holding scraps of cloth to their noses. Its work is as essential as the baker's or the docker's, and as universally despised. This too is Liverpool, a city that must constantly consume and just as constantly purge itself. A figure emerges from a doorway, a constable on his beat. His lantern casts a narrow, probing beam. He looks tired, his shoulders damp with mist. His eyes pass over you, register your presence as an anomaly, but without clear suspicion. You are not drunk, not brawling, not obviously a thief. You are merely there, a ghost among ghosts. He nods, a curt, professional acknowledgement, and moves on, his footsteps echoing with a false hardness. His presence is a thread of feeble authority stitching through the chaotic fabric of the night, a reminder that the day's laws, though stretched thin, have not entirely vanished. From somewhere in the distance, carried on a sudden shift in the fog, comes the sound of singing. It is a hymn sung by many voices, weak but clear. Abide with me fast, the eventide. It comes from the direction of the sailor's home, or perhaps a mission hall holding the late service. The sound is ethereal, disembodied, a plea for comfort thrown into the void of the Liverpool night. For a few moments, it overlays the other sounds, the scraping, the coughing, the cart's squeak, the furnace's distant roar. Then the fog closes in again, and the hymn is gone, leaving only its melancholy echo in your mind. The eventide has long since fallen. The darkness is now absolute, a settled thing. But you sense, rather than see, the first, faintest dilution of the blackness in the sky to the east. It is not light, but a suggestion that light has not been permanently extinguished. The city's relentless cycle is about to turn again. The foundry workers will clock off, their faces blackened with soot. The washing woman will gather her stiffening, half-minus clean linens. The man in the basement may finally lift his head and reach for his AWL. And somewhere, far down the river, a ship will be steaming towards the bar, waiting for the tide to turn and the light to grow, ready to add its story to the endless, demanding narrative of this place. You find yourself walking once more towards the water, drawn to witness the moment of renewal, or perhaps simply the moment of repetition, as the great machine of Liverpool groans, shudders, and prepares to begin another day. Your footsteps, guided by the fading hymn and the pull of the coming dawn, lead you back towards the river's unseen presence. The fog clings with a desperate finality here, as if knowing its reign is nearly over. The grand, silent warehouses are slabs of deeper darkness in the gloom, but the silence is no longer absolute. A new, tentative soundtrack is beginning, not the human noise of taverns or sorrow, but the sounds of the city's essential machinery preparing to engage. First, it is the clatter of a single shutter being thrown open, sharp as a gunshot in the stillness. Then the distant, rhythmic thump-minus-thump of dough being kneaded. You follow this edible percussion down a lane and see a warm, buttery glow spilling from a basement bakery window. Inside, the baker and his apprentice, stripped to their waistcoats and gleaming with sweat and flour, move in a wordless ballet. One heaves a massive lump of dough onto a flour-minus-clouded table, the other feeds a vast brick oven with coal, the firelight painting his face the color of a forge. The air escaping the doorway is a benediction of warmth and yeast. These men are the city's true alchemists, turning base flour and water and fire into the currency of morning. They work in a world of elemental smells and heat, a world that exists hours before the taste of their product is known. A car trumbles past, its horse snorting plumes of steam. It carries not coal or cotton, but milk churns, clanking together with a hollow, metallic music. The milkman is a shadow on the seat, hunched against the cold. His route is a ritual of creed on trust, leaving pints on doorsteps for a city still asleep. The milk itself, is a fraught commodity, watered, chalked, a minor gamble in every household's daily survival. But the ritual of its delivery is a promise of normalcy, of a morning that will, indeed, arrive. You find yourself at the top of the stone stairs leading down to the Canning Dock, the same stairs where the illicit rowboat delivered its sacks hours before. The scene is transformed. The clandestine quiet has been replaced by a gathering murmur. Figures are coalescing out of the mist, materializing on the quayside like spectres driven form. They are the morning shift, the replacements. They stamp their feet, blow into their hands, exchange muttered greetings that are more grunts than words. They carry with them the cold of their unheated rooms, the residue of shallow sleep. They are here to sell their strength for the day, their body's currency in the port's labor exchange. Their eyes are on the foreman who will emerge to make his selections, a silent auction of muscle and endurance. Out on the river a deeper, throat i.e. our sound joins the morning chorus, the low blast of a steamship's whistle, not a warning this time, but a declaration. A vessel is arriving on the tide. You can see nothing but a denser patch of fog, a moving mountain of bray, but you hear the shouts of the pilot, the splash of the chain as the anchor is readied. It carries the world back to Liverpool, timber from Canada, maybe, or wheat from the Baltic, or more cotton, always more cotton. Its arrival is the starter's pistol for the commercial day, and then a change in the light. It is so subtle, it is felt before it is seen. The oppressive blackness overhead softens to a charcoal grey. The fog, which had been a uniform blankness, begins to show texture, slow minus moving currents and eddies. The gas lamps, which had fought a lonely battle, now seem superfluous, their light paling, becoming sickly. The eastern sky, over the Wirral, is not yet coloured, but the density of the darkness there is lessening, as if a great weight is being incrementally lifted. In this liminal light, you see the city with new eyes. It is no longer a collection of isolated, secret cells, but a single, sleeping organism beginning to stir. The cough from the tenement, the baker's fire, the milk cart's clatter, the gathering men on the dock, the ship on the river, all are connected, not by intention, but by function. They are the intake of breath, the flexing of a limb, the opening of an eye. You walk slowly along the waterfront, the granite now visible as a damp grey ribbon beneath your feet. The outlines of the ships solidify from mere suggestion into substance. A cat, sleek and purposeful, darts across your path with a dead rat in its jaws, a tiny, savage drama of survival completed as the human one begins. Eye on a rooftop, a seagull pre-NS, its white breast catching the very first, faintest hint of pearlescent light from the east. It lets out a long, raucous cry that seems to tear the fragile fabric of the night. It is answered by another, and another, until the air is filled with their harsh, indifferent chorus. They have no interest in cotton prices or human fatigue. They are creatures of the titanly awful, timeless witnesses to this daily resurrection. You stop, leaning against a capstan, its iron cold and wet. You have come full circle, back to where the whisper of the dock first drew you in. But nothing is the same. The ship that was being secured at dawn yesterday has been unloaded and may already be gone. The docker who drank from his flask is somewhere in the gathering crowd, or perhaps laid low by a cough of his own. The woman in the court of hope is likely awake, facing the same pot, the same hungry children. The light grows stronger, revealing the color of the world, a world of grey stone, black water, and the dirty white of the retreating fog. The city is assembling itself before you, piece by piece, sound by sound. The first clerk appears, hurrying along the strand with his head down. A wagon loaded with timber for the shipyards creaks by. The great iron gates of the warehouses screech as they are pushed open. Liverpool is not beautiful in this light. It is stark, weary, and monstrously alive. It is a mechanism of unimaginable complexity and profound simplicity. It takes things in, it ends things out, and it consumes human life in the process. The grandeur and the squalor, the hymn and the curse, the brilliant calculation and the dumb, animal endurance, they are not opposites. They are the twin pistons of the same engine. The sun does not burst over the horizon here. It seeps like the fog in reverse, a slow, grudging infiltration of gold into the grey. It touches the topmost mast of a clipper ship, turns it to fire. Then it spills down the rigging onto the decks, and finally onto the wet stones of the quay where you stand. The new day is no longer a promise, it is a fact. It is here, with all its demands. You take one last, deep breath of the river air, now scented with coal smoke, brine, and a faint, sweet promise of baking bread from the city behind you. The night's journey is over. The day's has begun. You are no longer a ghost in the machine, but a witness to its relentless, magnificent, and terrible operation. You step away from the capstan, your own shadow long and faint on the gleaming stones, and join the stream of figures moving purposefully into the heart of the awakening city. The story does not end. It simply turns the page. The page turns, but the story, as you now know, is not a linear tale with a neat conclusion. It is a spiral, a returning to the same points on the compass: the dock, the court, the exchange, the tavern, but never to precisely the same moment. The city breathes in, breathes out. The rhythm is the constant, the particulars of the breath are what change. You walk with the morning crowd, but your pace is different now. You are not hurrying to a wage. You are observing the Rame-Innes engagement. A policeman, refreshed by a few hours' sleep and a clean collar, directs the growing traffic of carts with an air of restored authority. The same clerk who ate his sandwich in the courtyard yesterday now walks with a firmer step. The newspaper of European revolutions replaced by a sheaf of bills of lading. The city is shrugging on its familiar, purposeful skim. The morning unfolds much as the one before. The cotton bales swing, the hammers ring in the shipyard, the chants of dockers thread through the crash of cargo. Yet, differences flicker at the edges. In the exchange, the buzz has a sharper, more anxious pitch. Whispers move through the crowd like a cold current, word of a blight feared in the American cotton fields, of a shaky bank in Glasgow. The numbers on the calcboard are scrutinized with a new intensity. A man's fortune could pivot on a rumor, carried on a packet ship from New York. The abstract game of capital reveals its teeth. In the courts off Scotland Road, the same struggles play out, but the faces are different. A new family, their belongings tied in a single blanket, stands bewildered at the entrance to a jigger, seeking a rune. Their eyes hold the hollow look of the recently displaced. The woman from the Court of Hope passes them with her bucket, her own face hardening slightly, not with cruelty, but with the grim knowledge of a new competitor for space, for water, for the charity soup. Scarcity breeds a terrible mathematics. You find yourself in the afternoon, not at the shipyard, but drawn to a quieter, greener space on the city's fringe street, James S. Mount, where the cemetery overlooks the bustling port. The contrast is jarring. Here, beneath sooty trees and rank headstones, is Liverpool's silence. The inscriptions tell their own stories of empire lost at sea off the coast of Madras, departed this life at the Havana Fever Hospital, native of Bengal. The city's reach, even in death, is global. A fresh grave is being dug for a child, the diggers working with a slow, respectful rhythm absent from the docks. A young mother stands alone nearby, her black shawl pulled tight, staring not at the grave, but out at the forest of masts in the river below. The connection is inescapable. The trade that sustains the city also fuels the mills that fill its churchyards with those who breathe the lint, and brings the fevers that cull its children. The view from the mount is a panorama of triumph and its cost. As the afternoon wanes, you descend back into the living city. A different kind of crowd is gathering near the Lissam newsroom. A placard announces the latest telegraphic dispatches. Men of all classes, merchants, shopkeepers, artisans cluster to read the bulletins pinned behind glass. The news is from Italy, from Hungary. Revolutions flare and are suppressed. There is a restless energy in the crowd, a sense of a world trembling beyond the Mersey's horizon. For some it is a political thrill. For the Irish labourer reading over a merchant's shoulder, it is a painful echo for the merchant himself. It is a calculation of market instability. The global current, for a moment, disrupts the local rhythm. Dusk falls, and with it comes a change in the weather. The sky, which had been a uniform grey, brews a deeper, more turbulent colour. A wind picks up, not the usual river breeze, but a gusty, aggressive wind from the west, smelling unmistakably of the open ocean. It whips the smoke from chimneys into tattered streamers, and sets the tavern signs swinging on their creaking iron brackets. The city braces itself. By the time fall night arrives, the storm has broken. It is not a gentle rain, but a lashing horizontal deluge. The doctors all, at the most desperate or duty-minus, bound from the streets. The gas lamps become blurred, trembling stars within a roaring, watery darkness. The sound of the city is drowned by the drumming on a million slates, the rush of water in overflowing gutters, the frantic howl in the chimneys. You take shelter in the deep doorway of a closed chandlery. Others join you: a drenched constable, a messenger boy hugging a sodden parcel, a woman whose market basket drips with ruined produce. For a few minutes, social distinctions are erased by shared, sudden misery. The constable curses the weather with the same vigor as the messenger boy. The woman wrings out her shawl, her face resigned. The storm is a great leveler, reducing the city to a collection of creatures huddled against the elements. It reminds you that for all its stone and iron, Liverpool is a precarious imposition on the edge of a wild sea. The squall passes as abruptly as it came, moving inland to drench Manchester. The night is left gasping, clean minus washed and glittering. Pools mirror the now minus clear lamplight. The air is shockingly fresh, scrubbed of its layers of coal minus dust and decay, holding only the clean, cold smell of rain and wet stone. The city, in the aftermath, seems quieter, chastened, its edges sharp and defined. In this cleansed darkness, the usual night sounds return, but softened. The fiddle from the bells of street. Nicholas has a plaintive, dripping quality. The watchman's cry sounds clearer, and as you walk once more along the deserted waterfront, the river itself seems different. It chuckles against the stones, swollen with rainwater, its surface a black mirror now dotted with the precise, unwavering reflections of the stars between fast minus studding clouds. The Maria of Hamburg, the Star of the East of Liverpool, the nameless steam collier all ride at anchor, their lights steady, washed clean too. The stall has been a punctuation, a violent paragraph break in the endless sentence of the city's labour. You realize you are waiting again for the dawn. But this is not the passive waiting of the first night. It is an expectation born of familiarity. You know what comes next. You know the baker will fire his oven. The milk cart will clank its way up from the dairies and bootle. The shadows will gather at the dock gates. The spiral continues. As the first grey bleeds into the eastern sky over Burton Head, you find yourself not at the Albert dock, but further north, near the Salisbury dock. Here a different kind of ship is being readied. It is a large, 3-masted emigrant packet, its decks crammed not with bales but with people. They are silent in the pre-dawn chill, huddled in family groups with their pitiful boxes and bundles. Their faces are turned towards the ship, towards the west. These are the ones Liverpool is sending out, the human counter-minus current to the cotton and timber it draws in. They are fleeing the famine or the Highland occurrences, or simply the grinding poverty of the city itself, bound for New York, or Boston, or Quebec. A sailor leans over the rail, coiling a rope with idle expertise, looking down at the silent throng with an expression of blank routine. For him this is another cargo, albeit a breathing one. For then it is the end of one world and the terrifying start of another. Liverpool has processed them, taken their last coins for passage, and will now expel them onto the Atlantic. The light grows, revealing the profound hope and profound despair etched on those upturned faces. It is a tableau that contains the essence of the city ruthless, efficient transformer of lives and destinies, a turnstile between the old world and the new. The sun's first true ray, a sliver of molten gold, strikes the ship's figurehead, a carved wooden woman with sightless eyes, pointing perpetually westward. In that instant, the vessel is transfigured from a damp, crowded hulk into a symbol, a gilded arc of desperation and promise. You turn your back on the scene. You have seen the cycle complete, and then begin again with a different cast. You walk away from the docks, into the streets now fully coming to life. The city absorbs you once more into its daily current. The story does not end. It does not conclude. It simply moves on, a vast, perpetual, churning engine of arrival and departure, accumulation and loss, whose true product is not cotton, or sugar, or even ships, but change itself, relentless and indifferent as the tide. Your own presence within it becomes just another faint, momentary eddy in its endless, flowing narrative. You keep walking. The walking becomes the thing itself. There is no destination now other than to move through the layers, to feel the city's grain underfoot, to be a silent witness to its perpetual self-reinvention. The dawn you witnessed at the emigrant ship bleeds into another morning, but your path diverges from the river's pull. You move east, away from the water's gravitational field, climbing towards the ridge where the wealthy have built their homes to catch the light and avoid the river-snarls. But you are not going to the grand houses today. You are drawn to the institutions that sprout in their shadow, the ones meant to mend, to educate, to save. You find yourself before a tall, sober building of red brick, its windows large and grid-like. A sign, neatly painted, identifies it as the Liverpool Institute for the Education of the Mechanics and Artisans. The doors are open, and from within comes a low, concentrated hum, not of machinery, but of learned recitation. You enter a long hallway. Classrooms flank either side. In one, a man with ink-stained cuffs is writing chemical formulae on a blackboard, his voice patiently explaining the properties of lime to a room of young men whose faces, though marked by labor, are sharp with a hunger for a different kind of knowledge. These are the clerks, the aspiring foremen, the clever sons of tradesmen. They are buying, with their few evening hours and hard-earned pence, a key to a better room in the city's fast hotel. In the next room, the lesson is mechanical drawing. Men bent over drafting tables, their hands carefully guiding pens to create perfect ellipses and cross-minus sections of boilers. The air smells of paper, India ink, and ambition. This is the city investing in its own intelligence, creating a layer of skilled technicians to manage its increasingly complex physical plant. The dreams here are not of maritime adventure, but of precision, of understanding the how behind the roaring what of the docks. Leaving the institute, the sound of children pulls you down a side lane. Here in a less imposing building is a ragged school. The noise is different, higher, line is pitched, less disciplined, threaded with occasional tears or sudden laughter. Through the window, you see a scene of controlled chaos. A woman, perhaps the schoolmaster's wife or a volunteer, is trying to teach a group of 30 or 40 children their letters. They are of all ages and states of cleanliness, packed onto rough benches. Some listen rapt, others fidget, their eyes straying to the window and the freedom of the street. One tiny girl, her hair a matted nest, soundlessly mouths the shapes the teacher makes with her mouth. It is a battle against ignorance, fought with a frayed Bible, a single slate passed from hand to hand, and a formidable, weary love. The charity here is not soup, but symbols the shaping of a bee, the recognition of a number. It is a frail barrier against the city's overwhelming pull towards brute, unthinking labor. The morning consolidates. You walk through street. John's Market, not the makeshift street minus stalls of the poor, but a vast, covered hall of iron and glass. Here, commerce is curated, displayed, and priced for a different clientele. The butcher's stalls gleam with marble and polished metal, the meat laid out in cuts a docker's wife would not recognize. Cheeses from Cheshire and Cheddar are arrayed like geological specimens. There is a stall selling only citrus fruit, oranges and lemons, glowing like captured suns in the grey light filtering through the roof. The shoppers here are housewives with baskets on their arms, followed by maids to carry the heavier parcels. Their conversation is of quality, of price, of what is in season, a concept that means little in the courts, where potatoes are the eternal season. The market is a theatre of respectable consumption, a world away from the desperate barter of Paddy's market. You exit the market's bustle and find a moment of stillness in a small, triangular garden square. A few soot-minus dusted trees struggle for life. Benches are occupied by nursemaids minding well-minus dressed infants, and by elderly men taking the air. It is an oasis of manufactured quiet. On one bench, two men are deep in conversation. One is a minister, his clerical collar a stark white band against his black coat. The other is a merchant, his expression troubled. The sheer numbers are beyond our capacity, the minister is saying softly. The mission is full every night. And the fever, they say it's in the courts of Foxhole Road. The merchant shakes his head, not in denial, but in overwhelmed frustration. The rates are already punitive. We fund the infirmary, the asylum. The problem reproduces itself faster than charity can address it. It is not a problem of arithmetic, Samuel, the minister replies, his voice gentle but firm. It is a problem of souls living in hellish proximity. Christian duty does not balance a ledger. Christian duty does not stave off bankruptcy either, the merchant mutters, but there is no heat in it, only a profound fatigue. I will speak to the committee about another subscription. They sit in silence, two pillars of the city's moral and material order, contemplating a tide of human need that threatens to undermine both. Their conversation is the private, worried underside of the city's public confidence. You leave them to their dilemma. The afternoon is wearing on, and as specific, with McSound draws you the clack minus one of loom minus shuttles. You follow it to a district of smaller, terrace based workshops, not the satanic mills of the city's outskirts, but the homes of artisan weavers. The sound spills from open upper windows. In one, you see a man and his wife working a large handloom in their parlor. Their movements a coordinated dance, their world reduced to the passage of thread and the beat of the treadle. They are remnants of an older economy, being slowly squeezed between the factory minus produced cloth from Manchester and the rising cost of their own rent in a port city. Their industry is quiet, personal, and dying. The concentration on their faces is not the blank fatigue of the factory operative, but the focused pride of the craftsman, a pride tinged with the anxiety of obsolescence. As dusk gathers, you find your feet carrying you south, towards the great southern docks and the borough of Toxteth. Here, the city's character changes again. The smell of the river mixes with the acrid scent of tanning yards, and the malty breath of breweries. The population is mixed Welsh dockworkers, Cornish sailors, a growing community of African and West Indian seamen, their presence a direct legacy of the ships that once plied the Middle Passage and now traded in the commodities the enslaved had produced. The taverns here have a different music, the complex, polyrhythmic beat of a bomba or the mournful strain of a welchin, competing from opposite ends of the same street. You enter a tavern, smaller and darker than the bells of street Nicholas. The conversation is in a broth of accents. In one corner, a group of men are examining a beautifully carved piece of wood, a figurehead, perhaps, or a ship's decoration exchanged for a bottle of rum in some Caribbean port. It's exotic, sun-bleached wooden stylized from seem utterly alien in the smoky, low-silent room. It is a tangible piece of elsewhere, a fragment of a world of color and heat resting on a rough Liverpool table. The men handle it with a reverence they might not show a religious icon. The night here feels less desperate, more transient. These are men between voyages, their roots here shallow, their horizons vast. The loneliness is of a different flavor, not the entrenched, grinding loneliness of the courts, but the sharp, periodic loneliness of the deep-sea sailor, temporarily quelled by company and drink. Later, under a sky now clear and speckled with hard, cold stars, you walk along the southern docks. Here the ships are often smaller coastal traders from Wales with slate, timber barges from the Conway, sleek schooners from the Isle of Man. The rhythm is slower, more regional. A watchman, older than the one in the north, shares a snippet of his bread and cheese with a one-side cat. He speaks of his son who shipped out on a whaler to the south, seized 2 years prior and is not yet heard from. His vigil is both professional and personal. He scans the river for all ships, and always with a hidden hope for one particular, improbable silhouette. You understand, then, that Liverpool is not one city, but a federation of villages, each with its own dialect, its own economy, its own relationship to the vast waterway that defines them all. The merchant in his Rodney Street villa, the weaver in his Toxteth parlour, the Welsh docker in his Pitt Street lodging, the African seaman in the tavern, they are all citizens of Liverpool, yet they inhabit parallel, rarely intersecting Liverpoolese. The cold seeps into your bones. The night is at its deepest, still point. You find shelter in the lee of a great warehouse door, not far from where you began your vigil, what feels like a lifetime ago. You think of the spiral, of the returning dawn. You think of the emigrant ship now likely battling the Irish Sea, of the child in the ragged school mouthing her letters, of the merchant and the minister worrying over their ledger of souls, of the single minus-eyed cat and the waiting father. The city's story is not one story. It is 10,000 stories, simultaneous and contradictory, woven together by geography, by greed, by need, and by the relentless, unifying pulse of the tide. Your own witnessing is just one more thread, fragile and temporary. You close your eyes not to sleep, but to listen. You listen to the lap of water, the distant bell, the vast, sleeping breath of the metropolis. You wait, once more, for the grey light to soften the edges of the dart, for the machine to engage, for the spiral to turn its next, inevitable revolution. The pause is peaceful. The ending is always a beginning. You breathe in and out, in time with the sleeping city. The grey light, when it comes, is not a herald but an accomplice. It reveals not the promise of a new beginning, but the stubborn persistence of what already is. The fog of the previous dawn is absent, replaced by a cold, crystalline clarity that sharpens every edge of soot line as stained brick and glints on the wet cobbles left by the night's rain. The city emerges not from obscurity, but into a harsh, unforgiving focus. You are not at the docks. The pull of the river has, for the moment, released you. Instead, you find yourself in Dale Street as the first tramcars, drawn by steaming, stamping horses, begin their clattering routes. The sound is a new one for your journey, the iron grind of wheels on rails, the conductor's bell, the shouted destination to the docks. Edge Hill. This is the city stitching its disparate parts together with lines of steel, moving its human cargo with a new, mechanical regularity. The faces in the tram windows are a catalogue of purpose, a clerk with his leather case, a shop-minus girl adjusting her hat, a matron with a basket, all jolting together in a shared, impersonal transit. You walk north, skirting the edge of the commercial district, and the soundscape shifts. Beneath the general morning din, you detect a new rhythmic, metallic percussion. It is not the crash of cargo, but a sharper, more regimented clang minus clang minus clang. Following it, you arrive at a foundry of a different sort. Through open gates, you see not the inferno of an ironworks, but a scene of precise, violent creation. This is a boiler minus making yard. Men wrestle with great, curved plates of iron, guiding them into position with shouted commands. Riveters, working in teams of two, perform their deafening ballet. One holds a heavy iron bowl against the back of a reeb minus hot rivet punched through to plates. The other, with an pneumatic hammer, flattens the protruding end with a shower of orange sparks. The noise is unbearable, a physical assault. Each clang is the sound of a ship's skeleton being fused, of a steam minus engine's heart being sealed. The men wear leather aprons and masks of soot, their ears stuffed with wool. They exist in a world of blinding flash and concussive sound, their labor measured in the airtight integrity of seams that will one day hold back the pressure of an ocean. A mainstream historical fact settles with the ringing in your ears. Liverpool was not just a port, it was a premier builder of the very technology that was revolutionizing global trade, the marine steam engine. The power that dragged ships against wind and tide was forged and fitted in yards like this. Its dissemination as crucial to the empire's reach as the cotton in the warehouses. Leaving the percussion of the riveters behind, you are drawn by a smell both wholesome and poignant, the scent of fresh timber and salt. It leads you to a cooper's workshop, tucked in a lane behind the breweries. The cooper, a man with forearms like knotted rope, is shaping staves for a hogshead barrel. He works with a quiet, total mastery. His plain curls of a continuous ribbon of white oak. His driver and hoop set the bands with resonant thuds. The air is fragrant with the wood's natural sugars. These barrels will hold the city's beer, its pickled fish, its salt beef for outward minus-bound ships. It is an ancient craft, yet utterly essential to the modern, preserving, transporting city. Watching his sure, economical movements is to watch centuries of knowledge made manifest in a single, sun-dappled workshop, a pocket of industrial grace, surviving in the machine age's shadow. But the city forward march is relentless. A new sound begins to weave through the familiar tapestry, a rapid, chattering click minus clack minus click, like a frenzy of metallic insects. You trace it to the first minus floor office of a shipping firm. Inside, a young man, his eyes strained, sits before a miraculous device, a wheatstone telegraph printer. A thin paper tape spills from it, covered in the dance of dots and dashes. He transcribes the symbols with frantic speed onto a message form. The information arriving is not days or weeks old, borne by a ship, but minutes old, pulls through wires from London, from Manchester, perhaps even from the submarine cable station at Holyhead linking to Ireland. The price of grain in Chicago, the declaration of a war in a distant colony, the safe arrival of a ship in Bombay, all now vibrated into this room almost as they happened. Space is collapsing. Liverpool's nervous system is being rewired with electricity, its reactions becoming instantaneous, its anxieties and excitements transmitted at the speed of thought. The morning matures. You find yourself outside the imposing edifice of the Liverpool Workhouse on Brownlow Hill. It is a building designed to intimidate, its high walls and severe symmetry a sermon in stone against pauperism. A thin, shuffling line of men, women, and a few hollow minor-eyed children forms at a side gate, seeking admission. Their postures speak of a final surrender. To pass through this gate is to submit to a regime of gruel, stone minus breaking, and the separation of families, a last, desperate bargain for survival. A well-dressed gentleman, a member of the board of guardians perhaps, surveys the line from a window with a look of grim satisfaction. The system is working. It is unpleasant enough to deter all, but the truly destitute. The line is the city's conscience, rendered visible and queuing for a bowl of penitential oatmeal. You turn away, the image clinging like a chill. Seeking a counterpoint, you climb up to the Anglican Cathedral's construction site, or rather, the vast, clad plateau where it is meant to one day rise. Only the crypt is complete, a subterranean chapel of stark, powerful arches. Above, the site is a chaos of stonemasons' yards, derricks, and mountains of rosinstone. It is an act of staggering ambition, an attempt to plant a permanent, spiritual claim on a city devoted to the ephemeral and the material. The wind whips across the open space, carrying the shouts of the laborers hewing blocks for a building most of them will never see finished, a testament to a faith whose social reach the workhouse on the next hill seems to mock. The city as soul, you see, is also a contested construction site. As afternoon arrives, you are drawn back to the river, or to a different relationship with it. You pay a penny and board the steam ferry to Birkenhead. From the mid-river, Liverpool unveils itself as a spectacle, a sheer cliff-face of commerce. The miles of continuous docks, the forest of masts, the smoking chimneys of the engine works, all are laid out like a diagram of power. It is from here that the city makes visual sense, not as a collection of suffering individuals or bustling streets, but as a single, monumental machine for processing the world. The ferry churns the brown water, and gulls wheel in its wake. A fellow passenger, a wirral fowler taking eggs to market, punts to the skyline. Like a bit of hell set down on the water, "Ain't it?" he remarks, with a mix of horror and pride. He is of this place, yet separate from it, supplying its stomach while judging its soul. Birkenhead, on the far side, is Liverpool's echo and competitor, its docks newer, its plans grand, its own ambitions etched in the grid of streets, being laid out. But it feels like a promise, while Liverpool across the water is the demanding, complicated reality. The return ferry ride, as the sun begins its decline, paints the city in a different light, a low, golden wash that gilds the smoke and turns the river to molten copper. The machine is beautified, its harshness temporarily softened. The west-erring light streams directly up the river's mouth, as if the ocean itself were pouring liquid sun into the city's heart. Dusk finds you not in a tavern, but in a small, smoke-filled hall of Marylebone. The room is packed with men, artisans, clerks, a few hardy dockers. The air through is with a different kind of intensity. A man on a makeshift platform is speaking, not of cargo or profit, but of rights, of representation of the People's Charter. This is the tail end of the Chartist movement, its revolutionary fervor cooled, and its embers still glowing in pockets of discontent. The speaker's words are of manhood suffrage, of the secret ballot, of annual parliament's abstractions that crackle with concrete urgency for these men. They listen, our faces hard and hopeful. Here in the belly of the capitalist beast is the dream of dismantling its political machinery. The policeman outside, leaning against a wall with deliberate nonchalance, is a reminder of how closely the dream is watched. The meeting disperses quietly, men slipping away in twos and threes. The night that receives them is the same Liverpool night of taverns, and fog, and labour, and lumming. But for an hour, in that close room, a different possible city had flickered into being, a city ruled, not by the owners of ships and warehouses, but by the will of those who built and manned and unloaded them. The idea hangs in the cold air as you walk away, as fragile and persistent as the mist now rising again from the unseen, ever minus present river. You understand now that your journey cannot capture the city. It can only trace a path through its countless contradictions, the telegraph and the cooper's ads, the workhouse and the cathedral crypt, the imperial panorama from the ferry and the radical whisper in the back hall. Liverpool is not a place to be understood, but a force to be witnessed, a churning ocean of human endeavour whose surface you have only skimmed. The walk continues because the city does. You turn a corner, and the river wind meets you, carrying the familiar, complex perfume of salt, sewage, spices and smoke. Another day is ending. Another is already gathering in the dark beyond the bar. You keep walking. The chill that follows the heated words of the meeting is immediate and penetrating. You leave the close tobacco-thick air of the hall for the wide, dark street, and the night seems to swallow the further home. The ideas of votes, of representation, of a city remade feel suddenly fragile, paper boats set adrift on the black, icy river of reality. The men from the meeting disperse into the gloom, their footsteps quickening towards the warmth of a hearth, or the cheaper warmth of a pint. The city reabsorbs them, its immense, indifferent machinery grinding on. You walk, and the night guides you not towards the raucous sailor-haunts of the waterfront, but inward towards the illuminated heart of the city's official culture. The gas lamps are brighter here, the streets broader. You find yourself outside the Royal Amphitheatre, where a crowd is milling during the interval. The women wear silks and furs, their laughter a light, crystalline sound. The men talk of the performance, same melodrama of shipwreck and redemption, as if it were a real event to be analyzed. The scent of perfume and cigar smoke hangs in the cold air. This is entertainment as spectacle, as a safe, thrilling simulation of the very perils from which the wealth in their pockets was derived. A Lincoln Linus boy offers to light your way for a penny, his face pinched and ancient in the flaring torchlight. You shake your head, and he darts off towards a more promising gentleman. The two Liverpoolers exist within feet of each other, one buying a story of disaster, the other living a story of need. The sound of a different crowd pulls you down a side lane. Here, the light spills from a painted facade advertising the great American minstrels, with crude, grinning faces. The price of admission is a halfpenny. You pay and are swept into a hot, deafening, joyful chaos. The air is a solid fog of sweat, beer, and sawdust. On stage, performers with blackened faces sing rowdy songs and tell jokes in an exaggerated, mangled version of a Lancashire accent that the audience finds opprobriously funny. The humor is broad, physical, savage. It is a release, a carnival of the oppressed laughing at a cartoon of an even more oppressed other. It is cruel, and it is alive. A man next to you, his arm in a sling, laughs so hard he cries, the tears cutting clean tracks through the grime on his cheeks. For him, this is not racism, it is relief, a moment where the world's absurdities are named and mocked. The complexity of the morality is lost in the sheer, cathartic noise. Leaving the minstrel show feels like emerging from a dive into a cold, quiet pond. The relative silence rings in your ears. You wander, and the printing presses find you, not the discreet telegraph office, but the thunderous heart of the city's voice, the newspaper press. Through a basement window you see the massive, steam-driven machine in motion, its iron arms rising and falling, feeding on great rolls of paper, stamping out the news of the day with a rhythmic, monumental thump minus thump minus thump. Men, their shirt sleeves rolled up, move like acolytes around it, guiding the emerging sheets, their hands and forearms stained a permanent, inky black. The air smells of oil and fresh print. Tomorrow's scandals, tomorrow's prices, tomorrow's imperial victories are being manufactured here tonight. The news is a physical product, tonnage to be loaded onto trains and ships. It's what a kind of temporal authority. What happened today will be fixed, immutable, in 1,000 lines by breakfast. A boy, no older than 10, darts from a side door, a thick bundle of early editions under his arm. He is the first runner, his job to get the papers to the railway station for the midnight mail train. He runs as if demons are at his heels, his small, urgent figure disappearing into the dark. He is a synapse in the city's nervous system, carrying the freshly minted past to the waiting future. The thought of the infirmary comes to you then, unbidden. You turn your steps towards it. The Liverpool infirmary stands as a temple to a different kind of hope, not salvation, but repair. Even at this hour, it is a place of subdued light and quiet anguish. You enter the stone-flagged entrance hall. The smell is astringent carbolic acid, bleach, and beneath it, the sweet a smell of sickness and decay. A nurse in a stiff white cap moves past with a tray of bottles, her face a mask of professional calm. From a ward upstairs, a low moan threads through the silence, a sound without hope of audience, purely a testament to pain. You peer into a long ward. Rows of iron beds hold broken bodies, a dockworker with a crushed leg, a child burned by a toppled kettle, a woman wasting with consumption. A single gas jet burns at the far end, casting long, trembling shadows. This is where the city's physical cost is audited. The accidents of industry, the violence of poverty, the slow ravages of poor air and poor food, all are laid out here. The treatments are often as brutal as the injuries, bleeding, purging, the grim arithmetic of amputation. Yet there is a grim mercy here too. This is not the workhouse, it is an attempt, however flawed, at healing. A young house surgeon, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion, moves from bed to bed, his fingers gentle as he checks a bandage. His weariness is not just from lack of sleep, but from the daily confrontation with the limits of his knowledge and the city's capacity to break its people. Leaving the infirmary, the night feels older, deeper. The moon is high and small, a chip of ice in the black sky. The revelry in the theatres and penny gaffs has ended. The last drunks are being ushered from the taverns. The city is entering its brief, profound pause. You walk towards the river, not the bustling docks, but a quieter stretch where the wall drops straight into the deep, whispering water. Here, the natural world, so oft unbanished by brick and smoke, reasserts itself. The tide is turning. You can hear the succulent gurgle as the water begins to reclaim the mudflats. A fish breaks the surface with a soft plop. An owl calls from the roofline of a deserted warehouse, a sound that belongs to ancient woods, not to this stone shore. In this hour, Liverpool feels not like a triumph over nature, but a temporary settlement upon it, one that the water, the cold and the creeping damp could reclaim in a century of neglect. And then, as you stand there, you see them. Dark, sleek shapes prepare, arresting silently through the water, their backs gleaming in the moonlight for an instant before vanishing. Porpoises. They have followed the fishing on the tide into the very heart of the empire of trade. They are wildness itself, moving with a fluid, uncaring grace through the shadows of the slave miners-built docks. The sight is breathtaking, a glimpse of a world that operates on rules utterly alien to tariffs and time minus clocks. They are a reminder that the river is, first and always, a part of the sea, and the sea answers to no ledger. You watch them until they disappear downstream. The cold has settled into your marrow. You turn your back on the water and walk, once more, towards the city's interior. The spiral is tightening towards its next revolution. You find yourself in a street where the only light comes from a high window in a bakery. The fire is being stoked, the first batches of dough are being folded. The baker, a silhouette against the orange glow, is beginning his day again. You stop leaning against a cool brick wall. You have witnessed the cycle so many times now that you can feel it in your own pulse. The city is a living thing, yes, but not a human one. It is a vast, composite creature driven by hungers for profit, for pleasure, for survival, for meaning that are often in violent conflict. It is beautiful in its complexity, unterrible in its indifference. It forges chains and forges freedoms. It welcomes and it casts out. It dreams in cathedral spires and sweats in fever wards. A single star, defiantly bright, pierces the smoky haze above the rooftops. The very first cart of the day rattles past, its driver hunched and silent. A cat owls on a wall. Somewhere a baby cries for its mother's milk. You close your eyes. The story does not end because you cannot hear it all. The whispers in the courts, the calculations in the counting houses, the prayers in the chapels, the curses in the holds of ships, they continue, a symphony without a finale. Your own presence here is a note, briefly held, now fading. You open your eyes. The grey is returning to the east, a familiar dilution of the dark. The gas lamps along the street begin to dim as the lamplighter makes his morning round, his long pole snuffing out the flames one by one. The city is preparing to be seen again, in all its stark, demanding glory. You take a step forward, then another. You are walking not towards anything, but because the city moves, and to stand still is to be left behind by the tide of its own relentless becoming. The air is sharp with the promise of rain, and smoke, and the sea. You breathe it in. It is the breath of Liverpool. You walk on. The grey that returns is not the soft, forgiving haze of previous dawns, but a thin, merciless light that seems to bleach the colour from the world. It exposes every stain on the brick, every crack in the pavement, every weary line on the faces of the few souls already abroad. The brief, wild poetry of the porpoises in the moonlit river is gone, replaced by the prosaic gush of a street miner's gleaming hose farther up the dock road. The city does not wake gently, it is roused by necessity. You move away from the river's edge, the taste of the night's still air still sharp in your mouth. The streets you enter now are dedicated not to trade's drama, but to its vast, mundane support. This is the district of the crate miners makers, the sack minus amenders, the rope minus walks. The sound of sawing is already constant, a dry, rasping counterpoint to the distant river sounds. In an open minus-fronted workshop, men are fabricating the disposable architecture of global commerce: wooden crates for porcelain, slatted boxes for machinery, vast barrels for salted meat. The air is thick with the sweet, resinous scent of fresh sawn pine and the sharp tang of hot pitch used for sealing. Each nail driven home, each hoop fastened, is a small act of faith in a voyage not yet begun, in goods not yet harvested. These men build the shells that will contain the empire's bounty and its waste. You pause by a rope walk, a long narrow alley where strands of hemp are laid out and twisted into thick cables by men walking backwards with hypnotic measured steps. The rope as it forms is a physical manifestation of tension turned into strength. It will moor ships, hoist sails, secure cargoes. The work is ancient, rhythmic, and utterly essential. Watching the rope makers, you see a kind of meditative concentration on their faces. Their world is reduced to the feel of the fibers, the consistency of the twist, the growing solid length of the product. It is a craft of profound patience, a quiet anchor in the city's frenzy. But the city's hunger for the new is insatiable. A different smell cuts through the pine and hemp, the acrid, chemical odor of burning coal minus gas and hot metal. You follow it to a small, smoke minus belching foundry producing ships, fittings, pulley blocks, cleats, hinge minus work. Here, boys, their faces smudged and old beyond their years, dart between the journeymen, fetching tools, carrying ladles of molten brass. The skill here is in the mold, in the precise and minus cast, that will create a flawless sheave for a block minus and minus decal. A single bubble in the casting could mean a snapped rope and a lost limb aboard a heaving ship. The foreman inspects each cooled piece with a critical eye and a small hammer, tapping for flaws. The consequences of error here are measured in human lives, a responsibility that hangs heavy in the sooty air. A mainstream historical fact settles amidst the foundry's heat. Liverpool's industries were deeply interwoven. The rock minus walk supplied the shipyard, the foundry supplied the dock, the crate minus makers supplied the warehouse. It was an ecosystem of secondary and tertiary trades, a vast, organic network that employed thousands far from the glamour of the clipper ships or the intrigue of the exchange. The survival was tied with fragile threads to the health of the port. Leading the industrial hum, you find yourself at the gates of a place that represents a different kind of investment in the future, the Liverpool Blue Coat School. The severe charitable brick building is quiet now, but soon its yards will be filled with the orphans and children of the poor, educated and housed in an attempt to break the cycle of destitution. It stands as a monument to a paternalistic hope that discipline, basic literacy, and a trade could salvage useful citizens from the human wreckage of the city's progress. Through a high window, you see rows of neatly made beds in a long dormitory. The order is absolute, almost militaristic. It speaks of a belief that chaos, both social and personal, could be walled out with routine and stone. Your feet, seemingly of their own accord, carry you uphill once more, towards the growing residential districts where the successful merchants and professionals have migrated. The air improves marginally. The smells are of damp earth from small front gardens, of coal smoke from narrower, neater chimneys. The houses are semi-linus detached or in short terraces, with bay windows and painted iron railings. Here, the city's sound is muffled, respectable. A maid in a white apron is scrubbing a front step with a fury that speaks of a mistress's exacting standards. A NY pushes a perambulator, its occupants waddled against the chill. This is the dream that fueled the clerk's late-night studies at the Mechanics' Institute. A quiet street, a house of one's own, a step removed from the river's pervasive grip. Yet, even here, the city's true nature intrudes. In a front parlor window, a display of curios is arranged: a large conch shell, a carved ivory puzzle, a small, framed specimen of exotic butterflies. They are trophies of trade, souvenirs of voyages undertaken or financed, and the head of the household, the distant world, sorts and commodifized, is brought home for decoration and conversation. The empire is not just an abstraction, it is a presence in the parlor, a testament to reach and influence. The day is establishing itself fully now, a day of scudding clouds and fleeting, watery sunlight. You descend again, drawn back to the human current. At a major crossroads, you witness a new ritual, the hiring of the day's casual labor. Men stand in loose groups, dockers, porters, day-minus laborers. Foremen from different firms move among them, picking out familiar faces or strong backs with a pointed finger or a curt nod. It is a silent, tense market. The chosen men step forward, relief and anxiety warring on their features. The unchosen linger, their hopes dwindling with each passing minute. Their day, their family's meal, hangs on a stranger's glance. The transaction is wordless, brutal, and efficient. It is the rawest form of the city's contract, muscle and time, exchanged for coin, with no security beyond the sunset. Seeking a contrast, you enter the Central Library and Museum on Duke Street. The silence within is a different entity, hushed, a reverential stillness. The air smells of leather, old paper, and polish. Here, the city's accumulated wealth buys not goods, but knowledge. Men and a few women sit at long tables under the high, arched ceiling, reading newspapers from London and Edinburgh, studying volumes of geography or engineering. A curator quietly dusts a glass case containing mineral specimens. This is Liverpool attempting to curate the world, to classify and understand what its ships so efficiently commodified. It is an act of intellectual consolidation, a claiming of cultural capital to match its commercial prowess. A young man pores over a map of the Australian coastline, tracing routes with a fingertip, his personal dreams superimposed on the cartography of empire. Emerging, the daylight seems garish. The afternoon is waning, and with it comes a specific, poignant ritual. You walk to the landing stage known as the emigrant's step. Here, not for the large packet ships, but for the smaller steamers that will carry passengers to the waiting transatlantic vessels in the Mersey estuary or to Dublin and Cork. The goodbyes here are quieter, more desperate. They are often Irish families, seeing off a son or daughter, a final, fraught embrace on the slippery steps before the passenger is ferried out to the looming ship. The tears are silent, swallowed by the wind off the river. A mother presses a wrapped piece of soda bread into a tiny, folded holy picturing to her daughter's hands. The daughter, perhaps 17, looks terrified and resolute. Her departure is not an adventure, but a necessity, a small planned subtraction from a family's burden. The city acts as a ruthless filter here, exporting its human surplus as coolly as it imports cotton. As dusk gathers for what feels like the 100th time, you do not seek the taverns. Instead, you find a seat on a cold iron bench in a small, neglected square. You watch the city's lights come on, one window at a time. In a basement, a family gathers around a meagre supper. In a first-floor drawing-room, a lamp is lit beside a comfortable chair. In a top-floor attic, a solitary clerk writes a letter home to a village in Somerset. The fatigue you feel is not your own, it is the fatigue of the city itself. A vast, collective exhaustion woven from a million individual strains. You have traced its patterns, the flow of goods, the flow of money, the flow of people, the flow of ideas until they have begun to blur into a single, incomprehensible torrent of human endeavor. The final darkness settles, a clear, storm-minus bright night. The wind has dropped. The sounds of the city are the familiar, background hum, a distant train whistle, a barking dog, the eternal susurrus of the unseen river. You rise from the bench. The walk is over, not because you have seen everything, but because you have seen the pattern, and to see it once is to understand its endless repetition. Liverpool is a verb, not a noun, a continuous act of receiving, processing and dispatching. It is a machine for generating change, and like all machines, it is indifferent to the fuel it consumes. You take one last, long look down a canyon of darkened buildings towards the invisible river. Somewhere out there, a ship is arriving. Somewhere else, one is departing. In a cramped room, a child is being born. In a silent ward, a man is drawing his last, labored breath. The city contains it all, without comment, without pause. You turn and walk away, your footsteps echoing faintly on the cobbles. The story does not end. It simply continues, somewhere beyond your hearing, in the dark heart of the night and the first, cold light of yet another Liverpool dawn. The walk away is not an exit, but an absorption. The echo of your footsteps is soon lost in the greater symphony of the city's night, a symphony now so familiar its movements are predictable. You move not as a stranger, but as a phantom limb of the place itself, feeling its aches and pulses as your own. You find yourself drawn not to the grand narratives of the docks, or the desperate theatres of the courts, but to the narrow, specific alleys of craftsmanship that supply the city's more intimate need. In a lane that smells of yeast and burnt sugar, a confectioner's workshop is still lit. Through the window, you see a man and a boy, likely his apprentice, pulling a great, glossy sheet of barley sugar on a hook fixed to the wall. They stretch and fold the golden mass, with a rhythmic, physical grace, incorporating air, turning molten sweetness into something brittle and light. They are making Everton mince, or perhaps rock candy for the children of the well -to-2. Their world is one of precise temperature and timing, of transforming base sugar itself a product of empire, harvested by distant, unseen hands into small, frivolous joy. The apprentice's face is flushed with the heat, his eyes are fixed on the changing texture of the candy with a focus that excludes the grimy world outside the window. Here, empire is refined into a penny treat. Further on, the sharp, clean scent of lice open the humid breath of steam guide you to a small, commercial laundry serving the hotels and boarding houses of the better districts. Even at this hour, women move in the hot foggy gloom, their arms moving like crystals as they feed sheets through monstrous wringers or pound stains with heavy paddles. The noise is a wet, slapping rhythm. Their conversation, what little there is practical, about stubborn stains and the sting of lion cuts. This is the hidden engine of Victorian propriety, the relentless, steam-blistered labor that maintains the crisp linen and white collars symbolizing cleanliness and order, for those who can afford to outsource their dirt. One woman pauses, straightening her back with a soft groan, and pushes a strand of hair from her forehead with a soapy wrist. Her gaze meets yours through the window for a fleeting second, empty of everything but a profound, uncomplaining weariness. In her eyes, you see the true cost of a merchant's starched cuffs. The night deepens, and a different luminescence draws you the cool, greenish glow of gaslight behind the thick, rippled glass of an apothecary's window. The shop is closed, but in the room above, the chemist himself is at work. You see his shadow moving against the drawn blind, bending over a retort, consulting a heavy book, carefully weighing powders on a brass scale. He is compounding a prescription, perhaps a soothing syrup for a teething infant in a grand house, or a more potent tonic for a merchant's nervous dyspepsia. His is a world of measurement and tradition, of Galen and of modern chemistry uneasily merged. He deals in relief and reassurance, his authority derived from Latin labels and rows of imposing jars. His night work is solitary intellectual, a world away from the physical grind of the laundry or the docks, yet equally bound to the city as well-being or its perception of well-being. A sudden raucous burst of singing erupts from a cellar entrance a few doors down, a B- house of the lowest order. The song is bawdy, fine and too cheerful. A man stumbles out, or etches in the gutter, and stumbles back in. This is not the camaraderie of the sailor's tavern, but a harder, more hopeless kind of oblivion. The laughter from within has a jagged edge. It is the sound of energy with no productive outlet, turning inwards and destructive. You turn a corner and on that with silence so abrupt it feels like a physical barrier. You are on the perimeter of one of the city's squares, the grand houses dark and hushed. In the center of the garden, a lone statue of a former mayor gleams pallid lie in the starlight. Here, wealth sleeps behind layers of brick mortar, an inherited confidence. The only sound is the rustle of ivy on a wall in the distant, ever-present sigh of the city beyond. This quiet is not peaceful, it is guarded, a silence maintained by walls and the watchman's paid patrol. It is the sound of accumulated capital at rest. But Liverpool's rest is never universal. Your path now leads you to the railway cuttings at the edge of town, where the iron roads stitch the port to its hinterland. Even now, goods trains clank and shunter in the marshalling yards, their steam adding to the low-lying fog. The night mail is being loaded with sacks of letters, orders, please, news from the colony, bills of exchange. The railway is the city's iron lung, its deep, rhythmic inhalation and exhalation of people and things. A signalman high in his box moves levers with a dull clunk, his face a pale moon in the window, orchestrating the movement of tons of metal in the dark with absolute, lonely authority. His world is one of schedules, signals, and a terrible responsibility for lives he will never see. Drawn by the vast, horizontal energy of the rail, you find yourself at the Lime Street station terminus. Under its vast, arched train shed, even at this hour, there is a subdued bustle. Passengers for the early morning parliamentary train to London doze on hard benches, bundled in coats. Porters move luggage with quiet efficiency. The station is a cathedral of transit, its atmosphere one of suspended identity. Here, people are neither here nor there, they are between lives. A young woman, alone, clutches a carpet-bag and stares at the giant timetable board as if it were an oracle. She is leaving or arriving, her future a blank page to be written in a different city. The station is Liverpool's promising threat made manifest. Everything and everyone can be moved, replaced, redirected. The first, faint suggestion of grey touches the high glass of the station roof. It is not dawn, but the pre-dawn, the time when night is at its coldest and most fragile. You leave the cathedral of transit and step back into the ordinary streets. A thin ice has formed in the ruts of the road, cracking with a glassy sound under a passing cart wheel. You are walking now through a district of warehouses again, but these are quieter, storing finished goods, pottery from Staffordshire, cutlery from Sheffield, bolts of Lancashire cloth awaiting export. In the doorway of one, a night-watchman shares his bread with a stray dog, speaking to it in low, grumbling tones. The dog wags its tail once, cautiously. It is a small moment of companionship in the immense, indifferent grid of commerce. The watchman sees you, nods warily, and returns to his conversation with the animal. You are both part of the night's furniture. And then a sound you have not heard before, a low collective murmur, rhythmic and earnest. It comes from a plain, brick-built chapel tucked between two taller warehouses. The door is ajar. Inside, under the weak light of oil lamps, a congregation of perhaps 30 souls is gathered. They are almost all black men, sailors, dockworkers, servants. They are singing a hymn, but the tune is unfamiliar, complex, woven with harmonies that seem to carry the memory of another geography. The preacher, a man with a powerful build and a seamed face, speaks of exodus, of deliverance, of a promised land. His words are of spiritual freedom, but they resonate in this room with a painful, obvious physical counterpart. This is a Liverpool almost entirely invisible to the exchange in the comfortable squares, a community of the displaced, finding solace not in the empire's promise, but in a story of escape from earthly bondage. The air in the ruin is thick with faith and a profound, resilient dignity. You slip away before the service ends, the haunting melody clinging to you, a ghostly counterpoint to the martial hymns of the established churches. The grey in the east is strengthening, defining the serrated rooftops against it. The spiral is turning irrevocably. You find yourself back on the dock road, the river a broad, dark presence to your left. The figures are gathering again at the gates. The baker's fire has been burning for hours. The milk cart is on its rounds. The telegraph in the shipping office begins to chatter with the early markets in London. You stop, leaning once more against the same capstan, or one just like it. The iron is colder than ever. You have seen the city's layers, the sweet and the sour, the hopeful and the broken, the magnificent and the minute. You have seen it as a system, an organism, a machine, a dream, and a prison. The first seagull of the morning swoops down, lands on a bollard, and lets out its piercing, indifferent cry. It is the same cry, the same bird, perhaps, from 100 mornings ago. You push yourself upright. The walk does not end because you cannot bear to see him, or it ends because you have seen the pattern and the kaleidoscope. Turn it again, and the pieces will rearrange, but the fragments, the sugar, the soap, the scripture, the steam will be the same. You take a final breath, the air already losing its night minus time clarity, gaining the day's coming burden of smoke and toil. You do not look back at the river. You simply turn and melt into the growing stream of humanity flowing into the city's heart. You become a part of its pulse, your story lost in its numberless ongoing tale. The footsteps continue, but they are no longer just yours, they are the city's. A slow, relentless march towards the next hour, the next tide, the next transaction. The page turns and the story, wordless and vast, writes itself onward. He is speaking of the cotton blight. The abstract rumor of yesterday as crystallized into a hard, sharp fact, a shard of ice in the gut of the market. The news from New Orleans is not good, it is catastrophic. A tremor runs through the room, a collective intake of breath that seems to suck the warmth from the air. Faces that were calculating now show naked fear. Fortunes balanced on a single crop are suddenly teetering on the edge of a void. The shouting takes on a shriller pitch. Men are no longer bidding, they are trying to escape positions, to cut losses, to find any buyer in a market where everyone has become a seller. The numbers on the calcboard cease to represent profit, they are now an accelerating countdown to ruin for some. You watch as the panic, born in this temple of abstraction, begins to seek physical form. A broker, his composure shattered, pushes through the crowd towards the doors, his eyes wide with a private horror. He needs air, space, perhaps a telegraph office to send a desperate counterman to an agent in Savannah. The news will not stay confined here. It will travel down the street to the banks that have loaned on the security of cotton, to the insurance houses, to the ship miners owners whose vessels are even now loading or bound for southern ports. It will travel, by whisper and rumor, to the taverns where dockers drink, though its meaning to them will be different, not a falling number, but the spectre of idle days and empty pockets. But before the full wave of consequence can break, you turn and leave the exchange. You have seen the spark ignite. You know its path. It will race through the city's financial nervous system, constricting credit, freezing plans, turning optimism to ash. It will seep downwards, a slow, cold dread reaching the courts and alleys in the form of cancelled orders and shortened hours. Liverpool, the great transformer, is now transforming hope into anxiety, confidence into dust. You walk out into the morning, now bright and clear. The panic inside the stone building feels like a bad dream against the ordinary bustle of Dale Street. Carts still roll. Shopkeepers still open their shutters. A flower miner's seller arranges her blooms. Yet you feel the dissonance. The city's heartbeat, so robust and steady in its physical labor, has developed a frantic, erratic flutter in its commercial heart. You do not follow the panic. Instead, you walk away from it, with a sense of finality. You descend, once more and for what feels like the last time, towards the river. Not to the Grand Albert Dock, but to a quieter, older set of stairs leading to the water, worn smooth by generations of fishermen, boatmen, and illicit lovers. Use it on the cold, damp stone. From here, the city's panorama is less about power and more about presence. The forest of masts, the smoking funnels, the fortress miners like warehouses, they are simply there, etched against the sky. The gulls wheel and cry. The river, the color of dull slate, moves with its own deep, untroubled purpose, sliding towards the sea. The tide is turning. A mainstream historical fact drifts to the surface, common undeniable through panics and plagues, booms and busts, the port endured. The specific commodity might change: cotton today, grain tomorrow, people the day after, but the function remained. Liverpool was a mouth, a stomach, a hand. It took in, it processed, it sent out. You think of all you have witnessed: the dockers heave and the merchant's calculation, the hymn in the migrant chapel and the roar in the gin palace, the child's cough in the airless court and the rustle of silk in the theatre box, the glow of the baker's oven and the white miner's hot spark of the riveter's hammer, the silent tears on the emigrant's step and the rough laughter in the rope miner's war. You have seen the city as a machine, an organism, a dream, a prison. It is all these things. It contains multitudes, and its true product is not any single thing, a change itself relentless, generative, and brutal. The financial panic unfolding behind you is just another spasm in its long life. It will ruin some, enrich others, and leave most simply struggling to adapt as always. The city will digest this crisis too, as it had digested the end of slavery, the influx of the famine miner-stricken, and the rise of steam. It would absorb the shock, metabolize it, and its pulse would continue, perhaps slower, perhaps with a new scar, but it would continue. The sun climbs higher, its weak winter light now gliding the weathercocks on distant spires. A small fishing boat putters past, its diesel engine chugging softly, a hint of the new world even here. The fisherman, an old man with a face like cured leather, raises a hand in slow greeting. You raise yours in return. This is the truth you have learned. Liverpool is not a story with a beginning, a middle, and an end. It is a condition, a state of being at the edge, of facing the sea and the world. It is a process. It is a verb. You rise from the stone step, your muscles stiff with cold. The city awaits no one. Its day is fully engaged. The sound of it, the distant clatter, the rumble, the blended voices is a constant, a sea-minus sound of human endeavor. You take one last, long look at the river, at the ships, at the skyline. Then you turn your back on the water. You walk up the worn stairs, away from the edge, and into the warren of streets. You do not look back. You become part of the flow again, one more figure in the endless, moving tapestry. The observer dissolves into the observed. The walk is over, because the walker has finally arrived at the understanding that there is no place to get to, only a rhythm to join, a breath to share. The city's story does not end. It breathes in. It breathes out. You breathe with it, and move on, into the unending now of its streets. Hey guys! Tonight we'll quietly step into Victorian London on Christmas Eve, experiencing firsthand how the Queen celebrated the holiday. You'll witness grand balls, sumptuous dinners, and servants bustling behind the scenes to prepare for the festivities. See how the Queen used Christmas to bridge the gap with her subjects. So before you unwind, please take a moment to like and subscribe to my channel. It means the world to my creative journey. Feel free to share your location and local time in the comments below, so I know what you're up to. Now dim the lights and let the story transport you back to that extraordinary Christmas Eve. The air here holds its breath, differently sharp with winter's edge from the great park, yes, but under it all runs a current of something warmer, something preparing. It is the scent of nutmeg being grated in a farm-off kitchen, of beeswax softening near a hearth, of pine boughs hauled over flagstones, leaving behind a trail of Christmas and secrecy. You find yourself in a corridor of Windsor Castle, though you cannot recall the door you entered by. The stones underfoot, ancient and chill, seem to hum with a contained energy. This is not the London of grinding survival, of fog and frantic trade. This is a realm within a realm, a stage being dressed with a precision no theatre could match. Christmas approaches, and in this heart of monarchy, its coming is more than a holy day. It is a quiet pageant, a deep ritual, an entire clockwork of tradition being wound, cog by cog, toward its destined hour. No one acknowledges you. You are a shadow in the lamplight, a drift of cold air from a passageway, perhaps a thought but has taken form. A scullery maid passes, her arms a tower of linen so white it glows against the grey afternoon window. Her cheeks are flushed not from the cold seeping under the door frames, but from effort, from the sheer scale of what must be done. She moves with a kind of focused haste, the stack of cloth in her arms like a downy architectural feat. Somewhere a guest room is being turned out, a state bed aired, a silvery progeny polished for a table it will grace for only a few hours. Every object in this castle is being considered, assessed, and returned to a state of perfection. It is an industry of anticipation, one conducted in hushed tones and the soft slap of brushes against wood. In the kitchens below stairs, the atmosphere shifts from hushed urgency to a vibrant, simmering chaos. The heat is a physical presence, a moist wall that carries the rich, complex perfume of the season, plums stewing for puddings, citrus bilk and wine and syrup, the earthy sweetness of root vegetables roasting in their skins. A vast turkey, its feathers only recently gone, hangs like a pale moon over a marble slab. A pastry cook, her forearms dusted with flour like the first frost, rolls out a sheet of dough thin enough to see the grain of the wood beneath. Her movements are swift, economical, born of countless repetitions. She does not think of the dinner table, of the guests who will admire her work. She thinks of the texture of the dough, the exact temperature of the butter, the next step in a sequence that cannot be delayed. Here, Christmas is not a sentiment. It is a logistics of ingredients, of timing, of heat management. A single misstep could see a sauce break or a soufflé fall, a small disaster in this miniature world where excellence is the only currency. But if the lower floors are a symphony of preparation, the family apartments hold a different music altogether. The air is cooler, quieter, scented with lavender polish and the faint, comforting aroma of coal smoke from well-ended grates. Here the tension is of a subtler kind. Its frume is in the rustle of a governess's skirt as she marshals her charges for an airing in the frigid garden. It whispers in the low conversation between the Queen's dresser and a junior maid, debating which silk gown might best suit the candlelight of Christmas Eve. The children, their young minds vibrating with excitement, are a contained tempest. They speak in stage whispers about the mysterious packages that have been arriving, about the closed doors of the blue room, behind which, rumor insists, something magical is taking shape. Their world is one of delightful speculation, of counted sleeps, of whispered lists hastily written and tucked under pillows. For them, Christmas is a palpable magic, a rip in the fabric of ordinary lessons and strict routines. And what of the woman at the center of it all? You might glimpse her, a compact, steady figure in black, moving from her writing desk to the window that overlooks the terrace. Her expression, often inscrutable to the public, is perhaps softer here in these private rooms. There is a watchfulness in her eyes, a surveying of her domain. She notes the bustle, hears the distant clatter from the kitchens, feels the heightened pulse of her household. For her, this season is a tapestry woven with many threads, the pride and joy of family, the public duty of setting an example, the cherished memories of Christmases past, and the shadow of those who are absent. Her Christmas is an act of stewardship over tradition, over her children's happiness, over the image of the royal family as the very model of domestic virtue. Every decision, from the menu to the guest list to the timing of the gift exchange, is a stitch in that tapestry. You drift from the warm core of the family rooms back toward the more formal state chambers. The difference is abrupt. Here, the silence is profound, museum-like. Gilt framed portraits of ancestors stare blankly across vacant spaces. Chairs are arranged with geometric precision. The only movement is the slow dance of dust motes in a slant of one's sunlight. Yet, even these rooms are not untouched. A man on a ladder is carefully draping garlands of evergreen along a marble mantelpiece. His touches are deliberate, artistic. He is not decorating a home, he is dressing a set for a performance that will have an audience of the highest rank. The greens will wilt, the candles will gutter, but for one evening, this room will become the embodiment of festive splendor, a backdrop against which politics and personal affections will play out in equal measure. The light is fading now, the short winter day surrendering to an early dusk. Lamps are lit, their glow cooling on polished surfaces, deepening the shadows in the corners. The castle seems to draw itself inward, gathering its energy for the days to come. The scent of pine grows stronger, mingling with the beeswax from the newly cleaned sconces. In the grand hall, a colossal tree has been erected, its tip brushing the ornate ceiling. It stands bare, a dark, silent skeleton, awaiting its transformation. Tomorrow, it will be dressed a ritual imported from a German prince's childhood, now becoming the heart of a British Christmas. For now, it is just a tree, a thing of the forest, smelling of resin and cold earth, a strange, wild guest in this most civilized of spaces. You feel the castle settling around you, like a great beast finding its posture before a leap. In the kitchens, the final stocks are being strained and covered. Upstairs, a child is being persuaded into a bath, his protests a small, human counterpoint to the scale of the preparations. In her sitting room, the Queen dips her pen into an inkwell, adding another line to a letter. The scratch of the nib is the only sound. Outside, beyond the leaded glass, the first flakes of snow begin to spiral down, dusting the grey stone with a promise of white. The engine of tradition is primed. The Advent wind has blown itself out, and in the quieted leaves behind, you can almost hear the first, faint chime of the Christmas to come, waking just beyond the edge of tomorrow. The transformation, when it comes, is not a single event but a slow, pervasive blooming. It begins in the heart of the night, in the hours when the castle is at its most silent, save for the tread of the watchman and the sigh of the wind. You are there, a silent witness, as the green room is unlocked. Footmen bring in the boxes, not grand crates, but sturdy wooden containers that smell faintly of forest and spice. Inside, resting on beds of tissue, are the ornaments. They are not the gaudy, mass-produced baubles of a later century, but objects of delicate intention, little silver trumpets, tiny drums of stretched parchment, soldiers carved from wooden painted with astonishing precision, gilded walnuts, roses fashioned from silk and wire, and scores of candles, slender and white, waiting for their flame. The work is done with reverence, almost a tenderness. The men, usually tasked with moving furniture or attending at table, and a each fragile piece as if it were a jewel. A senior footman directs, his voice a low murmur. The Queen prefers the glass icicles to be distributed evenly. His Royal Highness wishes the miniature crest to be visible from the doorway. This is more than decoration, it is diplomacy in wire and wax, a balancing of aesthetic preference and familial respect. Branch by branch, the dark skeleton of the tree is clothed in light and glitter. The candles are the final touch, clipped carefully to the boughs. No one lights them yet. They stand as promises. As the first grey light of Christmas Eve steals the windows, the tree is complete, a silent, magnificent guest in the room, radiating a cool, expectant beauty. With dawn comes a subtle but unmistakable shift in the human current of the castle. The previous day's labor had a purposeful, even grim determination to it. Now, threading through that purpose, is a filament of pure excitement. It is most visible in the children. At breakfast, their manners are impeccable. Their eyes are restless, darting towards the closed doors of the green room. Their governesses and tutors maintain the usual discipline, but even their strictness is softened by a knowing glint. Lessons proceed. The air in the schoolroom vibrates with a suppressed energy that no geography lesson about the Capes of India can entirely quell. Downstairs, the final crescendo of preparation reaches its peak. The kitchens are a realm of sublime aromas now, the rich, dark fragrance of the Christmas cake, fed for weeks with brandy, being iced, the peppery, succulent scent of the boar's head being glazed, the sweet, brandied perfume of the pudding, now a dark, dense orb waiting for its moment of flame. The head cook, a monarch in her own right, moves through the heat and steam with an air of calm command. Her domain is a masterpiece of orchestrated chaos. Every saucepan, every roasting spit, every scullion boy in its place in the grand culinary symphony. A single mistake here would not just be a spoiled dish, it would be a tear in the fabric of the day itself. As afternoon bleeds into the early dusk of Christmas Eve, the castle begins to receive its human decorations. Carriages, their wheels crunching on the gravel of the long walk, arrive in steady succession. They bear not just guests, but entire satellite worlds of servants, trunks, and expectations. Aunts and uncles, cousins, distant but tickled connections. The house begins to fill with the rustle of travelling silks, the murmur of polite reunion, the subtle renegotiation of familial standing. You observe them in the drawing-minus rooms, performing the delicate dance of arrival. The air is thick with inquiries about journeys, compliments on complexions. The country air agrees with you, and the meticulous, unspoken assessment of each other's morning attire or the cut of a new gown. For these people, Christmas is also a social audit. The Queen and Prince Albert preside over this gathering with the practiced ease of seasoned conductors. He is the affable host, moving from group to group, his accent still faintly threading his English, asking after scientific interest or political opinions with genuine curiosity. She is more contained, her smiles smaller, her observations sharper. She sits, a small, solid nucleus of black crepe, and the court revolves around her. Her greetings are precise, her inquiries pointed. She misses nothing: the slightly frayed cuff on a cousin's dress, the over-minus loud laugh of a junior officer husband, the graceful deference of a new bride. This is not merely family, it is a microcosm of her court, and her vigilance never truly rests. Then, as the last of the twilight fades and the stars press cold and bright against the windows, the moment arrives. The doors to the green room are opened. The guests move in a rustling stream towards the glow. You move with them. The first sight of the tree, now illuminated by 100 tiny candles, is not merely pretty, it is breathtaking, almost otherworldly. The flames are reflected and multiplied in the glass icicles and silver ornaments, so the tree seems not merely lit from without, but to glow from within, a core of fire and light. A collective, soft gas ripples through the room, a rare moment of unified, unguarded feeling. Around its base, a small forest of tables and sideboards has sprung up, each laden with gifts. This is not the chaotic mountain of paper we might imagine, but ordered display. Gifts from parents to children are here, from the Queen and Albert to their household, from one guest to another. Each is meticulously labeled. The children, their eyes wide as saucers, are allowed to approach first. But discipline holds, but just barely. A doll with a porcelain face for the eldest girl. A miniature uniform for a boy. A painting box, a book of fairy tales, a musical box that plays a tinny, charming tune. Their joy is a bright, clean thing in the room, and for a few minutes, even the most jaded courtier watches with a softened gaze. The gift minus giving is a ceremony in itself, unfolding in order of precedence and intimacy. The Queen receives her offerings: a portfolio of drawings from Albert, an embroidered handkerchief from a child, a finely bound book from a minister. Her thanks are formal, but her fingers might linger a moment longer on the childish embroidery. Albert is presented with a new rifle, with scientific instruments, at the translation of a German text. He accepts each with a worn, open pleasure that contrasts with his wife's reserve. Then the servants are called in, row upon row, from the stern housekeeper to the lowliest hall boy. Each receives a gift, often useful: a length of cloth, a sovereign, a pair of gloves. It is a ritual of reciprocal obligation, a tangible reminder of the bonds, however unequal, that hold this small world together. The candles on the tree burn lower. Shadows leap and dance on the ceiling. The air grows worn, thick with the scent of melting wax pine and the perfumes of the guests. In a corner, the small orchestra hired for the season begins to play a gentle carol. The conversation, which had been a public murmur, fractures into smaller, more private clusters. The public performance of the evening is winding down. Soon, the children, overstimulated and heavy-lidded, will be shepherded to bed. The adults will retire for a late supper. The tree will be left standing in the silent, darkened room, its candles extinguished, its magic spent for the night, a silent sentinel holding the quiet promises of the day to come. You feel the castle, this immense stone organism, settle into a different kind of watchfulness. The anticipation has been discharged, transformed into memory. Now it gathers its strength for the solemnities and the feast of Christmas Day itself. The night deepens, wrapping Windsor in a cold, star-scattered silence, beneath which the heart of the celebration beats, steady and waiting. The castle does not so much wake on Christmas morning as it slowly remembers itself. The profound silence of the pre-minus dawn hours is not broken, but gently worn away first by the distant, muffled clang of a grate being cleaned in a servant's hall, then by the faint, rhythmic squeak of a polishing cloth on brass, somewhere down a corridor. The darkness outside the diamond-paned windows is absolute, a velvet curtain yet to be drawn back. You move through these pre-conscious hours, a ghost among ghosts. In the staterooms, the grand tree stands in shadow, its ornaments dulled, a celebration now past. The magic of the previous evening has settled into something quieter, the memory of magic, which has its own potent weight. The first true light is not from the sun, but from a single candle carried in the hand of a maid, moving like a slow firefly towards the royal apartments. The day begins, as all days do here, with service. The Queen's dresser is already at her post, laying out the sombre, perfect blacks of her mistress's morning attire, a gown for the morning, another, more elaborate one for later. The ritual is precise, silent. The garlands are not just clothes, they are a uniform of state, a canvas of respectability upon which the day will be painted. In her bedroom, the queen is already awake. One does not imagine her sleeping late. The space is surprisingly simple for a monarch: a large bed, a writing desk laden with papers, a few portraits. The air is cool. She stands at the window, a small, still figure in a white dressing gown, looking out at the formless dark. What does she see? Not the sleeping park, perhaps, but the ghost of other mornings. The memory of Albert, years ago, laughing as he arranged presents. The echo of younger children's footsteps racing down the hall. The weight of the first Christmas without a loved one, which casts a long, cold shadow over all the ones that follow. For her, this day is a palimpsest, the fresh joy of the present always written over the faint, indelible ink of the past. Downstairs, a different kind of devotion is underway. In the chapel at St. George's Hall, the staff of the castle, the footmen, the housemaids, the grooms, the kitchen girls are gathering for their own Christmas service. Their voices, raised in a familiar carol, are rougher, less trained than the choir that will sing later, but they carry a fervent, collective warmth that rises through the stone floors. For them, this hour is a rare island of stillness before the storm of the day's labor. Their Christmas will be celebrated in stolen moments, a richer meal in the servants' hall, a sip of the special ale, a precious few hours of rest while the family dines above. Their piety is of a practical kind, a thanks for employment, for community, for the brief respite of the season. As a thin, wintry light finally begins to bleed into the sky, turning it from black to slate grey, the castle's public face is prepared. In the grand reception room, fires are lit in the colossal hearths, their flames battling the persistent chill. Fresh greens are laid on mantelpieces. The air is swept of last night's waxened perfume. Everything is made ready for the next act. The transition from the intimate ritual of the gift minus, tilting to the formal, public ritual of the day is seamless, engineered by unseen hands. Then, the summons a gentle, insistent bell. It is time. The family and house guests assemble in the grand corridor. The children are there, scrubbed and solemn in their best clothes, their excitement now banked into a nervous, impressive decorum. The adults speak in hushed tones. The atmosphere is one of suppressed energy, like a drawn bow. The queen appears, a small, dark vortex of stillness. Her expression is set, composed, utterly private. I nod. The procession begins. You follow as they move through the hushed castle, out into the sharp, shocking cold of the Christmas morning. The air is like a blade of clean silver, so crisp it hurts the lungs. The short walk to the royal chapel is a journey through a frosted tableau. Every branch, every blade of grass on the lawn is sheathed in a brittle, glittering coat of hoar frost. The world seems silenced, holding its breath. The footsteps of the party crunch with alarming loudness on the gravel path. This is no longer the private, pine-minor-scented world of the castle. This is public, ancient, and holy ground. Inside the chapel, the cold is of a different order, a deep, mirror-minus chill held for centuries in stone. It is quickly overwhelmed by the press of warm bodies, by the scent of old hymn books, beeswax, and the faint, damp will of the congregation. The pews are filled with the local gentry, the castle officials, the privileged few granted this access. Their heads turn as one as the royal party enters, a wave of rustling fabric and whispered reverence. The service is high Anglican, ornate and lengthy. The Latin responses roll and echo under the Gothic arches. The choir's voices soar, pure and detached, towards the vaulted ceiling. The queen sits in the royal pew, a space both prominent and strangely isolated. She follows the service in her prayer book, her lips moving faintly with the familiar words. This is the other pillar of her Christmas, not family but faith. Here, the domestic icon becomes the defender of the faith. Her bowed head, her quiet participation, is a performance as potent as any smile at her children. It speaks of order, tradition, divine sanction. For the watching congregation, this is the true gift to see their monarch at prayer, a living link between their small, frosty island and the eternal. It solidifies the myth, makes it tangible. The cold, the ancient words, the soaring music, it all conspires to create a moment of profound stillness, a sacred hinge between the private celebrations of the night before and the public feasting to come. As the final amen fades and the procession files out, the spell is broken by the mundane world. The frost is already melting under a weak, lemon-yellow sun. The magic of the white, silent vault is gone, replaced by the glare of a Christmas day now fully arrived. The return to the castle feels quicker, lighter. The children's steps are less measured. A murmured joke passes between two of the gentlemen. The Queen's hand rests slightly on Albert's arm. The public duty is done. Now, the castle can turn inwards once more, towards the hearth, the feast, and the long, lazy, fire-lit afternoon that is the true heart of an English Christmas. The stone walls seem to exhale, settling into a new rhythm, one of satisfied exhaustion and the anticipation of comfort. The return to the castle feels like crossing a border from one kingdom into another. The thin, solemn sunlight of the churchyard is replaced by the rich, and the glow streaming from Windsor's long windows. The crisp, punishing air surrenders to an embrace of warmth that carries within it the most glorious and complex symphony of smells you have ever encountered. It is not a single aroma, but a layered narrative of the feast to come. It is the deep, savory bass note of roasting meat, not just turkey, but the peppery scent of venison, the rich promise of a baron of beef. Riding above it is the sweet, sharp tang of citrus from the Cumberland sauce, the buttery whisper of pastry from 100 pies, the earthy sweetness of roasted parsnips and carrots glazed with honey, and weaving through it all, like a golden thread, is the unmistakable, solemn warming fragrance of plum pudding, steaming somewhere in the heart of the kitchens, its brandy-linus, soaped essence promising a culmination of fire and spice. The grand state dining room, which hours before had been a silent, cavernous space, has been transformed into a temple of abundance. The long table, a vast expanse of polished mahogany, groans not under weight, but under the dazzling, precise geometry of a Victorian celebration. It is a landscape of silver and crystal. Epergines, towering like miniature silver fountains, overflow with hothouse grapes and polished winter apples. Candles in ornate holders are reflected endlessly in the facets of cut-glass decanters, each containing a different shade of wine, ruby port, golden sherry, pale hock. The plates bear the royal coat of arms, a silent reminder that this is, even in its familial joy, a state occasion. Every fork, every spoon, is aligned with a military precision that would satisfy a drill sergeant. This is not merely a table set for a meal, it is a manifesto of order, wealth, and imperial reach. The family and guest center, their earlier church solemnity softening into a murmur of appraised delight. The ladies' silks and satins, which had seemed somber in the chapel, now catch the candlelight and shimmer deep greens, burgundies, midnight blues. The gentlemen's dark coats are relieved by the crisp white of linen and the occasional flash of a gold watch chain. They find their places according to a meticulously ordered plan, a seating chart that has likely been the subject of days of quiet diplomatic negotiation by the Queen's private secretary. Who is in favor, who needs to be placated? Which young cousin might benefit from sitting next to that influential duke? The arrangement is a frozen diagram of the family's current political landscape. The Queen takes her place at the head, Prince Albert at the foot. A silence falls, but it is the expectant one. Then, as if a hidden conductor has raised a baton, the doors swing open and the procession begins. A line of footmen, moving with a solemn, synchronized grace, brings in the first remove. The dishes are not merely served, they are presented, borne aloft like trophies. A tureen of clear turtle soup, its surface shimmering. Platters of delicate whitebait fried to a crisp golden lace. The sheer visual spectacle is overwhelming, a deliberate, glorious assault on the senses meant to inspire awe before a single bite is taken. Conversation begins, but it is the low, polite murmur of the dining room, a sound with its own particular texture. It is not the lively roar of a tavern, nor the intimate whisper of a private parlor. It is a performance of convivitalia. Topics are safe, seasonal, refined, remarkable quality of the frost this year, the merits of a recently published novel by Mr. Dickens, the surprising hardness of a new strain of holly in the gardens. Politics, scandal, and personal distress are carefully sheared away. Laughter is allowed, but it is a measured, crystalline sound. You watch faces, the subtle play of expression. An elderly aunt meticulously dissects a quail, her eyes missing nothing. A young army officer, thrilled at his placement, listens with exaggerated attention to a senior diplomat. The children at their separate, smaller table are models of drilled behavior, but their eyes are wide as they survey the seemingly endless parade of food. And then the centerpiece arrives. The turkey, a magnificent, bronze-skinned behemoth, is carried in on a bier fit for a king. It is followed by the great haunch of venison, the baron of beef, a glazed and studded with cloves. This is the heart of the feast, a carnivorous celebration of abundance that borders on the pagan. The carving is a ceremony in itself, performed by the prince or a senior official with practiced, reverential skill. The slices fall, moist and steaming, onto warmed plates. The accompanying sauces are past bread sauce creamy and mild, cranberry sharpened jewel-light, gravy so rich and dark, it seems a liquid form of the December night outside. Yet, amidst this public performance of familial unity, your ghostly attention is caught by the smaller, private dramas playing out in the spaces between the courses. A glance exchanged between the Queen and Albert as a particularly beautiful dish is presented a moment of shared pride, a silent "we've done this well." A young daughter, overcome by the richness, or the sheer scale of it all, discreetly pushes a Brussels sprout around her plate until a watchful governess catches her eye. At the far end of the table, two cousins, their rivalry well-known, engage in a duel of excessively polite compliments, each barb so beautifully wrapped in courtesy, it takes a moment to feel its sting. Below stairs, in the cavernous servants' hall, a parallel feast is underway. The food is plainer, heartier, great joints of roast pork, mountains of potatoes, sturdy suet puddings, but the atmosphere is explosively different. The formality is gone. Here, there is laughter that booms off the stone walls, genuine and unguarded. The strict hierarchy of the household relaxes, if only for an afternoon. The head housekeeper might take a glass of ale with the head groom. Scullery maids, their hands red from work, giggle at a joke from a footman. They toast the Queen's health, and their own. They eat with a relish born of honest hunger and the knowledge that this bounty is their own creation, the fruit of their weeks of labor. Their Christmas, in its way, is more purely celebratory, unburdened by the weight of symbolic performance. The sound of their merriment is a faint, vibrant hum rising through the floorboards, the vital, beating heart of the splendid machine above. Back in the dining room, the feast marches on, a relentless, glorious parade. The savory gives way to the sweet. Blancmanges quiver like edible moons on their dishes. Trifles layered with jam and custard and cream promise childish delight. Jellies and molds of fantastic shapes, castles, dolphins, sheaves of wheat catch the light and glow like stained glass. And finally, with the curtains drawn against the early dusk, the moment all have waited for, the Christmas pudding. It enters not on a mere platter, but borne aloft, a dark, dense cannonball of a thing. Then, the magic. A spoonful of brandy is poured over it and set alight. A collective soft ripples around the table as blue-stinged flames dance over its craggy surface, illuminating faces with a sudden, pagan glow. This is more than dessert, it is a ritual of fire and luck. As the flames die, it is carved and served. Everyone watches their slice carefully, for somewhere within that rich, spicy mass are the tokens: a silver threepenny bit for wealth, a tiny silver wishbone for luck, a ring for marriage. To find one is to be blessed for the year ahead. A young lady squeals softly, holding up the ring. Laughter, this time genuine and unforced, fills the room. Even the Queen allows a small, tight smile. For this moment the performance falls away, and it is simply a family, sharing in a silly, ancient, and deeply felt tradition. The final glasses of port and Madeira are passed to the gentlemen. The ladies, by silent consensus, rise to withdraw to the drawing-room, leaving the men to their cigars and talk that may, in this sanctified space, finally edge towards politics or sport. The feast, that magnificent, hours-long engine of consumption and display is over. Its remnants will be cleared by an army of tired servants. But its essence, the warmth, the shared ritual, the brief triumph of light and plenty over the wintered ark lingers in the air, as rich and lasting as the scent of brandy and candle wax that now permanently perfumes the grand room. The castle, gored and content, settles into the long fire-liness lit afternoon, its stone walls seeming to radiate the stored heat of the celebration. The long fire-liness lit afternoon that follows the feast is a creature of a different texture entirely. The intense, formal brilliance of the dining room dissipates, giving way to a softer, more diffuse glow. In the grand drawing-room, the curtains have been drawn against the early winter night, and what lies outside the frost, the silent park, the vast, cold sky feels like a distant memory. Here within, the world has shrunk to the radius of half-light in the circle of familial presence. The air, thick and warm, carries the sweet, resinous scent of the Yule log crackling in the great fireplace, a log specially selected, hauled in with ceremony, and kindled with a fragment of last year's, a charm for continuity. The rigid seating order of the dinner table has dissolved into a more comfortable, haphazard arrangement. Ladies have retrieved their needlework or sketchbooks. Gentlemen, having rejoined the party from their port, stand in small groups or lean against mantelpieces. The younger children, freed from the tyranny of perfect posture, are allowed to play quietly on the vast Obsbane carpet with a few of their new toys, a wooden fort, a doll with a porcelain head. Their voices are low, a happy murmur beneath the adult conversation. This is the cherished Victorian ideal domestic felicity, a kingdom bounded by the hearth. Music is the soul of this interval. At the grand piano, perhaps Prince Salis, acknowledged as the most musical of the Queen's daughters, plays. The pieces are not the formal, complex works of a state concert, but lighter fair sentimental ballads, variations on popular airs, a gentle sonata by Mozart. The notes, clear and precise, fill the spaces between conversations without overwhelming them. They provide a soundtrack to contentment. You see the Queen settled in her preferred armchair a little apart from the main group, her hands still for once. She listens, her gaze fixed on the middle distance. The music seems to soften the lines of care on her face. For her, these moments are the true recompense for the year's labors. Her family, safe together and adorned by the civilizing grace of art. It is the living portrait of everything she and Albert had sought to build. But even in this hallowed scene, the sharp eye can detect the fine cracks in the porcelain. Notice the young Prince of Wales, Albert Edward, future king. He stands by a window, pretending to examine a book of prints. His posture holds a subtle tension, a barely contained impatience. The cozy domesticity of Windsor, the quiet family circle, feels to him like a beautiful cage. He longs for the glittering laughter of London, for company less pious and more thrilling. His glance towards his mother is wary, knowing his tastes and habits are a constant, quiet disappointment to her. Across the room, one of his younger sisters whispers animatedly to a cousin, their heads close together. Is it about a gift, or about a young officer they glimpsed in church? Even here, under the Queen's exacting eye, the currents of youthful rebellion and romantic frenzy run their subterranean courses. The gift-giving of the previous evening was a public display, and now comes the more private, sentimental exchange. Small, personal tokens appear from pockets and reticules. A daughter presents her mother with a carefully embroidered handkerchief case. A younger son gives his tutor a new pipe. The Queen might distribute lockets containing miniature portraits of Albert, a gift both tender and steeped in the pervasive culture of memorial. These are not gifts of state, but gifts of the heart, or at least of dutiful affection. Their presentation is accompanied by blushes, shy smiles, and murmured thanks. They reinforce the private bonds within the public family. As the evening deepens, games are proposed. Not raucous ones, but the parlor amusements of the literate class. Perhaps a round of consequences where a folded paper story is created line by line, leading too much genteel laughter at the absurd results. Or to blow Ivans, where the participants freeze interposes representing scenes from history or literature, a harmless, edifying exercise in art and posture. The Queen may not participate actively, but she watches, a faint, approving smile on her lips. This is the kind of rational amusement Albert always championed, improving, communal, and firmly within the bounds of propriety. Yet for you, the unseen observer, the most compelling drama might lie in the quiet pockets of conversation. In a corner, two of the Queen's closest ladies whisper. Their words are too low to catch, their expressions are serious. Are they discussing the health of an absent relative, the troubling news from the continent, the Queen's own fluctuating spirits? They are the guardians of the private truth behind the public image. Near the fire, a German cousin talks earnestly with Prince Albert about forestry management or the latest philosophical treatise from Berlin. It is a moment of unguarded intellectual passion for the prince, a brief return to the world of ideas he so cherished, a world that often feels secondary here to the endless lands of ceremony and family. And always, beneath the warm glow of the gaslight and the oil lamps, the great machine of the castle continues its work. Footmen in quieter livery periodically enter to tend the fire, to bring in fresh tea or a tray of negus. Their movements are ghostly, efficient. They are the unseen cogs that allow this vision of relaxed ease to function. Their own Christmas celebration in the hall below is over now. They are back to ensuring the seamless perfection of the world above. Finally, as the clock on the mantel chimes a late hour, a gentle fatigue settles over the room. The children have long since been taken to bed. The music has ceased. The games are put away. The company begins to fragment, drifting towards the door with soft good nights and wishes for a peaceful rest. The Queen is one of the last to rise. She stands for a moment, looking around the room at the dying fire, the abandoned needlework, the empty chairs. Her expression is inscrutable. Is it satisfaction? Melancholy? The sheer weight of sustained performance? She takes the arm of a Lady Mulinus, in minus waiting, as slowly leaves the circle of light. The drawing minus room, so recently brimming with life, is left to the servants, who will extinguish the lamps and comp the cushions for another day. The castle begins its slow, deliberate process of shutting down for the night. The magic of Christmas Day, having burned its brightest, is now a warm ash in the grate, a memory being woven into the tapestry of family lore. For the inhabitants, it has been a day of joy, duty, and profound complexity. For you, the silent witness, it has been a glimpse into the heart of a myth, where the light of the public celebration and the shadows of private reality are forever intertwined, each giving the other its shape and its meaning. The long night retains Windsor, a deep, star-flecked silence, falling over the towers and the park, holding within it the faint, fading echo of carols and the lingering, spicy scent of pudding and wine. The castle wakes to a different kind of light. It is not the rich, candle-gilded glow of the feast, nor the thin, solemn radiance that filtered through the chapel windows. This is a plain, workmanlike dawn, a grey-white hue seeping across the stone floors, illuminating the dust motes that dance in the still, heavy air. The great house sleeps, but its slumber is shallow, filled with the sated fatigue of digestion and the lingering resonance of joy expended. The very atmosphere seems denser, saturated with the ghosts of yesterday's scents, roasted meats, sweet wine, beeswax, and pine, all blended into a single, tired perfume of celebration past. The first sounds you discern do not come from the family quarters, but rise from below stairs, a low, orderly murmur from the direction of the servants' hall. It is Boxing Day. While the world above still drifts in the warm dregs of sleep and languor, the world below is entering the most substantive phase of its holiday, a ritual of inversion, where gratitude flows downward in a current regulated by duty, not affection. In the housekeeper's parlor, a long oak table is arrayed not with whimsical toys or leather-bound books, but with practical, dignified tokens. For the butler, a box of fine cigars and a substantial monetary addition to his wages. For the cook, a bolt of sturdy, dark woolen, a plump goose. For the head housemaid, an embroidered purse containing new miners' minted coins. For the lowliest stollery boy, a set of thick oxened wittens and a single, shining shilling. Each offering bears a card with the Queen's or the Prince's succinct, formal signature. There is no surprise here, only recognition. The giving and receiving is a silent, annual laudit of station and loyalty. Awakening in the family apartments is a slower, quieter affair. No imperious bells, only the occasional hushed conversation, the soft click of a door. The children likely sleep on, dragged deep by yesterday's excitements and the weight of too much sugar. In the Queen's private sitting room, a fire already crackles. She is seated at her writing desk, not writing, but reading a stack of telegrams and letters from across the empire, from Delhi, Ottawa, Cape Town. Her expression as she reads them is one of focused detachment. For her, this morning is also an imperial reckoning, a collective pledge of allegiance from the vast, global mechanism that bears her family's name. The quiet is filled with this distant, papery rustle. When the family eventually gathers for a late breakfast, the air is loose, almost slack. Evening silks have been replaced by comfortable morning dresses and worn woolen jackets. Conversations are soft, speckled with the gravel of sleep. They do not touch on affairs of state or social observation, but circle the minor comedies of the previous day who looked most absurd in the tableau vivants, the final whereabouts of the pudding's silver ring, the puppy that got lost in a corridor and caused a minor, delightful panic. The grand performances over these are the actors backstage, easing out of their roles, revealing simpler, sometimes more genuine selves. A sweet, diffused boredom settles over the castle in the afternoon. The high drama of celebration has passed, but the holiday skeleton remains like a market square after the fair has been packed away. A walk in the winter garden is proposed. Bundled in thick cloaks and scarves, they venture into air that feels freshly scoured, clean and sharp as a blade. Yesterday's hoar frost has mostly melted, leaving only patches of white lace in the shadows of hedges and statuary. The garden is a study in stillness and muted-colored arc greens, the startling crimson of holly berries. The party strings out along the gravel paths, walking in twos and threes, their pace leisurely. Breath clouds before their faces. This is a physical cleansing, a need to rinse the body's heaviness with cold, clear air. Talk is sporadic, often giving way to long, comfortable silences. Here under the bare branches and the wide, pale sky, the family knot seems more natural, less deliberately tied. Elsewhere, the castle's other life labors at full tide. The magnificent debris of the feast must be addressed. A kitchen's once a crucible of creative frenzy are now a theater of practical dissolution. Vast platters are scrubbed. Remnants are sorted with frugal care, some to enrich the servant's hall, others to be preserved. The silver must be polished, counted, returned to its vaults. The glorious decorations, the tree's delicate burdens, the hanging mistletoe are tenderly removed, wrapped, and boxed away for another December. It is the great striking of the set, performed by an army of practiced, tireless hands. For them Boxing Day is not rest, but the efficient conclusion of a vast cycle. By evening, a subtle current of departure begins to stir. Trunks reappear at the tops of staircases to be carried down by footmen. Carriages are called to the courtyard once more. Farewells are warmer than greetings, perhaps because weariness lowers certain guards. Promises are exchanged. You must write. We shall expect you in the summer. Children cling to cousins they have only just befriended. The Queen stands at the door for the most important leavings. O words of farewell brief and firm, her handshake sure. Each crunch of carriage wheels on gravel seems to leave the castle a little more hollow, a little more profoundly quiet. When the last lamp of the last carriage has vanished down the Windsor Road, the castle seems to take one long final breath. The silence that remains is deep and complete. In the evening the core family may gather again in a smaller drawing-minus room, but the activities are reduced to their simplest forms, the quiet reading aloud of a book, a slow game of chess, or simply sitting around the hearth, watching the logs collapse into embers. Even music is forgone. This is a collective, wordless recuperation, a necessary blankness for minds and senses overwhelmed by 2 days of intense sensation. You, the unseen witness, Feel the perfect circle of this constructed Christmas closing as the last of the firelight dims. It began with weeks of clandestine anticipation, built through the business of procurement and decoration, peaked in the ritual glitter of Christmas, even the public abundance of the day itself, and now adds into this practical, loose-mind-ascended, slightly wistful aftermath. It has provided a complete emotional liturgy for the family, and for the nation anticipation, celebration, gratitude, return. Her Majesty may take a final look at the deep night beyond the windows before retiring, leaning on the arm of her lady. Throughout the castle, lamps are extinguished, from the great halls to the long corridors, until only the watchman's moving pinpoint of light remains. The magnificent engine of Victoria's Christmas, that precise, interlocking machinery of private sentiment and public theatre, has finally stilled. What does it leave behind? The shimmer of candlelight and the taste of sugar in a child's memory. The tangible weight of a shilling in a servant's pocket. The solemn, reassuring description of domestic bliss that will soon grace the pages of the national press. And, in the Queen's own complex ledger, another entry in the eternal accounting of duty, memory, and a love that can never be a simple sum. Silence falls at last, absolute and soft, swallowing everything, as if the very stones are sinking into a sleep haunted by the fading echoes of too much light, too much fragrance and sound. Tomorrow the ordinary pendulum of days will resume its steady, prosaic swing. The true aftermath of Christmas is measured not in hours, but in the slow, granular resumption of ordinary time. In the days that follow, the castle sheds its festive skin with a quiet thoroughness. The great tree, now bereft of its candles and treasures, stands forlorn for a morning before being dismantled, its needles leaving a final, fragrant carpet on the parquet floor before being swept away. The extra footmen return to their regular posts, in London or other estates. The visiting relatives' rooms are aired, their beds stripped, the spaces returned to a state of expectant vacancy. The monumental stillness of the staterooms returns, deeper now for having been so recently violated by laughter and music. You can trace the retreat of the festival by following your senses. The complex, overwhelming symphony of scents, roast meats, pine, pudding, perfumes, fractures and fades. It is replaced day by day by the castle's baseline aroma, beeswax polish, coal smoke, the faint, dry scent of old books and older stone. The visual cacophony of silver, crystal, and evergreen recedes, leaving behind a familiar landscape of dark oil paintings, heavy drapes, and austere furniture. The oral world contracts from the swell of orchestra and chorus, the din of conversation, back to the isolated, familiar sounds, the whisper of a housemaid's broom, the distant clang from the mews, the solemn tick of the long Jace clock in the corridor. For the Queen, the transition is both a relief and a subtle bereavement. The exhausting performance of public cheer is over, and she can retreat into the privacy of her grief and her routines with fewer eyes upon her. She returns to her correspondence, her boxes of state papers, her quiet evenings of reading. Yet the silence that follows the celebration can feel louder than the noise itself. It presses in, filled with the echoes of what has passed. She might pause while writing the letter, her gaze drifting to the now minus empty space where the tree stood. The ghost of Albert is strongest in these contrasts, in the memory of his voice leading a carol, his hand lighting the pudding, his presence filling the room with a warmth that no fire can now replicate. Her Christmas is a season of poignant ghosts, where every present joy is framed by an absence that has become a permanent part of her interior architecture. Beyond the castle walls, the Christmas she has helped to codify is rippling outward, solidifying international tradition. In middle-class drawing-minus rooms across the country, families are mimicking, in their modest ways, the Windsor model. They are procuring their own smaller trees, hanging stockings, attempting the plum pudding recipe published in the Times. The image of the royal family at Christmas, domestic, pious, united, becomes a powerful social template, a visual sermon on the virtues of home and heart. It is an unconscious propaganda of immense power, turning private sentiment into a public ideal. The gifts, once unwrapped, begin their integration into daily life. A child's toy soldier takes up a post on a nursery shelf. A new book finds its place on a library table, its pages soon to be dog-seared. A piece of jewelry is worn for the first time to a New Year's dinner. The special sanctioned extravagance of the feast gives way to more sensible meals. Leftovers are reinvented, cold turkey becomes pie, the boiled ham is sliced for sandwiches. The bounty is made to stretch, a practical echo of the earlier abundance. And then there is the accounting. Not just the emotional ledger the Queen keeps, but the very real, very precise financial one. The housekeeper and the steward lust now to leave the cost of it, all the pounds of beef, the gallons of wine, the candles by the hundred, the coal by the ton, the extra wages paid. The bills from tradesmen in London and Windsor will arrive to be checked and settled. The grandeur was real, but it was also a line item in the royal budget. The castle, for all its magic, is also a vast and expensive household that must balance its books. The weather often turns in the week after Christmas, as if nature itself acknowledges the shift. A fall may set in, turning the pristine frost to a grey slush on the paths. Or a new, harder freeze might descend, locking the world in a crystalline grip that feels less festive and more merely severe. The days, having reached their shortest point, begin their imperceptible crawl towards longer light. The holiday, positioned at the very nadir of the year, becomes a turning point. It has provided warmth and light against the deepest dark now. The slow climb towards spring begins. You might find, if you linger in the castle's library, that the seasonal books of poetry and albums of prints are being quietly reshelved. The focus of the children's tutors turns firmly back to geography and Latin grammar. The pace of governmental work, held in brief abeyance, quickens once more. Dispatches from abroad are read with renewed urgency. The world, it seems, had only paused for Christmas. Now it resumes its relentless spin. In the end, what remains is not the event, but the story of it. The anecdotes that will be told and retold in years to come. Remember the year the pudding flame nearly caught the drapes. Remember when little Leopold got his head stuck in the banister. The Christmas of 1861, or whichever year we have wandered through, ceases to be a sequence of moments and becomes a polished artifact in the family mythology. For the servants, it becomes a benchmark, the Christmas we had 18 to dinner and the second of unfailed. For the nation, it becomes another brushstroke in the enduring portrait of their queen, matriarchal, devout, steadfast. The castle settles. The stone seems to absorb the residual warmth of the celebration, holding it against the long winter still to come. The celebration itself dissolves from experience into memory, and from memory into tradition. It has done its work, it has reinforced bonds, displayed stability, provided a pattern for a nation to follow, and offered a brief, brilliant fire around which to gather before facing the cold again. You, as the silent witness, feel the final shift as the extraordinary seamlessly blurs back into the ordinary. The last whisper of pine scent is gone from the air. The last crumb of shortbread has been swept away. All that is left is the quiet, the steady rhythm of castle life, and the faint, indelible impression on the heart, like the shape of a melted snowflake, and dark will that marks where the miracle, meticulously planned and faithfully executed, briefly touched the earth. The stillness that follows is profound, but it is not empty. It is a fertile quiet, rich with the compost of recent joy. In the week that bridges Christmas and the New Year, the castle exists in a curious, liminal state. The frantic purpose of preparation and the structured ceremony of celebration have both passed, leaving behind a space that feels both depleted and strangely full. The days are no longer measured by menus or seating charts, but by the slow, gentle decay of the holiday's momentum. You notice it first in the rhythms of the household. The clocks seem to tick with a more pronounced, leisurely finality. The staff, having survived the pinnacle of their annual trial, move with a looser efficiency. There is toying now, for a longer pause by the servants' hall fire, for a shared pot of tea that isn't gulped between tasks. The children's lessons have perhaps not yet resumed in full rigor. Their days are punctuated by long hours, spent with new books or toys in the schoolroom, the air filled with the comfortable, absorbed silence of invention rather than the tense quiet of recitation. The castle itself seems to breathe more deeply. Doors to unused rooms are left ajar, allowing currents of air to circulate and disperse the last concentrated vestiges of pine and candle minus smoke. In the great rooms, where so many recently gathered, the silence is no longer anticipatory but ruminative. Sunlight, pale and thin, falls in long, slow bars across floors, still faintly imprinted with the ghostly patterns of where chairs and sofas have been pushed aside for dancing. It is a space remembering itself. For the Queen, these are days of leisure minus balancing of a more personal kind. The emotional expenditure of the season, the performance of cheer, the management of family dynamics, the conscious evocation and suppression of memory requires a period of psychic convalescence. She may spend longer hours at her solitary writing desk, not on state papers but on her journal. The pages fill with reflections that are part gratitude, part melancholy inventory. She notes the children's health, Albert's moments of animation, the success of the pudding. But between the lines one might sense the weary tally of a heart that has loved deeply and most profoundly, for whom every peak of family joy casts a corresponding intimate shadow. The material world, too, undergoes its own quiet reckoning. The gifts are no longer novelties but are becoming possessions. The painted soldier's uniform shows the first tiny scratch from eager hands. The binding of the new book softens from being opened and reopened. A piece of lace, received with delight, is being carefully worked into the trimming of a morning dress. The extraordinary is being patiently, deliberately woven into the fabric of the ordinary. And as the old year weakens towards its close, a new kind of anticipation, thinner and colder, begins to stir. It is the anticipation of January. Talk, in the drawing minus rooms after dinner, may tentatively turn from reminiscence to prospect. Travel plans are murmured. The parliamentary session looms. For the Prince of Wales, and others of his restless temper, this is a relief. The claustrophobic, fire-lit cocoon of the family Christmas begins to feel like a sentence nearing its end. Their glances towards the windows hold a different longing now, not for snow, but for the certain spark of London. The weather conspires in this shift. The festive frost, so picturesque on Christmas morning, often gives way to a dreary, persistent damp. The skies hang low and grey. The park outside the windows is a study in monochrome black branches, grey grass, a muted, washed-out palette that seems to drain the world of the colour and warmths so recently celebrated. It is a corrective, a natural reminder that midwinter's heart is, in truth, a bleak and barren place. The castle's warmth becomes not a celebration, but a fortress against the gloom. On New Year's Eve, a different ritual briefly flickers to light. It is quieter, more introspective. There may be a special dinner, but it is a smaller, less elaborate affair. The toasts are made to the Queen, to the absent, to the year ahead. They are offered with sincerity, but also with the weight of experience. Adults know too well how hopes for a happy new year can fray and unravel. The children, allowed to stay up a little later, feel the significance but not the gravity for them. It is another exciting anomaly in the routine. When the clocks finally strike midnight, the sound seems to travel through the stone corridors with a peculiar, hollow resonance. It is a sound of conclusion, of a door clicking shut. In her room the Queen likely hears it alone, or with only a Lady in minus waiting in attendance. Her thoughts in that moment are her own, a private confluence of regret, resolve, and a faith sternly clung to. She has steered her family, and by extension her nation, through another year. The responsibility is relentless. The first morning of the new year dawns with a sense of definitive turning. The Christmas season is officially over. Decorations that lingered are now firmly put away. The castle's rhythm begins to harden back into its normal cadence. Correspondence resumes in earnest. The machinery of government, momentarily stilled, engages its gears once more. You, the perpetual observer, can feel the narrative thread of the holiday finally, fully release its tension. What began as a secretive rustle of tissue paper in a locked room has unfolded into a grand public and private drama, and has now dissipated like the last scent of a perfume. What remains is not the event, but a sediment, strengthened bonds, and perhaps a few newly strained ones, satisfied stomachs, worn out servants, replenish treasuries of memory. The great stone pile of Windsor stands immutable, having absorbed another cycle of human joy and ritual. It has served as chapel, theatre, banquet hall, and refuge. Now it returns to being what it mostly is: a home, a workplace, a symbol, and a prison, all at once. The fire in the hearth burns steadily, no longer a festive blaze but a practical defense against the January chill. The extraordinary is being consumed, and from its ashes, the ordinary, reliable, demanding, and beautifully mundane rises, once again to claim its rightful endless day. The dawn of the new year did not break with fanfare, but with a slow, inexorable dilution of the night. January announced itself not as a beginning, but as a resumption. The castle, having digested the rich meal of the holidays, now turned its energies to the leaner diet of ordinary time. You could feel the change in the very texture of the silence, no longer a hushed anticipation or a sated quiet, but the efficient, purposeful stillness of an institution returning to its primary function, not celebration, but governance, not family theatre, but the steady administration of a life. In the schoolroom, the transformation was most palpable. The last of the new toys, a painted wooden horse, a dissected map puzzle, had been relegated to a specific play cupboard. The governess's demeanor, which had allowed a certain strategic laxity, now regained its familiar, unbending rigor. Latin conjugations and the rivers of Asia replaced stories of festive tableau. The children, their faces still rounded by holiday indulgence, applied themselves with a sigh that was part resignation, part secret relief. Routine, for all its constraints, was also a known country, easier to navigate than the exhilarating but exhausting peaks of constant celebration. Below stairs, the holiday was being physically dismantled and accounted for. In a cold, stone-flagged storeroom, the housekeeper and a senior footman took inventory. Empty crates that had held ornaments were stacked for return to London's suppliers. Lengths of red ribbon, slightly crushed, were wound back onto their spools. The magnificent teapots from the dining table, now stripped of their fruited glory, were being meticulously checked for dings or scratches before their return to the strong room. It was a process of subtraction, of paring the household back to its essential elements. The ledger book lay open on a table, its columns filled with the crisp, inked evidence of the feast. £42, 10 seconds. For wine spirits, £18 for poultry game, £5 for extra coal for the baking ovens. The magic of the season was, in the end, reducible to these stark figures, a balance sheet of splendor. For the Queen, the return to normalcy was a double-edged sword. The departure of guests and the simplification of the daily round meant a welcome retreat into deeper privacy. The exhausting work of being perpetually on display, even for family, could be set aside. She could spend longer, uninterrupted hours in her sitting room with her journal and her correspondence. You only sound the whisper of the fire and the scratch of her pen. Yet this solitude also meant space for the ghost to gather. The absence of Albert, always a palpable force, seemed to swell in the quiet rooms stripped of festive distraction. A melody played by one of the children on the piano might be a tune he had loved. The particular way the winter light fell across the carpet in the late afternoon was a light under which they had once read together. Her mourning, a garment she wore in public, was in these private hours a lived all-encompassing reality. The Christmas joy, so carefully cultivated, now felt like a brief, vivid island in a vast grey sea of remembrance. Beyond the castle walls, the template forged within was already replicating itself, hardening international tradition. In middle-liners class villas from Edinburgh to Bristol, families were writing their thank-you notes on paper stamped with holly, describing their own modest trees and puddings. The illustrated newspapers, which had earlier published engravings of the royal family round their tree, now carried advertisements for Windsor Christmas candles and Albert model railways. The private rituals of the sovereign were becoming the commercialized, aspirational patterns of the empire. The sentiment of home she embodied was being commodified, but its emotional power was undeniable. She had, perhaps unwittingly, not just celebrated a holiday, but offered a social script. The weather settled into a true January grimness. The frosts returned, That they were no longer the sparkling, festive kind they were, a hard, grey rind that come to the north side of trees and never fully melted by day. The skies were the colour of lead. Walks in the park became shorter, more functional affairs, a brisk circuit for health's sake, not a leisurely family parade. The world seemed clenched tight against the cold. Inside, the castle's warmth was no longer celebratory but defensive, a fortress against the enduring winter. A week into the new year, a final, symbolic act closed the circle. In a quiet ceremony attended only by the senior members of the royal household, the Yule log was searched for its largest remaining fragment. This piece, charred and blackened, was carefully doused with water, wrapped in cloth, and placed in a special box in the great hearth single. There it would stay, dry and preserved, until the next Christmas Eve, when it would be used to kindle the new log, a literal thread of continuity, a physical promise that the cycle would begin again. And then, one afternoon, you would notice a truly ordinary thing. A housemaid, her arms full of fresh linen, walked down a corridor without a trace of haste. A clerk from the Prime Minister's office was shown into the Queen's study, his portfolio bulging with the year's first serious business. In the stables, a horse was being shod for no special occasion. The extraordinary had been completely metabolized. The castle had returned to being what it fundamentally was, the administrative heart of a monarchy, a large and complex employer, a cold stone building that required 1,000 fires to keep it habitable, and a family home where a widow in black sat by a window, looking out at the bare trees, already holding within her the blueprint for next year's fleeting, necessary miracle. The story of that Christmas of 1861, a year forever marked by a private loss poised to become a public watershed, was over. It had passed from present experience into memory, and from memory into the raw material of history and myth. The gifts would wear out, the children would grow, the menus would be forgotten, but the pattern, the tree, the pudding, the gathered family, the echo of a German carol in an English hall was now set. It would endure long after the participants had left the stage. You, the silent witness, feel the last vestige of the narrative warmth dissipate. The final page turns not with a flourish, but with a soft, decisive sound of a ledger being closed, of a door shutting on a room still fragrant with the ghost of pine, now giving way to the older, fainter scent of beeswax, books, and thyme. You might notice the change first in the light, or perhaps in the silence. The dramatic, low minor sangled sun of midwinter has begun, almost imperceptibly, to climb. Its rays, which once sliced briefly across the far wall of the breakfast room, now linger a quarter minus hour longer, touching the base of the sideboard with a pale, tentative gold. The silence, too, has shed its peculiar post-minus festive quality, that hollow, echoing stillness after a great noise. It is being replaced by the castle's true, foundational quiet, a dense, busy silence woven through with the distant, rhythmic sounds of work, the steady beat of a carpet minus beater in a courtyard, the far minus off chop of wood for the countless fires, the faint, musical scrape of a knife being sharpened in the kitchens. It is the sound of an organism not celebrating, but sustaining itself. The castle's attention turns outward. The inward minus looking focus on family, on hearth, on private rituals softens. The world held politely at bay during the holy season now knocks with renewed insistence. Dispatch boxes from Whitehall arrive with thicker bundles of papers. The Queen's journal entries grow terse, are less concerned with domestic reflections and more with annotations on political memoranda. Agree. VRC Lord P. On this, the Christmas interlude has ended. The monarchy's executive function resumes its primacy. You can see it in the increased traffic through the stone corridor. Ministers, secretaries, equerries, their faces no longer wearing the relaxed smile of a holiday guest, but the focused expression of business. For the younger members of the household, this shift is a release. The Prince of Wales, having endured the familial closeness with polite restlessness, now finds legitimate reasons to speak of a return to London, to his own establishment of Loughborough House. His energy, stifled by the repetitive cozy rituals, sparks anew at the prospect of the city's diversions. His sisters, too, begin to speak of future engagements, a visit here, a concert season there. The horizon expands. The claustrophobic, firelit warmth of the Christmas circle gives way to thoughts of broader rooms, different company, the thrilling anonymity of a crowd. The family, having drawn tightly together, now begins the natural, gentle process of drifting back to its individual orbits. In the servants' hall, the holiday exists now as a series of benchmarks and stories. It is measured in the extra wear and the good linen, in the slightly depleted stores of the best port, in the newfound skill of a junior footman who managed the gravy boat without incident for 18 courses. It lives in anecdotes told over the scrubbing table. Remember when old Mr. Tibbets nearly set his whiskers alight leaning over the pudding? The extraordinary effort is already being sanded smooth by retelling, becoming part of the collective lore of the household, a trial survived and, even in retrospect, enjoyed. Their Christmas, rooted in tangible labor and tangible reward, leaves a residue of professional pride rather than sentimental memory. And the weather continues its slow, grinding turn. The stark, beautiful frosts of December give way to a more pervasive, dreary damp. Days dawn under a blanket of cloud the color of tarnished pewter. Rain, fine and cold, sometimes falls for days, turning the gravel paths to mush in the great cart into a vast, sodden plain of grey and brown. This is the true face of an English January, unadorned by festive glitter. The castle's windows become barriers against the gloom, the fires within less for cheer than for a desperate, essential dryness. The world outside seems to be dissolving back into primal mud, making the interior order feel all the more fragile and precious. Yet within this dissolution, the first, almost cruel promises of spring are whispered. If you walked the kitchen gardens, you would see under couches and in sheltered cold frames the faint, green scribbles of early herbs and hardy lettuce being forced. It is a sight devoid of beauty, but rich with meaning. The cycle does not pause. The earth, even in its sleep, is preparing for the next feast, the next season of growth. In the mews, a favored mare is showing signs of impending motherhood. Life, relentless and practical, is already moving past the commemorative poles of Christmas. One afternoon, you might find the Queen taking a solitary turn in the grand corridor, walking more for movement than for pleasure. She pauses before a portrait, not of Albert, but of a younger version of herself, holding her first child. Her gaze is not one of sharp grief, but of a softer, more weary recognition. The woman in the painting is a stranger, separated by an uncrossable gulf of experience. The Christmas just past was not for that young woman. It was for the woman she is now, a sovereign, a widow, a matriarch. The rituals she oversees are no longer discoveries, but duties. The joy she fosters is less a spontaneous feeling than a cultivated state, a necessary gift she gives to others. Her Christmas is an act of stewardship over tradition itself, a weight she carries because she believes, profoundly, in its stabilizing power. Finally, the last tangible remnant of the festival is addressed. In a lumber room high under the eaves, the great boxes containing the Christmas tree ornaments are not merely stored, but inspected. The housekeeper herself might oversee it. Each delicate shape is unwrapped from its tissue, checked for damage, its hook carefully straightened. A broken glass icicle is set aside for repair. A soldier with a chipped paint touch is noted. This is not a nostalgic ritual, but one of maintenance. These objects are not mere decorations, they are institutional assets, part of the ceremonial machinery of the crown. Their care ensures they will perform their duty again, perfectly, 12 months hence. And then it is simply Tuesday, or Thursday. The calendar has shed its weed minus letter days. The castle's pulse is steady, slow, and unsurprised. The extraordinary has been fully reabsorbed. What remains is the architecture of stone, of routine, of relationships slightly warmed by the passing through it of that concentrated human drama. The story is complete. Not ended, for it will be told again next year, but resting. The silence that now fills the halls is not an absence, but a plenitude, the sound of an immense and ancient house, holding its breath, storing the memory of light and laughter within its cold walls, and waiting, with the immense patience of stone, for the earth to tilt once more towards the winter, and for the cycle to begin all over again. The passage of time within the castle's walls now begins to feel less like a narrative and more like geology, a slow, imperceptible layering of ordinary days. February arrives, bringing with it a different, more brittle quality of cold. The damp chill of January hardens into occasional, sharp frosts that etch the windowpanes with intricate, opaque forests, obscuring the view of the grey Cark. The light, though still scarce, gains a cleaner, whiter intensity when the sun does appear. It no longer feels like the dying light of the old year, but like the new, tentative light of the year being born. This shift is mirrored in the household's routines, which have solidified back into their unshakable framework. The schoolroom timetable is inviolate. The Queen's daily schedule: morning correspondence, afternoon walk regardless of weather, evening readings proceeds with the precision of a planetary orbit. The immense effort of Christmas is being metabolized into a store of energy, a well of quiet satisfaction that fuels the steady labor of the monarchical winter. There is a sense, among both family and staff, of a mountain having been climbed and a plateau now reached. The air is clear, bracing, and devoid of theatricality. You can observe the holiday's legacy not in grand gestures, but in 100-minute adjustments. The new books given as gifts now show creases in their spines, their pages softly flagged from use. A child's favorite toy, a wooden dog on wheels, sits by a nursery hearth, its paint slightly worn from affection. The piece of lace a lady received is now visibly incorporated into the cuff of her mourning dress. The gifts have ceased to be events and have become simply things beloved, useful, absorbed. This is the truest fate of any present, to lose its novelty and gain, instead, the deeper significance of familiarity. Beyond the castle, the template crafted within its staterooms continues its work of cultural alchemy. In the pages of the Illustrated London News, the engravings of the royal tree and the family gathered around the piano have been clipped and pasted into countless middle-class scrapbooks. They serve as both inspiration and aspiration. In parlors across the country, the discussion is less about whether to have a tree, but about how to acquire a better stand for it, or a safer method for the candles. The specific brandy used for the royal pudding might be inquired after at grocers. The holiday Queen Victoria celebrates is detached from its specific location and become a set of social codes, aesthetic preferences, and consumer desires. It has become, in essence, modern Christmas. For the Queen herself, the increasing distance from the festival brings a subtle alteration in her own remembrance. The sharp, immediate joys and fatigues of the season blur at their edges, softening into a generalist glow. Her journal entries for late February contain no mention of the Christmas just past. The present demands too much. There are dispatches from the troubled American states to consider, cabinet rituals to note, the endless minutiae of her vast family's lives to track. The Christmas season now exists in her mind as a completed block, a beautiful, exhausting diorama placed carefully on a shelf in her memory. She does not revisit it piece by piece, she is aware of its presence as a whole, a touchstone of domestic order achieved. It is less a memory than an institution she has successfully maintained. And in the world outside, nature begins its slow, unsentimental turn. The afternoons stretch, minute by stolen minute. The relentless grey of the sky breaks, occasionally, into vast sweeps of blue so pale it is almost white. In sheltered corners of the kitchen garden, beneath strand glass, the green spikes of snowdrops appear, not as a flourish of beauty, but as a stubborn, practical statement of persistence. The park, which for months has been a study in monochrome, reveals hints of purple in the bare branches of the distant trees, the first hint of buds. This transition holds no festive joy. It is a biological imperative, quiet and relentless. One afternoon, the Queen might take her drive in the open carriage, the cold air sharp against her face. The route takes her through Windsor Great Park, and she sees the work of the season underway. Labourers are clearing deadfall, pruning orchards. Smoke rises from a cottage chimney in a straight grey line. It is a landscape of work and recovery, not of celebration. She sees it with the eye of a landowner, noting the state of a fence, the condition of a track. The Christmas sentiment of peace and goodwill is a lovely abstraction this, The management of the estate is the concrete reality over which she presides. One is for a season, the other is forever. Finally, the cycle announces its intention to renew itself in the most mundane of ways. In an office of the Lord Chamberlain's department, a clerk consults a ledger from the previous year. He makes a note in a new, clean book order for Christmas candles to be placed with Michaud fills, Paris by 1st October. Further down, he adds confirmed supply of Scots pine with Crown Forester, Windsor, November. The planning for the next Christmas has begun, not with excitement, but with bureaucratic foresight. The miracle, it seems, must be scheduled. You, the witness who has lingered through the metamorphosis from anticipation to memory, feel the finality of this moment. The story is not just over, it has been archived. The emotions have cooled into facts, the sensations into entries in a ledger, the personal experiences into social tradition. The castle stands, as it always has, a constant in the flow of time and custom. It has served as the stage for a profound human ritual, a ritual of light and darkness, of family and isolation, of continuity in the face of change. As you take your leave, the impression that remains is not of a single event, but of a pattern. A pattern of light against stone, of ritual against chaos, of private sentiment fueling public myth. The last thing you might sense is not a scent or a sound, but a quality of stillness, the deep, resilient quiet of an ancient institution that has, once again, successfully woven the fleeting magic of human celebration into the enduring tapestry of its own history. The fire in the hearth burns steadily, a small, warm sun contained within stone, waiting to witness and to warm all the stories yet to come.
Hi guys, tonight we're pushing open the grand oak doors of a Victorian mansion. Before you even step inside, you feel it, that first wave of air, not fresh but heavy with the scent of old beeswax, cold stone and something faintly damp like forgotten flowers. The hallway stretches away into shadows, a marble floor gleaming like dark ice under the weak light of a gas lamp. It's the kind of place that looks magnificent in period dramas, all silk, crystal and swirling waltzes. But if you actually had to live here, to sleep here, to wake here through the long winter months, you'd realise something within the first hour. The real enemy wasn't social scandal or financial ruin, though those lurk too. It was the cold, the relentless, bone-deep, inescapable cold. You'd also face the gloom, the staggering inefficiency, and an army of silent, exhausted servants working just to maintain a facade of comfort. You probably wouldn't last a week, not without understanding the secrets, the hidden tricks and brutal compromises that kept this glittering world turning. So, before we go any deeper, if you're intrigued by these hidden histories, if you enjoy peeling back the gilded layer to see the real texture of the past, then do take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support truly helps uncover more stories like this. And right now, if you're listening, where in the world are you joining from? Drop your location and the local time in the comments below. I always find it fascinating to see the community we're building together from every corner of the globe. Now, turn down your lights, settle in, and let's walk together across that cold marble threshold. Let's imagine preparing for bed not in a cosy modern home, but in the vast, echoing, beautiful prison of a Victorian mansion. The very architecture of these homes was a declaration, not an invitation. Every element was engineered to awe, to impress upon the visitor the immense power and taste of the owner. Comfort was not merely secondary, it was often willingly sacrificed on the altar of appearance. Consider the ceiling soaring above you, disappearing into gloom. Its height was a measure of prestige, but it created a void so vast that any warmth from a fireplace or a human body would rise and congregate uselessly far above, leaving the living space below in a perpetual chill. Those majestic floor-to-ceiling windows, their panes divided by delicate astragals, flooded the rooms with a respectable greyish light, but they were single-glazed, ill-fitting sieves for heat. In winter, you could stand before one and feel the very cold radiating from the glass, like a physical force, a icy breath on your cheek even as the fire crackled yards away. The grand staircase, a centrepiece of theatrical design, was not a convenient route between floors. It was a stage for entrances and exits, its carved balusters and sweeping curves meant to be seen, not used with haste. The family, and certainly the servants, would use narrower, darker backstairs for the mundane business of daily life. This was a house of facades and performances, where the effortless grace depicted in portraits required a staggering amount of unseen, grueling effort to produce. The division within the house was not merely between rooms, but between worlds. Above and below stairs were not just phrases, they were concrete architectural realities. The family inhabited a realm of spacious, high-ceilinged rooms, connected by wide corridors meant for promenading. Their world was one of ornamentation, flocked wallpapers in deep ruby or sage green, cumbersome furniture swathed in buttoned velvet, cabinets groaning under the weight of porcelain curios. But behind the scenes, accessible only through plain doors disguised as wall panels or down steep, twisting staircases, lay the servants' domain. This was a parallel universe of stark functionality and relentless toil. Here the corridors were narrow and low, the walls painted a durable, cheerless brown or green. The rooms were small, often poorly ventilated, and frigid in winter. The kitchen, the throbbing heart of this underworld, was usually located in the basement or in a separate wing deliberately distanced to contain its smells, steam, and clamour. The house was designed so these two worlds could operate simultaneously, yet almost never intersect unintentionally. A guest could spend an evening in the drawing room, utterly unaware of the silent, hurried footsteps in the passage behind the wall, or the complex choreography taking place in the kitchen far below to ensure the soup arrived at the table still steaming. The mansion was a living organism with a highly nervous system, where the brain, the family and their parlours, was blissfully insulated from the straining muscles and sinews that kept it alive. Merely moving through this domestic landscape was an undertaking. Distances were enormous. To summon a servant from the kitchen to a third-floor bedroom might involve a journey of several minutes, up and down narrow service stairs. For the lady of the house, a simple afternoon routine, moving from her morning room to the library to the drawing room for tea, could feel like a tour of a damp, underheated museum. There was no concept of open-plan living. Instead, life was compartmentalized into a series of highly specialized, inflexible boxes. The dining room, with its monstrous table and somber sideboards, was for eating and nothing else. It stood cold and silent for 23 hours of the day. The drawing room, stiff and formal, was for receiving visitors. The library was a masculine sanctuary, smelling of leather and cigar smoke. Each room demanded its own behaviour, its own costume, its own minute social script. This rigid specialisation meant there was often no truly comfortable lived-in space. The family might, in practice, huddle for most of the day in a single, smaller, cosy room that was marginally easier to heat, while the majestic public rooms lay in chilly splendour, waiting for the next performance. The house, therefore, was not a home in the modern sense of a refuge for relaxed living. It was a corporate headquarters for the business of being wealthy, a public gallery for the display of taste, and a private prison of convention, all at once. And then there was the cold. It was the ever-present adversary, a subtle thief of warmth and vitality. The primary weapon against it, the fireplace, was a charmingly inefficient one. A roaring fire in the grate was a cheerful sight, its light dancing on polished brass and glittering cut glass. But its physics were cruel. The open hearth acted as a powerful draught, sucking warm air from the room and sending it racing up the chimney, while pulling icy air in through every ill-fitting window sash and keyhole to replace it. The result was a cruel microclimate. Your face and hands, turned towards the flames, could grow uncomfortably hot, even scorched, while your back, turned to the room, was pierced by a creeping damp chill. To move from the hearth was to step into a different element. A chair just 6 feet away might be inhabitable only with a shawl and a blanket. Chronic low-grade cold was a fact of life. People caught chills not from being outside, but from moving between rooms, from the constant shift from a pocket of intense heat to the general frigidity of the house. In the bedrooms, the cold took on a more personal, profound quality. Fireplaces there were often smaller and lit only for a short while before retiring. To go to bed was to slide between sheets that felt clammy to the touch. linen that held the damp of the air. You would lie there, listening to the wind moan in the chimney, feeling the cold seep up from the floorboards and in from the walls, a slow, patient siege against your body's warmth. The luxury of a hot water bottle, a ceramic or stoneware pig filled from the kettle, was a treasured mercy. A small, temporary sun you could clutch to your chest or press to your feet, its heat fading all too quickly into the hungry dark. The battle against darkness was equally constant and fraught. Before the widespread adoption of electric light towards the very end of the era, illumination was a fragile, dirty, and often dangerous affair. The Victorian interior, with its preference for deep colours, heavy fabrics, and dark wood, was inherently light-absorbent. Even at midday, rooms could be gloomy, corners dissolving into pools of shadow. As dusk fell, the struggle began. Candles were the old standard. Beeswax candles, clean and bright, were prohibitively expensive, reserved for the best rooms when company was expected. More commonly, tallow candles, made from rendered animal fat, sputtered and smoked, filling the air with a greasy, rancid odour and coating ceilings and furnishings with a sticky black film. Their light was meagre and unsteady, a tiny globe of yellow haze that pushed back the shadows only a few feet. Reading or doing needlework by candlelight was an exercise in patience and eye strain, bringing the work perilously close to the flame. Gaslight, introduced in the early 19th century, was heralded as a revolution. Its hissing, white-bright jets could transform a room, making evening entertainments truly brilliant. But gas was a capricious ally. It was terrifyingly dangerous. Leaks were common and could lead to asphyxiation or catastrophic explosions. The open flames, often adorned with delicate fabric or paper shades, were a perpetual fire hazard, licking at the voluminous curtains that draped every window. Furthermore, gas was filthy. When it burned, it released sulphur and other impurities, which settled as a fine abrasive soot on every surface. A room regularly lit by gas would require its walls and ceilings to be repainted or repapered far more frequently. The quality of the light itself was harsh and unforgiving, casting sharp, dramatic shadows and giving complexions a sickly pallor. It also consumed the oxygen in the room, leaving the air stale, heavy and headachy after a few hours. Thus, for all its brilliance, gaslight created its own set of problems, adding to the Sisyphean task of keeping the mansion clean and habitable. For most hours of most days, the vast house existed in a state of semi-darkness, a world of shifting gloom where the eye was constantly adjusting, and the simple pleasure of clear sight was a rare commodity. The journey of water within the mansion was a saga of sheer physical exertion, a hidden hydraulic system powered not by pumps alone, but by human muscle and sweat. Consider the simple act of washing one's face in the morning. If you were fortunate enough to occupy a bedroom on an upper floor, the water that filled your porcelain jug and basin began its life in a distant well or cistern. A junior servant, likely a scullery maid or a hall boy, would have drawn it bucket by heavy bucket. To heat it required the monolithic kitchen range, a cast-iron beast that devoured coal and radiated a formidable, dry heat. Here, in the steamy, bustling underworld of the kitchen, the water would be poured into vast copper kettles, waiting for the telltale shudder and whistle that signalled it was ready. Then the real journey began. A maid, her arms already tired from hours of prior work, would carefully pour the scalding water into a more manageable can. She would then begin her ascent, navigating the narrow, often unlit back staircases that wound their way through the house's core like stone arteries. Each step was a careful balancing act, a negotiation between haste and the very real danger of spilling her precious cargo, which would scald her legs and ruin the polished stairs. By the time she reached your bedroom door, the water in the can would have cooled from a boil to a mere warmth. She would pour it into the washstand jug, perhaps adding a sliver of cold water from a carafe to achieve a tolerable temperature. This entire arduous operation was for a single basin of water. The idea of a lavish bath was not a simple luxury. It was a major logistical event that could dominate the household's lower floor operations for an entire afternoon. The bath itself, when it occurred, was a ritual of exposure and vulnerability. There were no dedicated bathrooms in the early and mid-periods of the era. Instead, a portable tin or copper tub would be brought into the bedroom and placed before the fire, if one was lit. Protecting the precious carpets and floorboards from spills required layers of towels and sheets spread beneath it. Then the parade would begin, servants trudging up and down the stairs with cans and buckets of hot water, filling the tub to a modest, often lukewarm depth. To bathe was to be acutely aware of the effort expended on your behalf. The water cooled rapidly in the unheated room, and the entire process from set-up to the laborious bailing and carrying away of the used water was a spectacle of inconvenience. Privacy was a theoretical concept. Servants came and went, and the bather was a stationary island in a sea of directed activity. Small wonder that full immersion was a weekly or even fortnightly event for many, with daily hygiene relying on the aforementioned basin and a flannel. The body, in such a world, was never truly freely clean in the way we now understand it. It was sponged, dabbed and powdered, a careful maintenance performed within the tight constraints of resources and effort. This intricate, burdensome relationship with water extended to the most private of functions. The flush toilet, or water closet, was a marvel of the age, but its adoption was slow, fraught with technical failures, and limited to the wealthiest of homes. For a long time, and even alongside early plumbing, the chamber pot reigned supreme. It was a humble, essential object, kept in a nightstand or a dedicated cupboard called a commode. Every bedroom had one, from the grandest master suite to the cramped attic quarters of the maids. Its daily service was one of the most intimate and unglamorous duties of the housemaid's round. In the quiet grey light of dawn, she would enter the sleeping rooms, discreetly remove the pot and empty it either into a slop sink in the servants' quarters, or in less advanced dwellings, dispose of it in an outdoor necessary house. The pots themselves had to be scoured and aired. It was a task that spoke volumes about the nature of Victorian life, a veneer of exquisite refinement built upon a foundation of inescapable mundane reality, handled by an army of unseen hands. The very air of the house, for all the potpourri and scent jars, carried a faint persistent undertone of this reality, a whisper of ammonia and carbolic that no amount of beeswax or lavender could entirely erase. And so we come to the true engine of this vast creaking machine, the servants. They were not merely employees, they were the living, breathing infrastructure of the mansion. Without their ceaseless, regimented activity, the entire edifice, social, physical, domestic, would have collapsed into cold, dark, filthy chaos within a day. Their world, below stairs, operated on a military hierarchy as rigid and complex as that of the aristocracy they served. At its apex stood the butler and the housekeeper, the lords and ladies of this shadow domain. The butler in his tailcoat was the major domo, guardian of the wine cellar, the silver vault and the family's public dignity. The housekeeper, keys jangling at her waist, commanded the female staff and the labyrinth of linen closets and storerooms. They were managers, administrators and diplomats mediating between the family's whims and the household's capacity. Beneath them stretched a detailed chain of command. The footmen were the public face of service, tall, presentable young men whose primary role was to be seen. They served at table, answered the front door, and escorted carriages, their powdered hair and neat liveries extensions of the family's own display. The cook, often a formidable artist of her craft, ruled the kitchen like a sovereign answerable only to the housekeeper or the lady of the house. Then came the ranks of housemaids, kitchen maids, scullery maids and hall boys. Theirs was the world of physical grind. The housemaid's day began in the pre-dawn dark, cleaning grates and laying fires so the family might wake to warmth. She then faced an endless round of sweeping, dusting, polishing and making beds. A scullery maid spent her hours in a damp, steamy purgatory, up to her elbows in greasy water, scrubbing pots and pans, her hands red and raw. Their labour was repetitive, physically demanding, and performed under strict, often silent discipline. Communication in this stratified world was mechanical and imperative. The bell system, in every principal room, a pull cord hung by the fireplace or near the door. A tug on it would activate a corresponding bell, which would jangle on a large numbered panel in the servants' hall or kitchen. Each bell had a distinctive sound or was labelled drawing room, master bedroom, library. That sudden, insistent ring was a command that could not be ignored. It would send a servant, often at a near run through the back corridors, to answer the summons, no matter how trivial. This system turned the house into a vast organic being, its nerves ending in those bell pulls, its reactions instantaneous and silent. A guest ringing for more coal was utterly unaware of the flurry of motion they triggered in the distant hidden reaches of the home. The servants lived in a state of perpetual readiness, their time and bodies not their own. Their own quarters were Spartan, small, cold rooms in the attic for the women, often sharing beds, Spartan chambers near the stables or cellars for the men. Their world was one of functional hardship, a necessary antithesis to the ornate comfort they maintained just a floor below. Let us now ascend from the subterranean realms of labour and return to the glittering high-ceilinged world of the family, a world governed not by the clang of bells, but by the silent, inexorable pressure of social law. Life above stairs was a performance of equal rigour, its scripts written in etiquette books and enforced by the collective, unblinking eye of society. Comfort, once again, was frequently the casualty of correctness. Every hour of the day, from dawn until long after dusk, followed a prescribed pattern, a minuet of manners where a single misstep could reverberate through drawing rooms for weeks. Consider the morning not as a time of leisurely ease, but as the opening act of a daily play. The lady of the house, having breakfasted in her room or in a small breakfast parlour, would transition to the morning room. This was often a slightly less formal space, perhaps facing east to catch the forgiving light. Here, she would assume her role as chief executive of the domestic enterprise. The housekeeper would arrive, a ledger in hand, to present the day's accounts, discuss menus, and report on stores. The cook might be summoned for consultation on the dinner party. This was the lady's work, a management task requiring keen attention to detail and budget, for the reputations of households were broken or made on the quality of their table and the smoothness of their management. It was a paradox. Surrounded by luxury and service, her life was nonetheless circumscribed by duty and accountability. Her freedom was an illusion woven from 1,000 threads of responsibility. The afternoon belonged to the intricate ballet of social calls. This was not casual visiting. It was a tightly coded system of reconnaissance and display. Ladies would don their calling costumes, elaborate ensembles suitable for carriage travel and brief indoor appearances, and set out with a stack of engraved visiting cards. Upon arrival at another mansion, the footman would present her card on a silver tray. If the lady of that house was at home and willing to receive, the visitor would be ushered in for precisely 15 to 20 minutes of polite circular conversation. Topics were carefully vetted. The weather, mutual acquaintances in the most flattering terms, perhaps a discreet compliment on the room's decor. Politics, money, scandal, or any subject of real substance was strictly forbidden. It was an exercise in social fingerprinting, a way to maintain alliances, assess rivals, and broadcast one's own continued relevance in the ever-shifting landscape of prestige. The ringing of the doorbell, the rustle of silk in the hall, the clink of fine china for tea, these were the sounds of a social machine perpetually in motion, grinding out the raw material of status. But the true theatre, the grandest and most perilous performance, was the dinner party. This was where wealth, taste, and social mastery were put on trial. Preparations began days in advance. The menu was a strategic document, each course designed to impress and outdo. The seating plan around the massive mahogany table was a diplomatic puzzle of the highest order. Precedence, title, family connections, and current social favour had to be balanced with a tactician's skill. Placing a baronet above a knight or a wealthy industrialist's wife below a poor but well-born earl's daughter could ignite feuds. The table itself was a glittering battlefield, a forest of crystal glasses for different wines, a bewildering array of silver cutlery laid with geometric precision, epergnes overflowing with hothouse flowers and exotic fruits. Guests had to navigate this landscape flawlessly, knowing which fork to use for the fish, which glass held the sherry, how to eat asparagus silently without the dedicated silver implement. Conversation was yet another minefield. It was expected to be light, witty, and universally agreeable. The din of voices had to be a pleasant hum, never a roar. Stories were to be amusing, not lengthy. Opinions gentle, not forceful. Laughter should be delicate, not boisterous. The pressure on the hostess to orchestrate this symphony of pleasantry was immense. A lull in talk, a guest who drank too much, a dish that arrived cold, any of these could be construed as a failure of her stewardship. Meanwhile, an army of footmen moved with ghostly synchrony, serving and clearing under the butler's watchful eye. Their presence required to be both omnipresent and invisible. For the participants, it was less a meal and more a 3-hour examination in poise and pedigree, ending with the ritual segregation of the sexes, the gentlemen remaining with the port and cigars in the dining room, the ladies retreating to the drawing room for coffee and more subdued talk, until the groups reunited for music or cards. One emerged from such an evening not satiated and relaxed, but drained from the sustained effort of performance. The tyranny of specialized spaces extended this performative quality into every corner of domestic life. Each room was a stage set for a specific scene. The drawing room, with its delicate chairs arranged in conversational clusters, was for formal receptions. The library, smelling of leather and masculine solitude, was the master's sanctum for business and retreat. The billiard room was an exclusively male preserve, often thick with tobacco smoke and the quiet clack of ivory balls, a world from which ladies were utterly excluded. This compartmentalization meant there was seldom a place for genuine, unstructured relaxation. A family did not lounge. They sat properly in appointed rooms. Even marital intimacy was architecturally discouraged in the grandest homes, where husband and wife often had separate, adjoining bedrooms and dressing rooms, their union formalized by connecting doors but their private lives physically divided. The house, in its very layout, enforced a formality that seeped into the bones, making the simple, sprawling comfort of a shared family room an alien concept. Life was lived in a series of elegant, chilly boxes, moving from one to the next according to the clock and the calendar of etiquette. Beneath this glittering surface of rules and rituals ran a constant, silent undercurrent of anxiety, the fear of exposure, of slippage. For the nouveau riche, the family who had acquired wealth through trade or industry, the mansion was a desperate tool for assimilation, a crash course in a culture they were perpetually afraid of failing. Every unfamiliar piece of silver, every moment of uncertainty about which spoon to use, was a potential betrayal of their origins. For the established aristocracy, the anxiety was of a different sort, the terror of diminishing resources, of being unable to maintain the sheer scale of performance required, the weight of inherited tapestries, the echoing emptiness of underused ballrooms, the relentless demands of an estate. These were the burdens of legacy. The mansion, for all its solid stone, was a precarious entity. Its existence was a high-wire act balanced over a chasm of financial ruin and social oblivion. The chill in the air, then, was not merely physical. It was the cold breath of perpetual scrutiny, the fear that the magnificent backdrop might one day be revealed as just that, a backdrop, with nothing left to play for. Let us shift our gaze from the rigid parlour to a different, more fundamental struggle, one that was ceaseless and ultimately unwinnable. It was a war waged in the very pile of the carpets, in the shadow of every carved leaf, within the deep folds of the heavy drapes. This was the war against dirt. In the Victorian mansion, cleanliness was not a simple state of being. It was a fragile, hard-won illusion, maintained only through an exhausting daily campaign against an omnipresent enemy. The primary adversary was soot. It was the ghost of every comfort, the price paid for warmth and light. It spewed from coal fires and hissed from gas jets, a fine, greasy black particulate that drifted on every current of air. It settled with a patient, relentless insistence. Within hours of a thorough cleaning, a faint grey film would begin to coat the polished surface of a mahogany table. It dulled the colours of expensive wallpapers, turning vibrant crimsons and blues into muted, sombre hues. It clung to the intricate plasterwork of ceilings, gathering in the curls of acanthus leaves and the corners of cornices until they appeared traced in charcoal. This was not the honest dirt of the outdoors tracked in on boots. It was an atmospheric condition of the indoor world, a perpetual, smudgy twilight that no amount of sunlight could fully dispel. The era's celebrated aesthetic only multiplied the challenge. Victorian decor was a festival of texture and accumulation. Rooms were filled with what one contemporary critic called stuffed, buttoned, padded, and festooned objects. Thick, multi-layered curtains, often of plush velvet or chenille, cascaded from ornate poles. They were not mere window coverings, but statements of opulence, and their deep folds were perfect traps for dust. Upholstered furniture, swollen with horsehair and down, was covered in tapestry or more velvet. Fabrics that clung to every particle. Every surface was adorned. Tables bore forests of figurines. Shelves were crammed with books and curios. Mantels were laden with clocks, vases, and framed miniatures. Each object, each scallop of fringe, each tassel was a fortress for grime. Cleaning was not a matter of wiping smooth surfaces. It was an act of archaeology, requiring tools to dig into crevices and dislodge the settled past. The technology available for this war was medieval in the face of such an industrial-scale problem. The vacuum cleaner was a dream of the future. Instead, the arsenal consisted of brushes, brooms, dusters, and human knees. A housemaid's morning began with the hearth, clearing the cold ashes, blacking the grate, laying new paper and kindling. Then she would turn to the room itself. She would get down on her hands and knees, a painful posture enforced by tradition, to sweep the vast carpets with a hard bristled brush, working the dust into a pan. Several times a year these carpets, which could weigh hundreds of pounds, would be dragged out by a team of servants into the garden, hung over taut lines, and beaten with carpet beaters until clouds of dust erupted, a ritual that left the beaters coughing and the carpets temporarily, faintly revived. Dusting was a meticulous, endless chore. Feather dusters merely redistributed the soot from high shelves to lower ones. More effective and back-breaking was the practice of wiping every single object with a damp cloth. Ornaments had to be lifted, cleaned beneath, and replaced with exacting care. Silver had to be regularly polished with foul-smelling pastes to prevent tarnish. The windows, those great sheets of glass, demanded vinegar and newspaper to achieve a streakless shine, a terrifying exercise in balance when dealing with upper-story sashes. The air itself was often thick with the disturbed dust of the maids' labours, motes dancing in the thin sunlight before settling once more. And then there were the corners of the house where this battle was lost by default. The servants' quarters were kept clean but with a brutal functional simplicity. The real forgotten realms were the less trafficked family spaces, the unused guest rooms, the distant billiard room, the vast attics stuffed with discarded furniture and trunks. Here, dust lay thick and undisturbed, a soft grey blanket over the relics of past fashions and lives. In these spaces, one could palpably feel the mansion's immense silent consumption of effort. The gleaming, orderly rooms presented to guests were but a small, fiercely defended salient in a much larger, slowly surrendering territory of neglect. The house was always, in some chamber or corridor, decaying back into dust. The grand illusion of pristine order was therefore a profound kind of fraud, sustained only by diverting the relentless entropy from the most visible spaces to the invisible ones, and by the bowed backs and raw hands of those for whom the war was a literal daily reality. The psychological weight of this endless maintenance fell most heavily on the woman of the house. While she did not wield the brush, she bore the responsibility for the outcome. A dusty corner, a tarnished candlestick, a curtain with a faded line where the sun had struck it. These were not mere oversights. They were read by visitors as direct reflections of her character. A lack of vigilance, poor management, a failure in her fundamental duty. Her reputation was woven into the cleanliness of her draperies. The pressure to present a home that was not just beautiful but immaculate created a low hum of anxiety that underpinned even her most leisurely moments. She could never fully relax in a room without unconsciously scanning it for flaws, for the telltale signs that her army of helpers was faltering, that the ever-present grime was gaining ground. The mansion, in its demand for spotlessness, became a gilded cage where the keeper was as much a prisoner as anyone, judged by the very environment she curated but could never fully control. Now, let us pull aside the heavy velvet curtain that separates the spectacle from its source and step fully into the engine room. For the intricate performance of Victorian upper-class life was entirely dependent upon a parallel society operating within the same walls, a world governed by its own brutal hierarchy, unspoken laws, and relentless labour. This was the domain of the servants, a caste system as rigid as any in the empire, whose members were the living, breathing cogs in the great machine of the mansion. The structure was pyramidal and absolute. At its apex stood the butler and the housekeeper, the monarchs of this shadow court. The butler, in his impeccable tailcoat, was more than a head servant. He was a major domo, a diplomat, and a keeper of secrets. His realm was the wine cellar, a cool, silent vault where vintages were catalogued with scholarly precision. His charge was the family silver, its display and its safety, its gleam a direct reflection of his diligence. He orchestrated the male staff with a quiet authority, his demeanour a perfect blend of deference and unassailable command. The housekeeper, her chatelaine of keys symbolising her authority over every locked storeroom and linen press, ruled the female staff. She was the ultimate housekeeper in the literal sense, responsible for an inventory that could include hundreds of sheets, towels, and tablecloths, each counted and tracked in her ledgers. These two figures met with the lady of the house in the morning, their reports given with the gravity of ministers to a queen. They enjoyed a rare privilege, a measure of privacy, a small sitting room of their own, and a status that placed them in a nebulous zone between the family they served and the staff they commanded. Beneath them, the hierarchy fanned out into specialised branches. The valet and the lady's maid occupied unique positions of intimate trust. The valet was the master's shadow, responsible for his wardrobe, his shave, his personal effects. He was a confidant, a keeper of minor secrets, and needed a keen understanding of fashion and grooming. The lady's maid was similarly crucial to her mistress, styling her complex hair, mending her delicate garments, and attending to her personal needs. These roles required a subtlety and discretion above that of other servants, and they often engendered a fierce possessive loyalty. Next came the footman, the public face of domestic service. Chosen for their height, posture, and presentable looks, they were living decor. Their primary function was to be seen, opening doors, announcing guests, serving at table with a silent, gliding efficiency. In livery, they were extensions of the family's public grandeur. Then came the rank and file, the true labourers upon whose shoulders the physical weight of the house rested. The housemaids, young women whose days began before dawn, were responsible for the Herculean task of cleaning the principal rooms. A senior housemaid might have charge of the drawing rooms and libraries while a team of younger girls tackled the bedrooms, hauling water, emptying chamber pots, and beating dust from carpets. The kitchen, a world unto itself, had its own hierarchy beneath the cook, a figure of immense power and often volatile temperament. Kitchen maids chopped, stirred, and scoured under her steely gaze, while the lowest of all, the scullery maid, spent her days in a perpetual state of dampness, up to her elbows in greasy water, scrubbing the mountain of pots and pans that issued from the range. Her hands were perpetually red, her back perpetually aching. In the stables and grounds, a separate male hierarchy existed, from the head coachman down to the grooms and garden boys. Their lives were a testament to discipline and deprivation. A servant's day could stretch from 5 a.m., with the laying of fires and the heating of water, until 10 or 11 p.m., after the family had retired and the last glasses were washed. They slept in sparse, often shared attic rooms, cold in winter, stifling in summer, furnished with little more than an iron bedstead and a washstand. Their meals, taken in the servants' hall, were plain and starchy. Bread, potatoes, stews made from cheaper cuts of meat. Privacy was non-existent. Their movements and even their conversations were subject to the scrutiny of the butler or housekeeper. They were granted one afternoon off a week, and perhaps a Sunday evening to themselves, a fleeting taste of a life beyond the walls. Communication between these two worlds was mediated by technology and ritual. The bellboard, with its labelled circles and coiled springs, was the nervous system of the house. A pull in the drawing room would send a corresponding bell jangling in the basement, its sound dictating an immediate obedient response. But beyond this mechanical summons, a complex language of silence and observation governed the servants' conduct. They were to be invisible, melting into the woodwork when not actively needed. Conversations were to be hushed, footsteps muffled. A good servant anticipated needs before the bell was rung, noting a low fire, an empty coal scuttle, a guest glancing look toward a teacup. This state of hypervigilance was exhausting, and mental labour added to the physical. Their success was measured by their absence, their failure highlighted by their necessary presence. The psychological landscape of service was one of profound contradiction. There was pride in skilled work. A perfectly laid table, a expertly turned down bed, a flawlessly polished floor. There could be genuine loyalty and even affection within particularly long-standing relationships. Yet, this coexisted with a grinding awareness of one's own perceived inferiority. Servants were addressed by their first names, while they used formal titles for the children of the house. Their personal lives were subsumed. Their families, their hopes, their romances, all had to be concealed or conducted in the scant hours of freedom. The grandeur they maintained was a world they could observe in minute detail but could never inhabit. They handled priceless china but ate from plain white ware. They stoked fires in magnificent grates only to return to a chilly attic. This intimate knowledge of luxury, paired with its absolute denial, bred a unique form of resentment, often silent, sometimes expressed in the subtle misplacement of a prized item or the deliberate slowing of a requested task. The mansion, therefore, was not just a site of labour, but a pressure cooker of suppressed emotions and rigidly enforced social distance, where two societies lived in close, symbiotic, and often deeply strained proximity. This ceaseless machinery of service existed to sustain a world above stairs that was, in its own way, just as rigidly choreographed. For the family residing in the mansion, life was not a narrative of free will and spontaneous comfort, but a meticulously scored piece of music where every note, every rest, was dictated by the metronome of convention. Their days were not lived so much as performed, with the house itself serving as a series of elaborate specialised stages. The tyranny of time was absolute. The day did not begin with the natural waking of the body, but with the arrival of a maid drawing curtains and delivering hot water at an hour deemed socially correct. Breakfast, often taken in a small intimate parlour or even in one's bedroom, was a comparatively informal affair, yet still bound by rules of dress and deportment. For the lady of the house, the morning hours that followed were not leisure. They were a shift of administrative labour. Seated in her morning room, she would hold court with her domestic commanders. The housekeeper would present accounts, the cook would submit menus for approval, the butler might report on silver needing repair or wine to be ordered. This was the woman's professional sphere, her management of a complex commercial enterprise whose product was domestic bliss and social credibility. A miscalculation in the household budget, a poorly planned dinner, a lapse in linen supplies. These were professional failures that would be judged harshly by her peers. Her role was that of a chief executive officer, her boardroom draped in chintz and flooded with pale morning light. The afternoon ushered in the ritual of social calls, a subtle and nerve-wracking form of non-verbal warfare. This was not friendly visitation, it was a strategic exercise in reconnaissance and display. Ladies would embark in carriages clad in specific carriage dresses or walking costumes, armed with a stock of engraved calling cards. The protocol was precise. Upon arrival, a footman would present her card. If the lady of the targeted house was at home and willing to receive, the visitor would be admitted for a strictly allotted 15 to 20 minutes. Conversation was a delicate minuet around pre-approved subjects, the health of mutual acquaintances, the vagaries of the weather, the latest lecture or exhibition. Substantive topics, politics, finance, scandal, were strictly taboo. The real communication happened in the glances assessing the room's furnishings, the silent appraisal of the other's costume, the subtle inflections of voice. A call was a social sonar ping, mapping alliances, detecting slights, and broadcasting one's own continued presence on the map of influence. The air in these drawing rooms, for all the polite laughter and clinking teacups, thrummed with unspoken assessment. The pinnacle of this performative life was the dinner party, a multi-hour ordeal that tested the hostess's logistical prowess and the guest's mastery of an arcane social code. Planning began days, sometimes weeks, in advance. The menu was a tactical document, each course designed to showcase wealth, culinary access, and aesthetic sensibility. The seating arrangement was a diplomatic puzzle of immense sensitivity, where rank, title, family connections, and current favour had to be balanced with the skill of a chess grandmaster. A single error in placement could spawn a feud that would linger for seasons. The table itself was a glittering, intimidating battlefield. A bewildering array of cutlery flanked each plate, each piece with a designated purpose. Glasses for sherry, claret, hock, and champagne stood in precise formation. Guests navigated this minefield with practiced care, their confidence or lack thereof silently noted by all. Conversation was another performance, required to be light, witty, and universally agreeable. The sound in the room was meant to be a civilized murmur, a symphony of pleasantries with no discordant notes of genuine debate or controversy. For the hostess, the evening was an exercise in controlled anxiety, a smile fixed while her eyes darted to ensure the footmen moved like silent ghosts, that no wineglass remained empty, that no conversational lull stretched too long. The reward for success was not relaxation, but the mere absence of disaster. The evening culminated in the ritual segregation of the sexes, the men remaining with port, cigars, and perhaps slightly looser talk in the dining room, the women retreating to the drawing room for coffee and restrained conversation, a physical manifestation of the era's divided social spheres. This performative existence was mirrored and reinforced by the architecture of the home itself. Rooms were not multi-purpose living spaces, but highly specialised stage sets. The drawing room was for formal reception. The library, a masculine sanctum of leather and learned silence, was for retreat and business. The billiard room was an exclusively male club, thick with tobacco smoke and the click of ivory balls, off limits to ladies. The morning room was for feminine management and casual family gatherings. This compartmentalisation meant there was seldom a space for genuine, unscripted repose. One did not lounge in a drawing room. One sat upright on a spindly chair. Comfort was sacrificed to correctness, intimacy to ceremony. Even the marital relationship was often architecturally divided, with separate bedrooms and dressing rooms for husband and wife. Their union formalised by a connecting door, but their private worlds physically distinct. The mansion, therefore, taught its inhabitants how to behave through its very layout, training them in a life of graceful, isolated compartmentalisation. Underpinning all this glittering performance was a deep, abiding anxiety, the fear of exposure. For the newly wealthy, the industrialist or merchant's family, the mansion was a colossal tuition fee paid to the school of aristocracy. Every unfamiliar piece of cutlery, every moment of hesitation before a liveried servant, was a potential betrayal of their origins. Their lives were a precarious pantomime, a constant fear of being found wanting, of hearing the dreaded whisper of nouveau riche. For the established gentry and aristocracy, the anxiety was of a different, more existential kind, the terror of erosion. The weight of ancestral portraits judged them. The echoing ballroom demanded a fortune to heat for a party that might not impress. The relentless drain of maintaining land, staff, and appearances against a changing economic world created a constant, low-grade dread of diminishment. The cold in the grand halls, then, was more than physical. It was the chill of perpetual judgment, the icy fear that the magnificent stage might one day be revealed as just a set, and the performance concluded for lack of an audience or the means to continue. But beyond the intricate social ballet and the relentless domestic toil, the Victorian mansion was also an organism with more basic, equally demanding physical needs. Its appetite was voracious, its digestion imperfect, and its byproducts were a constant, often malodorous presence. To understand the true nature of life within these walls, one must confront the less glamorous realities of water, waste, and the fragile mechanisms that attempted to manage them. Water, the source of all cleanliness and hydration, was not a given. In the earlier part of the era, and in many houses throughout it, the familiar modern miracle of instant piped water was absent. For the grand mansion, this meant that a fundamental element of life became a logistical operation of staggering proportions. Water had to be sourced, often from a private well or a cistern collecting rainwater. It then had to be raised and distributed, a task that fell to the lowest ranks of the male servants. The image of a hall boy or a pair of scullery maids hauling heavy wooden buckets up from the basement pump, their arms straining, water sloshing onto the stone floors, was a commonplace of the morning routine. This water was for everything: cooking, cleaning, the scant washing of the family, and the even scanter washing of the staff. The advent of more sophisticated hydraulic systems, with hand-powered or later steam-powered pumps filling attic tanks, was a revolution. Yet even this modern convenience had its limitations. The pressure was often feeble. The taps, few and far between, might deliver a thin, spluttering stream. Hot water was another realm of difficulty entirely. Its primary source was the massive kitchen range, a captive boiler within its iron bulk. To obtain hot water for a bath anywhere else in the house required a monumental effort. The celebrated ritual of the bath involved a procession of servants. A portable tub would be placed before a bedroom fire if one was lit. Then, a chain of maids or footmen would ascend the back stairs, carrying cans of heated water from the distant kitchen. The journey was long, and the water cooled rapidly, so the bath was often a lukewarm, hurried affair. Afterward, the same laborious process in reverse. The slopping, heavy cans of used water carried down to be disposed of. The sheer physical exertion involved made personal immersion a weekly or fortnightly event for many, a stark contrast to the modern ideal of daily hygiene. The body, in this context, was maintained through sponge baths from a basin, a compromise between necessity and the immense labour required for anything more thorough. The management of human waste was a parallel challenge, one that modern sensibilities find particularly jarring. The flush toilet, or water closet, was a late-century innovation and a potent status symbol, but its installation was complex, prone to freezing and leaks, and limited to the wealthiest and most modern homes. Far more common was the enduring reign of the chamber pot. These ceramic or porcelain vessels, discreetly stored in a cupboard or under the bed, were universal, present in the grand four-poster beds of the master suite and the humble cots in the attic. Their servicing was one of the most intimate and unspoken duties of the housemaid's day. In the cold quiet of the morning, she would enter sleeping chambers, retrieve the pots and empty them, either into slop sinks in the servants' quarters, or in less advanced setups into a cesspit or midden in the garden. The pots then had to be scalded and aired. Despite the lavender-scented porcelain and the decorative screens, the reality was inescapable. The very architecture of the house was permeated by this cycle, with back staircases and rear corridors designed for the discreet removal of night soil. The air, for all the potpourri and burning pastils, carried a persistent faint undertone, a baseline olfactory reminder of the biological reality of dozens of humans living in close quarters, a reality that all the brocade and gilt could not completely mask. This intimate dance with fundamental necessities created a peculiar psychological space. For the family, there was a willful, cultivated ignorance. The mechanisms that removed their waste, that brought them hot water, were meant to be invisible. A well-run house ensured they never had to think about it. For the servants, it was a constant, grounding immersion in the raw physicality of life. They handled the clean water and the dirty, the fresh linen and the soiled. Theirs was a world of textures and smells from which the family was insulated. This created a profound, unbridgeable experiential divide. The mistress of the house might fret over the scent of the drawing-room roses, while the maid who emptied the chamber pots lived with a more pungent stratum of reality. The mansion, therefore, fostered a double consciousness, an upper world of refined abstraction and a lower world of unvarnished physicality, both existing in tense symbiotic proximity. The final, and perhaps most poignant struggle was against a far more insidious enemy than soot or waste. It was the struggle against silence and isolation. For all its teeming population, a Victorian mansion could be a profoundly lonely place. Its scale and specialisation meant inhabitants were often scattered. The master in his library, the mistress in her morning room, the children in the nursery wing with their governess. They might not see each other for hours. The rooms themselves, with their high ceilings and heavy furnishings, absorbed sound. A person could feel small and adrift in the grandeur they were meant to command. The writer Edith Wharton, who grew up in such a world, later described the deadly silence of the well-appointed house, a silence that pressed upon the spirit. For the lady of the house, this isolation was particularly acute. Her role was largely managerial and ceremonial. Once the morning meetings were concluded and the social calls completed, she might be left with long, empty hours. Embroidery, letter writing, reading, these were the approved fillers for the void. But the mind, unoccupied by true intellectual or professional challenge, could turn in on itself. The vapours, nervous complaints, and a general languor diagnosed by doctors of the age were, in many cases, the pathologies of a circumscribed existence. The mansion, for all its protection, could become a gilded cage, its very spaciousness a form of confinement. The individual was dwarfed by the dynasty, the person submerged in the performance. In the quiet of the afternoon, with only the distant muffled sounds of servants at work, one could feel not like the owner of the house, but merely its current temporary occupant, a ghost awaiting the next social event to give substance to the day. Thus, the Victorian mansion presented a supreme paradox. It was a monument to human achievement, to social order, and to material wealth. Yet, within its walls, the most basic human needs for warmth, for light, for true cleanliness, for effortless hydration, for simple, unmediated companionship, were met with immense difficulty, if they were met at all. It was a world where the highest refinements were built upon a foundation of grueling labour, and where the grandest illusions of comfort masked a daily reality of pervasive, accepted discomfort. It stood as a testament not to how people lived, but to what they were willing to endure, and what they were willing to make others endure, for the sake of an idea, the idea of their own place in a rigid, glittering and immovable social firmament. To truly grasp the texture of life in the Victorian mansion, one must also consider those who grew up within its echoing confines, the children. Their existence was a peculiar blend of privilege and profound separation, a childhood mediated by strict rules, physical distance, and a rotating cast of hired guardians. They inhabited a world parallel to that of their parents, a realm of nurseries, schoolrooms, and gardens, often feeling more like distant, well-cared-for relatives than integral members of the family core. The nursery wing, typically located on an upper floor, was a sovereign state with its own laws and customs. Here, authority resided not with the mother, but with the nanny and later the governess. The nanny, often a figure of immense unquestioned power within her small domain, oversaw the infants and younger children. Her charge was their physical well-being, feeding, bathing, dressing, and enforcing early discipline. A good nanny inspired a mix of devotion and fear. She was the constant, sometimes stern presence of their earliest memories. As children grew, a governess would take over their intellectual and moral instruction. She was a more complex social figure, educated yet not an equal, a lady in reduced circumstances. Her task was to instill in her young charges, especially the girls, the accomplishments deemed suitable: French, drawing, piano, watercolours, embroidery, and a thorough grounding in scripture and decorum. For boys, a tutor might prepare them for the eventual transition to boarding school, drilling them in Latin, mathematics, and history. Contact with parents was formalised and infrequent. Young children might be brought down, scrubbed and dressed in their best, to the drawing room for an hour before dinner, a ritual known as seeing the parents. This was not a time for rambunctious play or casual affection, but for demure displays of good behaviour. The father, in particular, could be a remote or inspiring figure. He might quiz his sons on their lessons or pat his daughters on the head, but the easy intimacy of a modern family was conspicuously absent. The emotional landscape of the aristocratic child was therefore shaped by absence and performance. Love was expressed through the provision of care and material goods, rather than through physical or emotional spontaneity. They learned early that their value was tied to their ability to conform, to be presentable, to embody the family's future promise. The mansion itself was both their playground and their prison. On rainy days, the long carpeted corridors might become racetracks for toy horses, and the vast, seldom-used attics, filled with discarded furniture and trunks, were perfect for games of hide-and-seek. Yet, there were always forbidden zones. The formal drawing rooms with their perilous bric-a-brac, the master's library, the billiard room. Their world was a series of permissions and prohibitions. The gardens offered a freer expanse, but even there, play was observed and often directed by a nursemaid. The sheer scale of their home could be lonely. A child sent to bed might listen to the faint, ghostly sounds of a dinner party several floors below, the murmur of voices, the distant clatter of dishes, a world of sophisticated adult life from which they were utterly excluded, a reminder that the true heart of the house beat in rhythms they did not yet understand. For the children of servants, growing up in the same physical structure but in a different universe, the experience was starkly different. If they lived in, they were confined to the servants' quarters and the backyard. Their play was amidst the practical, gritty backdrop of the working house. The cobbled stable yards, the laundry drying grounds, the kitchens. They understood the mechanics of the mansion from the ground up, seeing the coal delivered, the vegetables scrubbed, the boots polished. Their future was often preordained. Boys would become hall boys or grooms, girls would enter service as scullery or kitchen maids. Their childhood was shorter, their education practical and minimal, their integration into the workforce a matter of economic necessity, not social training. 2 childhoods, therefore, unfolded under one roof, one groomed for command, the other for obedience, both shaped by the unyielding architecture of class. Simultaneously, the late Victorian era was one of creeping, disruptive technological change that began to subtly undermine the very foundations of this way of life. The mansion, a fortress of tradition, found itself besieged by the gadgets and systems of the modern age. Electricity was the most revolutionary invader. The first electric lights, installed in the boldest and wealthiest homes in the 1880s and 1890s, were a marvel. They banished the flicker and soot of gas and candles with a steady, brilliant, and eerieless glow. Reading in the evening no longer strained the eyes, the danger of fire from overturned lamps diminished, yet this clean, silent power was initially viewed with suspicion. The wiring was intrusive, snaking behind newly damaged walls. The light was considered harsh and unflattering, compared to the warm, forgiving glow of candles. Some hosts, clinging to the old aesthetic, insisted on using candlelight for dinner parties long after electric sconces were installed, preferring the romantic, shadowy drama of the past to the clinical clarity of the future. Central heating in the form of rudimentary steam or hot water systems began to challenge the tyranny of the fireplace. Vents and radiators promised a more even, pervasive warmth. No longer would one side of a room be tropical while the other was arctic. The psychological impact was profound. The hearth, for millennia the literal and symbolic heart of the home, began to lose its primal hold. With heat emanating silently from a grill in the wall, the ritual of gathering around the fire, of tending to it, of reading its moods, started to fade. The new heat was impersonal, democratic, and efficient. It threatened not just comfort but a deep-seated social and emotional ritual. Other inventions subtly eroded the rationale for the servant army. The manual vacuum cleaner, introduced in the early 1900s, was a backsaver for housemaids, but it also meant that one maid could now clean carpets in a fraction of the time. Gas-fired water heaters began to provide hot water on demand, nullifying the endless procession of cans from kitchen to bath. The telephone, though rare in homes at first, would eventually allow the mistress to communicate with shops and tradesmen directly, bypassing a chain of command. Each of these innovations promised a slight reduction in drudgery, but also a slight reduction in the absolute necessity of human labour. The economic equation of the mansion was being silently rewritten. The edifice was built on the premise of cheap, abundant, and obedient manpower. As technology provided alternatives and as social changes made that manpower more expensive and less willing, the foundations began to crack. This period, therefore, was one of strange juxtaposition. A house might have electric buzzers next to the old bell pulls, a telephone in the hall beneath a portrait of an ancestor in ruffles, a gleaming radiator standing beside an ornate marble fireplace that was now rarely used. The mansion was in transition, caught between two ages. It still demanded the old performances, the old hierarchies, but the tools and the social contract that sustained them were slipping away. The inhabitants lived in a kind of double vision, navigating the formal rituals of the past while tentatively, and often awkwardly, engaging with the conveniences of a future that would ultimately render their entire way of life obsolete. The mansion, that formidable edifice of stone and tradition, stood as a bulwark against change. Yet the tides of the late 19th and early 20th centuries were not merely lapping at its foundations. They were rising in a decisive flood that would first isolate, then inundate, and finally sweep away the entire social and economic model it represented. Its demise was not a sudden collapse, but a slow, relentless leaching away of the very resources, human and financial, that gave it life. The First World War was not the cause of this decline, but the catastrophic accelerator that rendered a gradual decay suddenly, starkly irreversible. Consider the human engine first. The war mobilized a generation. Young footmen, grooms, gardeners and hall boys, the very backbone of the service class, exchanged their liveries for khaki and marched away to the trenches. A staggering number never returned. Those who did were often broken in body or spirit, unwilling or unable to slip back into the pre-war posture of silent subservience. They had seen a different world, faced a different kind of authority, and experienced a terrifying but potent form of camaraderie. The idea of returning to a life defined by bells and back stairs, of standing motionless for hours by a dining room door, now felt not just tedious, but absurdly anachronistic. The psychological contract of service had been shattered on the battlefields of the Somme and Passchendaele. Simultaneously, the war unlocked a new world for women. With men away, women flooded into roles previously unthinkable. Munition factories, offices, public transport, and farm labour. They earned their own wages, managed their own time, and experienced a heady taste of independence and purpose. When peace came, a vast number of these women, particularly those from the lower and middle classes who would have constituted the pool of housemaids and kitchen staff, refused to return to domestic service. The work was hard, the hours interminable, the lack of freedom profound, and the social stigma of being in service remained. Why be a live-in maid subject to the caprice of a housekeeper when one could be a typist or a shop assistant, with evenings and Sundays to oneself? The servant problem, a topic of anxious discussion in genteel drawing rooms since the late 1800s, exploded into a full-blown crisis. Newspapers were filled with advertisements, pleading for staff, offering unheard-of wages and conditions. The invisible army was demobilizing for good, and no amount of bell-pulling could summon it back. The financial pillars were crumbling in parallel. The old wealth, often derived from land and inheritance, was being systematically assaulted by the fiscal policies of modern governments. In Britain, the introduction of heavy death duties and the rise of progressive income tax meant that vast estates could no longer be passed on intact. The death of a patriarch could trigger a financial cataclysm, forcing the sale of land, art collections, and sometimes the mansion itself just to pay the taxman. The agricultural depression of the 1870s had already begun to erode the profitability of landed estates. The new taxes ensured their demise. The economic basis of the aristocracy, the passive income from tenants and investments, was evaporating. Maintaining a house that required a small village's worth of coal, a regiment of servants, and constant repairs became a fantastical, unsustainable drain. One by one, the great families faced a brutal choice: adapt or perish. Technology, once a curious interloper, now became a practical saviour and a final nail in the coffin of the old ways. Electricity spread from a novelty to a necessity. With it came not just cleaner light, but labour-saving devices. Electric vacuum cleaners, though early models were cumbersome, began to replace the kneeling maid with her brush and pan. Electric irons simplified the laundry process. Electric water heaters provided instant hot water without stoking a boiler. Central heating systems, now more reliable and efficient, made the nightly ritual of fireplace maintenance almost obsolete. A house equipped with these modern conveniences could be run with a skeleton staff. The butler's pantry might be silent, the rows of servants' bells now just decorative relics on the wall, but the house could remain warm, lit, and reasonably clean. Technology offered a dignified retreat, a way to maintain a semblance of gracious living without the human cost and logistical nightmare of the full Victorian apparatus. The social mindset was shifting with equal force. The formality, the obsession with hierarchy, the rigid separation of spheres, all began to seem like relics of a more pompous, less sincere age. The horrors of the war fostered a desire for authenticity, for simpler, more direct human relationships. The elaborate social call, the strict dinner party etiquette, the changing of clothes 5 times a day began to look not just cumbersome but faintly ridiculous. A new informality was taking hold. Younger generations, heirs to these cavernous homes, often viewed them not as treasures, but as white elephants, cold, echoing, and filled with the ghosts of a pointless etiquette. Many chose to abandon them altogether, decamping to smaller, modern townhouses or country cottages, leaving the mansion to slowly die, shuttered and silent, its gardens running wild. Thus, the fate of the Victorian mansion was sealed not by a single event, but by a convergence of historical currents. The war drained its human fuel, economic change bankrupted its owners, technology provided an alternative to its oppressive logistics, and a revolution in social taste rendered its core values obsolete. One could witness this decline in 100 small, poignant scenes: a once grand drawing room now used only for storing furniture, its sheets draped over shapes like sleeping ghosts, a ballroom floor scarred by the boots of soldiers billeted there during the war, never again to feel the slide of dancing slippers, a kitchen range, once the fiery heart of the home, cold and rusting, while a small gas cooker hummed in the corner of the former housekeeper's room. The mansion's end was often not demolition, but a kind of metabolic slowing, a hibernation from which it would never awake. Some were demolished for their building materials, others were donated to institutions, becoming schools, hospitals or museums, a fate that preserved the shell but utterly transformed its soul. A fortunate few were preserved by the National Trust or similar bodies, frozen in time as museums of a lost way of life, their polished surfaces and perfectly set tables now serving as exhibits in the museum of their own extinction. To walk through such a house today is to experience a profound irony. We see the beauty, the craftsmanship, the order, and we imagine the elegance. But knowing what we now know, the cold, the gloom, the crushing labour, the stifling rules, we see it not as a home, but as a magnificent artifact. We admire its plumage, even as we understand the constraints of the creature that once lived within it. The relentless march of time within the mansion was marked not only by the clock and the social calendar, but by the deeper, slower rhythm of the seasons. Each turn of the year imposed its own unique set of burdens, rituals, and fleeting reprieves upon the household, transforming the great stone shell from an icebox to a stifling vault, its challenges morphing but never truly abating. Summer, often romanticised as a time of garden parties and leisurely strolls, presented a distinct and oppressive set of trials. With the sun climbing higher, the very architecture that had been so cruel in winter became a different kind of adversary. Those massive windows, so inefficient at retaining heat, now acted as magnifying glasses, allowing the sun to pour in and bake the interiors. The heavy velvet drapes, drawn against the winter chill, had to be kept closed to block the heat, plunging the rooms into a dim, amber twilight that smelled of dust and hot fabric. The air in the upper floors grew still and thick, a palpable heaviness that made even the lightest muslin dress cling to the skin. The grand staircase became a funnel for rising hot air, creating a stifling atmosphere on the landings. This period, therefore, was one of strange juxtaposition. A house might have electric buzzers next to the old bell pulls, a telephone in the hall beneath a portrait of an ancestor in ruffles, a gleaming radiator standing beside an ornate marble fireplace that was now rarely used. The mansion was in transition, caught between two ages. It still demanded the old performances, the old hierarchies, but the tools and the social contract that sustained them were slipping away. The inhabitants lived in a kind of double vision, navigating the formal rituals of the past while tentatively, and often awkwardly, engaging with the conveniences of a future that would ultimately render their entire way of life obsolete. The mansion, that formidable edifice of stone and tradition, stood as a bulwark against change. Yet the tides of the late 19th and early 20th centuries were not merely lapping at its foundations. They were rising in a decisive flood that would first isolate, then inundate, and finally sweep away the entire social and economic model it represented. Its demise was not a sudden collapse, but a slow, relentless leaching away of the very resources, human and financial, that gave it life. The First World War was not the cause of this decline, but the catastrophic accelerator that rendered a gradual decay suddenly, starkly irreversible. Consider the human engine first. The war mobilized a generation, young footmen, grooms, gardeners and hall boys, the very backbone of the service class, exchanged their liveries for khaki and marched away to the trenches. Staggering number never returned. Those who did were often broken in body or spirit, unwilling or unable to slip back into the pre-war posture of silent subservience. They had seen a different world, faced a different kind of authority, and experienced a terrifying but potent form of camaraderie. The idea of returning to a life defined by bells and back stairs, of standing motionless for hours by a dining room door, now felt not just tedious, but absurdly anachronistic. The psychological contract of service had been shattered on the battlefields of the Somme and Passchendaele. Simultaneously, the war unlocked a new world for women. With men away, women flooded into roles previously unthinkable. Munition factories, offices, public transport and farm labour. They earned their own wages, managed their own time, and experienced a heady taste of independence and purpose. When peace came, a vast number of these women, particularly those from the lower and middle classes who would have constituted the pool of housemaids and kitchen staff, refused to return to domestic service. The work was hard, the hours interminable, the lack of freedom profound, and the social stigma of being in service remained. Why be a live-in maid subject to the caprice of a housekeeper, when one could be a typist or a shop assistant, with evenings and Sundays to oneself? The servant problem, a topic of anxious discussion in genteel drawing rooms since the late 1800s, exploded into a full-blown crisis. Newspapers were filled with advertisements pleading for staff, offering unheard-of wages and conditions. The invisible army was demobilizing for good, and no amount of bell-pulling could summon it back. The financial pillars were crumbling in parallel. The old wealth, often derived from land and inheritance, was being systematically assaulted by the fiscal policies of modern governments. In Britain, the introduction of heavy death duties and the rise of progressive income tax meant that vast estates could no longer be passed on intact. The death of a patriarch could trigger a financial cataclysm, forcing the sale of land, art collections, and sometimes the mansion itself just to pay the taxman. The agricultural depression of the 1870s had already begun to erode the profitability of landed estates. The new taxes ensured their demise. The economic basis of the aristocracy, the passive income from tenants and investments, was evaporating. Maintaining a house that required a small village's worth of coal, a regiment of servants, and constant repairs became a fantastical, unsustainable drain. One by one, the great families faced a brutal choice: adapt or perish. Technology, once a curious interloper, now became a practical saviour and a final nail in the coffin of the old ways. Electricity spread from a novelty to a necessity. With it came not just cleaner light, but labour-saving devices. Electric vacuum cleaners, though early models were cumbersome, began to replace the kneeling maid with her brush and pan. Electric irons simplified the laundry process. Electric water heaters provided instant hot water without stoking a boiler. Central heating systems, now more reliable and efficient, made the nightly ritual of fireplace maintenance almost obsolete. A house equipped with these modern conveniences could be run with a skeleton staff. The butler's pantry might be silent, the rows of servants' bells now just decorative relics on the wall, but the house could remain warm, lit, and reasonably clean. Technology offered a dignified retreat, a way to maintain a semblance of gracious living without the human cost and logistical nightmare of the full Victorian apparatus. The social mindset was shifting with equal force. The formality, the obsession with hierarchy, the rigid separation of spheres, all began to seem like relics of a more pompous, less sincere age. The horrors of the war fostered a desire for authenticity, for simpler, more direct human relationships. The elaborate social call, the strict dinner party etiquette, the changing of clothes 5 times a day began to look not just cumbersome but faintly ridiculous. A new informality was taking hold. Younger generations, heirs to these cavernous homes, often viewed them not as treasures, but as white elephants, cold, echoing, and filled with the ghosts of a pointless etiquette. Many chose to abandon them altogether, decamping to smaller modern townhouses or country cottages, leaving the mansion to slowly die, shuttered and silent, its gardens running wild. Thus, the fate of the Victorian mansion was sealed not by a single event, but by a convergence of historical currents. The war drained its human fuel. Economic change bankrupted its owners. Technology provided an alternative to its oppressive logistics. And a revolution in social taste rendered its core values obsolete. One could witness this decline in 100 small, poignant scenes. A once grand drawing room now used only for storing furniture, its sheets draped over shapes like sleeping ghosts. A ballroom floor scarred by the boots of soldiers billeted there during the war, never again to feel the slide of dancing slippers. A kitchen range, once the fiery heart of the home, cold and rusting, while a small gas cooker hummed in the corner of the former housekeeper's room. The mansion's end was often not demolition, but a kind of metabolic slowing, a hibernation from which it would never awake. Some were demolished for their building materials. Others were donated to institutions, becoming schools, hospitals, or museums, a fate that preserved the shell but utterly transformed its soul. A fortunate few are preserved by the National Trust or similar bodies, frozen in time as museums of a lost way of life, their polished surfaces and perfectly set tables now serving as exhibits in the museum of their own extinction. To walk through such a house today is to experience a profound irony. We see the beauty, the craftsmanship, the order, and we imagine the elegance. But knowing what we now know, the cold, the gloom, the crushing labour, the stifling rules, we see it not as a home, but as a magnificent artefact. We admire its plumage, even as we understand the constraints of the creature that once lived within it. The relentless march of time within the mansion was marked not only by the clock and the social calendar, but by the deeper, slower rhythm of the seasons. Each turn of the year imposed its own unique set of burdens, rituals, and fleeting reprieves upon the household, transforming the great stone shell from an icebox to a stifling vault, its challenges morphing but never truly abating. Summer, often romanticised as a time of garden parties and leisurely strolls, presented a distinct and oppressive set of trials. With the sun climbing higher, the very architecture that had been so cruel in winter became a different kind of adversary. Those massive windows, so inefficient at retaining heat, now acted as magnifying glasses, allowing the sun to pour in and bake the interiors. The heavy velvet drapes drawn against the winter chill had to be kept closed to block the heat, plunging the rooms into a dim, amber twilight that smelled of dust and hot fabric. The air in the upper floors grew still and thick, a palpable heaviness that made even the lightest muslin dress cling to the skin. The grand staircase became a funnel for rising hot air, creating a stifling atmosphere on the landings. In great houses with country estates, the solution was the annual migration. The entire household, family, senior servants, and a pared-down staff would decamp to a smaller, perhaps more modern country house for the shooting season, or simply to escape the city's furnace. This was not a holiday. It was a logistical undertaking of military proportions. Trunks had to be packed with appropriate clothing for a different setting, personal effects crated, and a selection of linens and plate transported. The mansion left behind would enter a state of suspended animation. Furniture was shrouded in Holland covers, transforming familiar shapes into ghostly monoliths. The clocks were stopped. A skeleton staff remained, their footsteps echoing in the empty halls as they performed a minimal regimen of airing and maintenance to prevent damp and decay. The house slept, but its vastness made even this sleep precarious, as dry rot, insect infestation, or simply the settling dust awaited the return of its inhabitants. For those who remained in town, or in houses without a secondary estate, summer was a season of endured discomfort. The kitchen, always the hottest room, became a near inferno. The great range, still needed for cooking, radiated a wall of heat that made the cooks and scullery maids faint with exhaustion. Food spoiled more quickly, requiring constant vigilance. The smell of the city itself changed, becoming ripe and pungent, and these odours crept in through the windows at night when the desperate need for air outweighed the fear of miasma. Flies buzzed at the windows and the battle against them was constant. Social life slowed, not out of leisure, but out of a collective, unspoken understanding that the energy required for formal entertainment was simply too great to muster in the heat. Then came autumn, a season of frenetic reactivation. The return to the townhouse, or the full reawakening of the primary mansion, was as labour-intensive as the departure. The Holland covers were removed, releasing great clouds of dust. Every room had to be cleaned from top to bottom, fires laid in grates not used for months, and the entire machinery of formal life cranked back into motion. This was the prelude to the social season proper, a period of intense activity that stretched from late autumn through the following summer. For the debutante daughter of the house, this was her moment of launch into society, a stressful, glittering and exhausting marketplace for marriage. For her mother, it was a period of peak managerial and social strain, ensuring a relentless schedule of at-homes, dinners, balls and operas was flawlessly executed. The mansion, now fully lit and heated, became a stage for this high-stakes performance, its ballrooms polished to a mirror shine, its dining tables extended to their limits. The cold of winter was now welcomed, for it justified the roaring fires and provided a crisp, bracing backdrop to the indoor glitter. The seasonal wheel had turned, and the house was once again fulfilling its primary function, not as a mere dwelling, but as the command centre and display case for a family's social capital. Beyond the formal rituals of the season, the mansion also housed quieter, more private forms of leisure and tragedy, the mundane and profound experiences that are the true stuff of life. Illness, for instance, was a frequent and terrifying visitor. Without modern medicine, a feverish chill could swiftly turn fatal. The sick room became a solemn, hushed world. The patient would be isolated, often in a bedroom transformed into a makeshift infirmary. Fires were kept burning to ward off bad air, the windows sealed tight, creating a stuffy, cloistered atmosphere that likely did more harm than good. The lady of the house might spend hours reading to the invalid, or administering homemade remedies. The doctor, when summoned, would come with his bag of leeches and bottles of tonic, his visits brief and often ineffectual. Death, when it came, draped the house in black. Mirrors were covered, clocks stopped, and the family retreated into full mourning, their social life extinguished for a year or more. The mansion, in these moments, shed its theatricality and revealed itself as a place of genuine, profound human emotion, of fear, of vigil, of grief. Its vast spaces could make the suffering feel more isolated, or they could provide a sombre, echoing cathedral for shared sorrow. Conversely, the house also witnessed moments of unscripted joy and private amusement. In the library, a father might actually play a game of toy soldiers with his son on the rare afternoon he was free. In the schoolroom, a rebellious governess and her charges might secretly read a thrilling novel by Mr. Dickens instead of practicing French verbs. Teenaged children, left to their own devices, might explore the attic, discovering old portraits and fashioning stories about their ancestors. In the servants' hall, when the family was away, a forbidden sing-song might erupt around the piano, or a festive meal be prepared from the leftovers of a grand dinner. These pockets of informality, these cracks in the facade of perfect order, were where life, in its messy, authentic form, persisted. They were the antidote to the relentless performance, proof that even within the most rigid systems, human spontaneity could not be entirely quelled. The mansion, therefore, was not a monolith. It was a chameleon, its character shifting with the hour, the season, and the circumstance. It could be a glittering ballroom, a silent sleeping tomb, a stifling summer prison, a hushed sick bay, or a venue for secret childhood adventures. It held within its walls the full spectrum of human experience, from the most public display to the most private tear. Its true story is not found in the inventory of its furniture or the rules of its etiquette books, but in the accumulation of these millions of lived moments. The chill of a winter morning, the weight of the hot water can, the smell of beeswax on a banister, the distant sound of a piano lesson, the anxiety before a first ball, the exhaustion after a 20-course dinner. It was a world entire, brilliantly designed for show and terribly designed for living, a monument to human ambition and a testament to human endurance. To truly appreciate the intricate ecosystem of the Victorian mansion, one must understand its rooms not merely as physical spaces, but as theatres for highly specific social and biological functions. Each chamber was a tool for the enforcement of hierarchy, the performance of gender roles, and the meticulous management of public and private selves. The house was a machine for living a very particular kind of life, and every cog, from the grandest drawing room to the humblest water closet, had its immutable purpose. Consider the dining room, a temple of consumption and display. It was rarely a place of familial intimacy. Meals taken en famille were often simpler and might occur in a smaller breakfast room. The formal dining room existed for the dinner party, that high-stakes ritual. Its grandeur was intimidating by design. The long, reflective expanse of mahogany, capable of seating 20 or 30, was a plane of social combat. The sideboards, groaning under the weight of silver, pernies and porcelain, were displays of dynastic wealth. The act of dining here was a performance under blinding scrutiny. Footmen stood like statues against the wall, their presence a constant reminder of being watched. Conversation was a minefield of prescribed topics, the clink of cutlery against fine china, a metronome keeping time for the evening's progress. The room was, for most of the day, a cold, silent museum, its vast table an empty stage awaiting the nightly play. It was a space dedicated entirely to the projection of power and the negotiation of social standing, its comfort secondary to its impressive, chilling formality. In stark contrast was the morning room, often the true heart of the family's private life. Typically facing east to catch the gentle morning light, it was furnished with a relative, though still formal, comfort. Here, the lady of the house conducted her business with the upper servants, wrote her correspondence, and perhaps entertained close friends. It was a feminine domain, but one of activity rather than passive reception. The library, however, was an unequivocally masculine fortress. It smelled of leather bindings, cigar smoke, and furniture polish. This was the master's retreat from the feminine world of social management, a place for business correspondence, reading the newspaper, and contemplative solitude. It was a sanctuary of quiet authority, where a man could be the head of his household in thought, if not always in the frantic orchestration of its daily life. The billiard room, often adjoining the library, was an even more exclusive male club. The click of ivory balls and the haze of tobacco smoke were its defining characteristics. Ladies were strictly forbidden, making it a space for unfettered male conversation, deals and camaraderie away from the policing eyes of polite society. This strict segregation of space physically enacted the era's ideal of separate spheres, cementing gender roles into the very architecture. The bedroom, ostensibly the most private of spaces, was often a site of elaborate ceremony and little genuine privacy. For the upper classes, separate bedrooms for husband and wife were the norm, connected by a dressing room or a private sitting room. This was less about intimacy and more about the management of the body and the presentation of the self. The lady's bedroom was also her dressing room and often her private salon. Her maid would help her through the lengthy ritual of dressing and undressing, a process involving layers of complex garments. The room was a wardrobe and a workshop for the construction of her public image. The master's bedroom was typically more Spartan, a place for sleep and little else. Yet even here, the valet's morning visit to help with shaving and dressing turned the first moments of the day into a formalised service. True solitude, the modern luxury of being unseen, was a rarity. Servants entered without knock at designated times. One's most vulnerable moments, sleeping, washing, dressing, were to some degree always part of the household's routine. Beyond these principal rooms lay a warren of highly specialised spaces that spoke to the house's complex inner life. The housekeeper's room, with its locked cupboards and ledgers, was the administrative nucleus of the female staff. The butler's pantry was a sanctum for silver, its atmosphere one of reverent maintenance. The still room, often under the housekeeper's control, was where medicines, preserves, and household cleaning concoctions were brewed, a remnant of the house's self-sufficient past. The schoolroom, frequently on a top floor, was a world apart where children and their governess lived a life of lessons and limited freedom, the sounds of their recitations drifting down the back stairs. Each of these rooms was a node in a vast network, a compartment designed for a single strand of the mansion's multifaceted existence. This hyper-specialization meant that life was constantly in transit, a procession from one stage set to another, with each move requiring a subtle shift in behaviour, costume and social script. The body was never allowed to fully relax into a space. It was always preparing for, engaged in, or recovering from a performance dictated by the room it occupied. This rigid spatial order began to fracture under the pressures of the early 20th century, and the cracks appeared in telling ways. The first sign was often the closing up of wings. Confronted with soaring coal bills and a dearth of servants, families would retreat. The grand drawing rooms, the formal dining room, the billiard room, these would be shut, their furniture sheeted, their fireplaces cold. Life contracted into a handful of rooms, the morning room, the library, a smaller dining parlour. The mansion, built for expansive entertaining and display, became a cavernous shell within which a modest modern life was lived like a camp in a museum. The specialised rooms became relics, their purposes forgotten. The ballroom might become a storage space for broken furniture, the billiard room a playroom for children. This spatial retreat was a physical admission of defeat, an acknowledgement that the grand machine was too costly, in every sense, to run at full capacity. The final, poignant transformation came with repurposing. After the wars, many houses that escaped demolition found new ironic lives. They became schools, their corridors echoing with the shouts of children, where once footmen had stood in silent reverence. They were converted into hospitals, their grand rooms partitioned into wards, the smell of antiseptic replacing beeswax and potpourri. Some became corporate headquarters or hotels, a historic character now a selling point, a curated experience of the past stripped of its original context and hardship. In these transformations, the mansion's soul was overwritten. The room where a debutante had nervously awaited her first ball might now be a classroom. The library where the master had brooded over estate accounts might now be a hotel lounge. The architecture remained, a beautiful and imposing shell, but the intricate, oppressive and vibrant social world that gave it meaning had vanished, leaving only the stage after the actors and the audience had long since departed. Let us now venture into the realms of the mansion that existed for the senses beyond sight, the realms of sound, smell and taste. For the Victorian home was not a silent museum, it was an orchestra of noises, a tapestry of scents, and a theatre of consumption where every meal was a logistical campaign and every flavour a marker of status. To live there was to be immersed in a constant, often overwhelming sensory environment. The soundscape of the house was a layered composition, different for the worlds above and below stairs. In the family quarters, during the quiet morning hours, the predominant sounds were the discrete, functional noises of maintenance. The soft scratch of a housemaid's brush on a hearth, the distant clatter of coal being poured into a scuttle, the rhythmic swish of a polishing cloth on brass. These were meant to be unobtrusive, the acoustic backdrop of a smoothly running machine. As the day progressed, the sounds shifted. The crisp rustle of a newspaper in the library, the soft murmur of a mother dictating letters to a child in the morning room, the faint repetitive scales of a daughter practicing piano in the distant drawing room. These were the sounds of cultivated leisure. Then came the social sounds, the sudden startling jangle of the doorbell, a sound that triggered immediate unseen activity below. The murmur of arriving guests, the higher-pitched chatter of women and the lower rumble of men in separate rooms after dinner. The clink of crystal and the precise scrape of cutlery on china during meals, a sound that underscored the formality of the occasion. At night, the house spoke in creaks and groans, the contraction of ancient timber, the sigh of wind in a chimney, the scurrying of mice within the walls. For a child lying awake or an adult plagued by insomnia, these nocturnal sounds could magnify the feeling of the house as a living, breathing, and not always friendly entity. Below stairs, the soundscape was one of unvarnished industry, the constant dull roar of the kitchen range, the rhythmic chop of knives on a wooden block, the hiss of steam and the clang of copper pots, the shouted orders of the cook, the chatter of maids, the boot steps on stone floors. It was louder, more visceral, a cacophony of purposeful labour. The ringing of the bellboard was the most powerful sound of all, a metallic command that could cut through any other noise and send a servant on an immediate errand. The acoustic divide between the two worlds was profound. One, a world of modulated, purposeful quiet occasionally pierced by social melody. The other, a world of relentless, productive noise. The olfactory world was equally stratified and inescapable. The most pervasive smell, especially in winter, was coal smoke. It was not the clean scent of a wood fire, but a thicker, more acrid aroma that seeped into fabrics, hair, and the very plaster of the walls. It was the bass note of the Victorian interior. Layered upon it were the smells of the era's materials, the slightly sweet fungal scent of old, damp paper on library books, the pungent, oily odour of gas from the lamps before they were lit, the dense, woolly smell of carpets and upholstery that had absorbed years of dust and smoke, the sharp, clean tang of carbolic soap and ammonia used in cleaning, fighting a perpetual war against grime. Then came the living smells. In the dining room after a large meal, the air hung heavy with the aroma of roasted meat, rich sauces, and spilled wine. In the drawing room, it might be the cloying sweetness of forced hothouse flowers mixed with the faint, powdery perfume of the ladies. The kitchen, of course, was a universe of smells. Simmering stocks, baking bread, overripe fruit, and the ever-present smell of boiling laundry from the adjacent scullery. The servants' hall carried the simpler, starchier scent of their own meals. Boiled potatoes, stewed meat, strong tea, and beneath it all, despite every effort, was the faint, persistent ghost of the house's own biology. The dank, earthy smell from the cellars, the musty odour from rooms that were rarely aired, the whiff of chamber pots, hastily emptied but never perfectly sanitised. The Victorians were obsessed with masking these odours, hence the popularity of potpourri, scent jars, burning pastils, and vases of strongly scented flowers like lilies or hyacinths. The result was often a clashing, overwhelming perfume battle, a floral citrus chemical assault trying to overwhelm the base notes of smoke, damp, and humanity. To walk through the mansion was to move through distinct olfactory zones, each telling a story of the activity and the social status of the space. The theatre of taste was perhaps the most elaborate performance of all. Food was not merely sustenance, it was a primary currency of status. The complexity of a dinner party menu was a direct reflection of the host's wealth and connections. Exotic ingredients, turtle for soup, oysters, truffles, pineapples from the hothouse, spoke of global trade networks and extravagant expense. The number of courses, sometimes stretching to 12 or 14, was a test of endurance for both the diners and the kitchen staff. Presentation was paramount. Food was sculpted, glazed, and garnished into fantastical shapes. Meats reformed into castles, jellies shimmering like stained glass, desserts disguised as baskets of flowers. Yet, paradoxically, this obsession with display often came at the cost of flavour and freshness. The logistics of serving such elaborate meals from a basement kitchen meant food was often prepared hours in advance, It then had to be transported via a dumbwaiter or a parade of servants up long flights of stairs. By the time a dish reached the table, it could be lukewarm, congealed, or dried out. Sauces might have separated. The focus was on the visual spectacle and the symbolic meaning of the ingredients, not on the gustatory pleasure of eating them hot and fresh. For the family's private meals, the food was often simpler and better, but still subject to the limitations of seasonal availability and preservation methods that relied heavily on salting, pickling, and potting. The experience of eating, therefore, was a complex one. It was an exercise in social navigation, a display of wealth, and a sensory experience that could disappoint as often as it delighted. The mouth tasted rich sauces and fine wines, but also the metallic hint of over-polished silver, the flatness of food that had waited too long under covers, and the pervasive underlying taste of the coal-smoked air that infused everything. Dining in the Victorian mansion was an act of consumption in every sense, of food, of resources, of time, and of social capital. It was a feast for the eyes and a proof of power, but rarely a simple, hearty pleasure for the palate. Thus, the mansion was not just seen, it was heard, smelled, and tasted. Its sensory output was a constant immersive education in one's place within its walls. The muted sounds above taught restraint. The industrial noise below taught one's dependence on labour. The layered smells, from the perfumed drawing room to the smoky kitchen, mapped the social hierarchy. The elaborate, often tepid food on the plate taught that appearance and ritual could trump simple satisfaction. To inhabit this world was to have one's senses schooled day and night in the elaborate, demanding, and often contradictory rules of life at the apex of Victorian society. The mansion's greatest gift to us, perhaps, is the perspective it forces upon our own taken-for-granted comforts. The simple acts of turning a tap for instant hot water, flicking a switch for clear light, adjusting a thermostat for even warmth. These are not trivialities. They are revolutions. They are victories over the dark, the cold, and the drudgery that defined daily life for centuries. The Victorian mansion, in all its magnificent flawed glory, helps us measure the distance we have travelled. It reminds us that progress is not merely in the grandeur we can build, but in the small, profound freedoms we can grant. Freedom from cold, from dirt, from endless silent servitude, and from the tyrannical weight of social performance. So as you leave this imagined tour, as you step from the marble hall back into your own world, carry with you not just the image of gilded ceilings and sweeping staircases. Carry the memory of the breath hanging in icy air, the smell of smoke and damp wool, the ache in the maid's knees, the loneliness in the lady's heart, and the silent, desperate resilience it took to forge a life within that stone embrace. The Victorian mansion stands, where it still stands, as a beautiful, complicated ghost. It invites us to admire, but it also whispers a question. Having seen the cost, would you truly wish to go back? The answer, felt in our warm, well-lit and blessedly informal homes, is a silent, grateful and resounding no. The dream of the mansion was magnificent. The waking reality of our modern comfort, for all its own complexities, is a harder one and more human triumph. Hi guys! Tonight let's step quietly into December of 1929 and you find yourself standing in a city where the air doesn't just hold cold, it holds a kind of waiting. Frost sketches the inside of the window panes, not with beauty but with a sharp, crystalline tension. You breathe in and the air carries the smell of dust, old plaster and the distant metallic hint of coal smoke that never quite reaches your floor. Somewhere below, a pipe knocks once, a hollow sound in the walls, and you notice how the quiet here isn't peaceful. It's attentive, listening for the next thing to give way. Before we go any further, pause here with me for just a moment. If you're settling in, and you like what we're doing here, walking into these quiet, human moments of the past, then please do take a second to like this video. It truly helps. And if you want to join these journeys whenever they come, consider subscribing. But only if this sort of slow, close history genuinely resonates with you. Also, if you feel like it, I'd love to know, where are you listening from right now, and what time is it for you? Drop it in the comments. It's kind of remarkable to think of us all in our separate hours, stepping into this same hallway together. All right, now if you can, dim your lights a little, let your shoulders drop, let the outside world soften, and let's allow the story to begin moving on its own. You're not walking into a party, you're pressing the door shut against a long, lean winter. The sound finds you first, not as a chorus, but as a collection of separate failures. A pipe gasps behind a wall, a rhythmic metallic sigh. Floorboards overhead complain under a weight that moves from one foot to the other, slow, uncertain. Outside the window you've just approached, snow does not fall in the romantic swirl of postcards. It comes down tired, a grey ash sifting between the brick canyons, already turning to sludge in the wheel ruts of the street below. You breathe in, and the air carries the smell of old cabbage steamed too many times, of damp plaster, of coal dust and the faint metallic edge of cold that has settled deep into the building's bones. This is December 31st, 1929. The year is not turning, it is grinding to a halt. You let the thin curtain fall back. The room behind you holds the cold close. It is not the sharp, clean cold of a countryside winter, but a dense, stagnant chill that rises from the floor and seeps from the walls. The radiator, a great iron accordion under the window, is silent. You press a palm to it. The metal is not even cool. It is passive, a dead thing. For 3 days the building's coal-fed boiler has been a subject of rumour, of tense meetings in the foyer, of the superintendent's evasive shrugs. There is no coal, or the landlord is withholding it, or the system itself has finally given up. The truth matters less than the result. The cold is here, inside, a guest that has overstayed its welcome and now owns the place. You turn from the window. Your movement is deliberate. Quick motions waste heat, stir the cold air into eddies that find the skin. You are learning the physics of scarcity. The room is not poor in a dramatic sense. There is a sofa, its floral pattern faded into ghosts of roses. A rug, worn thin near the door, a table, one leg stabilised by a folded cigarette pack. It is the absence of small things that tells the story. The mantel holds no clock. The wall where a radio might have sat shows a darker rectangle of wallpaper, a silhouette of something that used to promise connection. You know, without having to be told that it did not break. It was sold or pawned, traded for a week's worth of groceries that have themselves been consumed, leaving only this memory of its shape on the wall. A knock comes at the door. Not loud, but a series of quick, dry taps. You know it is Mrs. Kostova from across the hall even before you open it. She stands with her arms wrapped around herself, though she wears a coat indoors, a heavy wool thing patched at the elbows with a different, darker fabric. Her eyes dart past you into the room, not from curiosity, but from a habit of assessment, of seeing what others have managed to keep. The water, she says, her accent clipping the words. In the sink it is only a trickle. My Leo, he went down to the cellar to see. The pipes. She makes a fist, then opens her fingers slowly, a gesture of release, of emptiness. They're afraid of freezing, he says. The superintendent says let them drip, but there is no drip. There is only... Wait. You nod. This is the currency of the building now. Information about failure. A shared leak, a dying light bulb in the stairwell, the whereabouts of the rent collector. You offer to check your own tap. She nods, grateful not for the action, but for the shared acknowledgement that this is happening, that the world is shrinking from the outside in. She does not say, Happy New Year. The words would sound like a joke in poor taste. Instead, she retreats, her door closing with a soft click that is more final than a slam. Back in your kitchen, you turn the faucet. The water emerges, thin and cold, then sputters, then resumes its weak stream. You let it run over your fingers. The cold is shocking, a sharp, clarifying pain. You think of the pipes, snaking through the unheated cavities of the building, how they must be clenching like muscles in this cold. A freeze would mean no water at all. It would mean buckets carried from some unknown source. A regression to something older, more primitive. You turn the faucet off. The silence after the splash is immense. You become aware of the other sounds now that you're listening. A child's cry, muffled by walls, not a scream of hurt, but a thin, persistent whine of discomfort. From somewhere above, the scratch of a violin, a scale practiced over and over, the same few notes ascending and falling with a terrible dogged patience. Someone is learning, or trying to remember. The notes are not beautiful. They're an argument against the silence. You need to move. Sitting still lets the cold consolidate its grip. You put on your own coat, a thinner one than Mrs. Kostova's, and you knot a scarf at your throat. The wool smells of yesterday's outside air, of streetcar exhaust and damp snow. You leave your apartment, pulling the door until you hear the lock catch. The hallway is a tunnel of brown paint and peeling floral paper. The single bulb at the far end is dead, has been dead for weeks. Light bleeds from under doors, narrow yellow lines that do little to push back the gloom. You pass the Kostova's door, behind which you hear the low murmur of a man's voice, steady and without cadence. He may be reading aloud or praying. The stairs are your destination, not to go out, just to move. The stairwell is the building's lungs, a draughty shaft that pulls air from the street door up to the skylight 6 floors above. Your footsteps on the linoleum are loud in the hollow space. You place your hand on the banister, its varnish worn smooth and sticky by countless palms. On the landing below you see Mr. Henderson. He is sitting on the top step of the next flight down, perfectly still, wearing a suit jacket over a sweater, his hat on his knees. He's looking at nothing, his gaze fixed on the grey light coming through the window on the landing. He was, you recall someone saying, an accountant at a firm that manufactured automobile parts. He was, past tense. He spends a lot of time on the stairs now. It is a space that belongs to no one and everyone, a place to be away from the rooms that define your shrinking life. He feels your presence and looks up. His face does not arrange itself into a smile, but it softens from its blankness. Cold, he says. The word a statement of fact, not a complaint. Yes. They say it's worse by the river. They say the ice is forming early. He speaks as if relaying a bulletin from a distant front. I walked down there this morning just to see. The barges are all tied up, looks like a forgotten navy. You nod, leaning against the wall. The conversation does not need to go further. The shared observation is enough. You both listen to the building. A door opens and closes 4 floors down. A burst of steam heat hisses momentarily from a pipe. Someone else's apartment, a different system, or a last gasp from the boiler. The sound is acutely painful in its promise of warmth you cannot access. My wife, Mr. Henderson says, still looking at the window, is trying to make a cake. From what I don't know, she found some molasses at the back of the cupboard. Oatmeal. It smells industrious. He finally looks at you. For tonight, she says, to mark it. He doesn't say what it is. The turn of the year, the end of the decade, the bottom perhaps, though no one dares believe they've hit it. That's good of her, you say? The phrase feels inadequate, but he accepts it with a slight dip of his chin. We'll see if it's edible. He stands, brushing non-existent dust from his trousers. Well, better go see if I can be of use. Probably just in the way. He gives you a nod that is almost formal, then descends the stairs, his steps slow and measured. You continue your climb upward, drawn by the weak, snow-filtered light from the skylight. The higher floors are poorer, the doors closer together, the smells more concentrated. Boiled clothes, frying fat of an indeterminate origin, the sweet rotten smell of a baby left too long in unchanged linens. On the 5th floor landing, a small wilted holly branch, berries long gone, is tucked behind a pipe. A gesture. Someone's attempt. It looks more desperate than festive. From behind one door you hear a different kind of music. A phonograph. The sound is tinny, the needle catching in a worn groove, but you recognise the tune. Auld Lang Syne. It is being played at the wrong speed, slightly too fast, the voices on the recording comically high-pitched. It loops, the same few bars over and over. Asterisk. Should old acquaintance be forgot. Skip, hiss, asterisk. Should old acquaintance be forgot. Someone is either trying to remember the rest, or they have simply given up and let the machine repeat its fragment of nostalgia, a broken talisman for a broken time. You reach the top floor, the 6th. The air is colder here, closer to the roof. The door to the roof itself is padlocked shut, a sign warning of ice. You press your forehead against the cold glass of the stairwell window. The view is a geometry of rooftops, water towers like skeletal giants, and 1,000 windows, most dark, a few glowing with the yellow of electric light, or the deeper orange of kerosene lamps. No streamers hang from the windowsills. No light arrangements spell out 1930. The city does not gleam. It hunkers. Down in the street, a car moves slowly, its headlights cutting weak cones through the falling ash snow. A man walks with his head down, his coat collar up, his hands deep in his pockets. He does not look like a reveller. He looks like someone going to or from a job that no longer exists, or to a place that is only marginally better than the place he left. The hopeful hustle of the city has been replaced by a slow, careful conservation of motion. You think about time. In other years, this evening would have a shape. Drinks at 6, dinner at 8, a party somewhere, the crush of people, the bang of noisemakers, the obligatory kiss at midnight. Time would be segmented, planned for, celebrated. Here, now, time feels like a substance you're stuck in, like the cold sludge in the street. The past, the autumn of 29, the summer before that, feels like a story you were told about someone else. The future is a blank wall after tomorrow. Tonight is just a longer, colder version of yesterday, with a psychological weight attached to it. The clock will strike 12, and a number will change, but the pipes will still be frozen, the radiator will still be dead, and the molasses oatmeal cake will still be what it is. A sound pulls you from the window, a soft rhythmic scraping from behind the last door on the hall. You move toward it, not to intrude, but because sound is a form of warmth, of life. The door is slightly ajar. Through the crack you see an old man, Mr. Finney, who used to work at the printing house until his eyes gave out. He's sitting at a small table, and in his hands is a block of wood and a knife. He is whittling. Curls of pale wood fall onto a newspaper spread on his lap. He's not making anything in particular. A shape is emerging from the wood, bulbous, abstract. He's simply reducing the block, shaving it away, his motions slow, hypnotic, utterly focused. The asterisk, scrape, pause asterisk of the blade is a clock of its own. He's marking time by removing it, sliver by sliver. He does not look up. His world is the wood and the knife and the growing pile of shavings, which you notice he will likely later use to start a small fire in his stove. You back away silently. This is his celebration, his vigil, the creation of fuel from formlessness. Your own vigil awaits. You descend the stairs, the cold following you like a shadow. On your floor you pause outside your door. From your pocket you retrieve the key. The metal is so cold it feels sticky. Inside, the room has grown darker. You do not switch on the light. Electricity costs money. You move by touch and memory. You go to the cupboard. Your own supplies are meagre. A heel of bread hard as brick. A jar with a finger's width of jam at the bottom, the glass crystalline with sugar. A tin of sardines, bought weeks ago for a special occasion that never arrived. Tonight qualifies by default. You arrange these things on a plate. The sardine tin opener requires effort, your fingers stiff. The metallic asterisk, pop asterisk, and the sudden scent of salt and oil are startlingly vivid in the still air. It smells like the sea, like a distance you cannot conceive of. You take the plate and sit in the chair by the dead radiator. You eat slowly. The bread needs to be softened by the jam, by the oil from the sardines. You chew with deliberate care. This is not a meal of pleasure. It is a ritual of sustenance, a conscious acknowledgement that your body requires fuel to produce its own meagre heat. You're stoking a furnace. As you eat, you look around the room in the deepening dark. The wallpaper pattern, you realise for the first time, is of shepherds and shepherdesses in a stylised pastoral scene. They dance eternally under a tree that looks nothing like any tree on earth. Someone, in a time of optimism, chose this paper. They imagined this room as a place of gentle romance. Now, the shepherds are stained with watermarks from a leak long repaired, their faces blurred by time and neglect. They dance on, oblivious to the cold, to the silence, to the man eating sardines from a tin in the gathering dark. You finish the last of the bread. The plate holds only the sardine tin, a few tiny bones and a smear of jam. You will not wash it now. That would waste water and require heating it to cut the grease. You set it aside on the table. The dark is complete now. The light from the street lamp outside paints a faint, shifting parallelogram of dirty yellow on your floor, crisscrossed by the shadow of the window sash. You watch the snowflakes drift through the column of light, appearing suddenly, dancing, vanishing. It is a silent film playing on your floor. You think of the others in the building, Mrs. Kostova and her Leo likely sitting in their own pool of lamplight, listening to their own pipes. Mr. Henderson watching his wife's industrious cake cool, wondering what the taste will be. The unseen child who cried, now perhaps asleep. The violinists finally resting their bow. Mr. Finney, his pile of wood shavings growing, his abstract shape taking form in the gloom. You're all in separate boxes, stacked one on top of the other, divided by plaster and lath, yet bound by the shared, palpable absence of warmth, of certainty, of a future that feels any larger than the next meal, the next day's search for work or coal. This is the community of 1929. Not a community of fellowship, but of parallel endurance. You do not come together for a party. You endure separately, but the knowledge that the others are enduring too, that you're not alone in your silent, cold vigil that is the fragile thread that holds the night together. The new year will not be welcomed. It will be met with the same wary, pragmatic resistance with which you meet the cold. You pull your coat tighter around you, tuck your hands under your arms, and settle in to wait for the turn of the hour, for the change in number that promises nothing, and therefore cannot disappoint. The darkness in your room is not empty. It is textured. It has layers. The deepest layer is the silence, but resting upon it are the building's night sounds, each one distinct and telling. The gasp of the pipe has settled into a slower, more regular rhythm, a metallic heartbeat. The violin has ceased. In its place, from 2 floors below, comes the rise and fall of voices. Not an argument, but the cadence of a repeated, hopeless conversation. You cannot make out words, only the tone. A man's voice, flat and weary, a woman's rising briefly in a question that seems to hang and then fall without answer. This is the sound of accounts being reckoned, of sums that refuse to add up to anything but less. It goes on for 10 minutes, then stops as abruptly as it began. The silence that follows is heavier, a mutual surrender. You're cold to your core now. The small furnace of your meal has burned low. The idea of sleep, of surrendering to the sheets which you know will be stiff and icy, holds no appeal. Movement is the only answer. You stand, your joints protesting, and walk to the window again. You scrape a small clearing in the frost with your thumbnail. Outside, the snow has thinned to a few lazy flakes. The street is empty, save for a single figure under the lamp-post. It is the old apple seller, Mr. Rossetti. He is packing up his wooden cart, a skeletal thing on 2 wheels. Even from here, you can see the cart is nearly empty. A few withered, frozen apples roll in the bottom. He moves with an exhausted, mechanical slowness, folding the patched canvas awning, securing it with rope. He does this every night, but tonight the action seems symbolic. He is putting the year itself away, locking up its meagre, shriveled fruit. As you watch, a window opens directly below yours. A woman's arm emerges, clutching a chipped enamel mug. "Mr. Rossetti," her call is sharp in the still air. The old man looks up. The woman extends the mug. "For you, to see the new year in." He hesitates, then shuffles over, holding up his hands. She pours something steaming from a pot. Cocoa, perhaps. Or very weak coffee. He takes the mug in both hands, brings it to his face, lets the steam wreathe his head for a moment before drinking. He does not smile, but he lifts the mug slightly in her direction before turning back to his cart. The window closes. A transaction of warmth, not commerce. You feel an absurd pang of jealousy for that mug of steam. The light in Mr. Henderson's window, catty corner to yours, changes. The steady yellow of the electric bulb winks out, replaced by the warmer, more tremulous glow of an oil lamp. They are conserving, or the circuit has failed. The lamplight makes the window a living tableau. You see Mrs. Henderson pass by, her shape a blur behind the curtain. She is carrying something, the cake perhaps. Then Mr. Henderson's silhouette appears, head bowed. He seems to be looking at something in his hands. A watch? A photograph? The scene is mute, intimate, unbearably sad. You look away feeling like a voyeur. Your own breath has fogged the small clear spot on the glass. You're about to turn back to the emptiness of the room when a new light catches your eye. On the top floor, in the corner apartment where the reclusive seamstress, Miss Clay, lives, a candle has been lit in the window. A single, tall, white candle in a simple holder. It burns with a clear, steady flame untouched by draught. It is not a celebration. It is a signal, a statement. Asterisk, I am here. I am awake. I am marking this night. You stare at it, this tiny point of defiance against the vast, cold dark of the building and the city beyond. It seems impossibly brave and impossibly lonely. Inspired or perhaps shamed by that single flame, you fumble in your drawer for the stub of a candle you've been saving. You find it wrapped in paper, along with a box of wooden matches. You place the candle, it's a squat green thing, maybe once part of a pear, on a saucer on your table. You strike a match. The sound is like a tiny bone breaking. The sulphur flare is blinding in the dark room, a brief, violent sun. You touch it to the wick. It sputters, then catches. A smaller, dirtier flame than Miss Clay's, but it is light. It is yours. It pushes the shadows back a few feet, carving a cave of warmth out of the cold. You sit before it, as primitive as any ancestor before a hearth. The candlelight changes everything. It makes the room unfamiliar. The patterns on the faded wallpaper shift and dance. The shepherd and shepherdess seem to move, their frozen dance animated by the flicker. The shadows on the ceiling are deep, pooling in the corners. Your own shadow, a giant, looms behind you on the wall. You hold your hands out to the tiny thermal halo. The heat is negligible, but the light is everything. It gives you a centre, a focal point for your thoughts, which have begun to drift and spiral in the dark. The flame draws memories, not as coherent stories, but as sensory fragments. The taste of cold champagne from a year ago, the bubbles sharp on your tongue, the feel of a confetti streamer, slick and colourful, tangled in your hair, the blare of a car horn, not in anger but in jubilation, a whole city seeming to lean out its windows and shout, the press of a crowd in a hotel ballroom, the air thick with perfume and cigar smoke and hope. You had a job then. You had a suit that wasn't worn at the cuffs. You had a sense of forward motion, of a trajectory that pointed ever upward. The memory is not painful with nostalgia. It feels like evidence from a trial for a crime you didn't commit. It proves a life existed, but it no longer seems connected to you. The person in that memory is a stranger, foolish and bright, unaware of the cliff ahead. A louder noise from the hall snaps you back. Not a knock, but a thump, and a child's voice, sharp with surprise or pain. Then a woman's shushing, urgent. You rise and open your door a crack. On the landing, little Sam from 4B is sitting on the floor, rubbing his knee. His mother, Elsie, is crouched beside him, her face pale in the bad light. She's dressed in her waitress uniform, a faded blue dress with a white apron, though she should have been home hours ago. A small brown paper bag lies spilled beside them. 2 potatoes, hard and dirty, have rolled to the edge of the stairs. A single onion rests against the baseboard. "I told you to hold my asterisk hand asterisk on the stairs, Sam," Elsie whispers, her voice frayed with fatigue. "It's dark. You can't see." "I'm sorry, Mama," Sam's voice is small. He's not crying, he's 5 and has already learned that crying is an expenditure of energy often not worth the return. Elsie looks up and sees you. Her eyes flash with a momentary shame, quickly replaced by a defensive weariness. "He took a tumble. We're fine." "Can I help?" you ask, your voice low. She hesitates, then nods. "The onion, if you would." You retrieve the onion, its papery skin rustling, and place it in the spill paper bag. You pick up the potatoes. They're cold and solid as stones. Elsie gets Sam to his feet. He looks at you with wide, solemn eyes. "Working late?" you ask, handing her the bag. "The diner. They had a private party." She makes quotation marks in the air with her free hand, a bitter, hollow gesture. "Some fellows from a shuttered brokerage, talking loud, spending the last of something. They stayed till 11. The manager paid me in soup and these." She hefts the bag slightly. "Said it was a holiday bonus." The same hollow gesture. Better than nothing. It is the universal calculus. Better than nothing. The potatoes and onion earned for hours of work on New Year's Eve are better than nothing. The silent radiator is better than no roof. The trickle of water is better than a burst pipe. We're going to have fried potatoes tomorrow, Sam announces, his voice gaining a sliver of enthusiasm. For a special breakfast? That's right, baby, Elsie says, smoothing his hair. Her hand is red, the knuckles chapped. She gives you a nod that is both thanks and dismissal. Happy New Year, she murmurs. Not as a wish, but as a formal obligatory phrase like, excuse me. They disappear into their apartment. You hear the lock click, the deadbolt slide. Back in your candlelit cave, the encounter sits with you. The fried potatoes for a special breakfast. That is the scale of hope now. Not a new job, not a market recovery, a hot meal made from a waitress's pity pay. You realise the building is full of these tiny, desperate economies. Mr. Finney whittling wood for fuel, Mrs. Henderson baking a cake from cupboard scrapings, Mr. Rossetti receiving a mug of warm liquid, Miss Clay burning a candle as a beacon, Elsie trading hours for root vegetables, a vast invisible network of barters and adaptations, all operating beneath the official collapsed economy. It is a society rebuilt from the ground up with units of warmth, food, light, and time. Your candle has burned lower. A pool of wax pale green has solidified in the saucer. The flame gutters slightly in a draught you cannot feel. You check your watch, tilting its face to the light. 11:20. The year 1929 has 40 minutes left to live. A different kind of sound begins, faint at first, then growing. Music, but not from a phonograph. It is an accordion played with a slow, mournful skill. The notes are minor, a wandering Slavic-sounding melody that seems to have no beginning and no end. It comes from the first floor, from the apartment old Mr. and Mrs. Petrov share with their son, the silent janitor. You've never heard them play before. The music is beautiful and utterly devoid of cheer. It is a lament for the year, for all the years, for the old country they left, and the new one that has failed them. It fills the stairwell, a ghostly, breathing presence. No one bangs on the wall to complain. The music is too appropriate, too true to the night. It is the building's true soundtrack. You blow out your candle. The sudden darkness is absolute for a moment, until the ghost of the flame imprints itself in blue and orange on your vision. You stand and walk again to the window, drawn by the accordion's dirge. The street is still. Mr. Rossetti and his cart are gone. The only movement is the faint sway of the lamp-post's light in a breeze. But in the Hendersons' window, the scene has changed. The two silhouettes are together now, close. They are dancing, a slow, shuffling dance in the small space of their parlour, illuminated by the oil lamp. They are holding each other, not a romantic embrace, but a holding up. They sway to a rhythm only they can hear, a private counterpoint to the Petrovs' public lament. It is one of the most heartbreaking things you have ever witnessed. Their dance is not about joy or celebration. It is a mutual pledge of persistence. Asterisk. I am still here. We are still here. We will move together, even if it is just in this small circle for this one song in this fading light. You feel a tightening in your throat. You look away, up to Miss Clay's candle. It still burns straight and true. You look across to other windows. In one, a man is simply sitting, smoking a pipe, the ember glowing bright with each pull. In another, a family is gathered around a table, playing cards by candlelight, their faces intent. They are not laughing, they are concentrating. The game is a structure, a way to occupy the hands and mind until the dreaded, meaningless milestone of midnight passes. The accordion music shifts. The mournful melody winds down, pauses. Then, tentatively, a new tune begins. It is still slow, but the key changes to something marginally brighter. You recognise it after a few bars. What'll I do? The popular song from a few years back, all about loneliness and absence. It is perversely the perfect choice. The Petrovs are playing the popular songbook of the moment, but filtered through their old-world sorrow. The result is haunting. What'll I do when you are far away? The words echo in your head, though no one is singing. And then, a miracle. A voice joins in. Thin, reedy, rising from an upper floor. A woman's voice singing along softly with the accordion. What'll I do with just a photograph to tell my troubles to? It is Mrs. Kostova. She is singing. Her accent bends the lyrics, gives them a new, deeper ache. For a verse, she sings alone. Then, from another direction, Mr. Henderson's baritone joins, hesitant but on key. He is not in his window. He is singing from within his room, to his wife as they dance. Two voices, then a third, a young man's voice from the floor above you. You don't know who it is. A scattered, ragged choir united by the accordion's pull, singing not of hope but of shared loss, of missing things and people and a version of life that has vanished. You find yourself humming. Then the words form on your lips, barely a whisper, asterisk. When I'm alone with only dreams of you that won't come true. Your voice is swallowed by the room, but you are part of it. The entire building is humming, singing, whispering this sad, sweet song. It is not a celebration. It is a collective sigh, a recognition. This is what we have, this song, this cold, each other's unseen presence in the dark. The song ends, the last accordion note hangs and fades. A profound silence follows, but it is different now. It is a silence that has been shared. It is full. You check your watch again. 11:55, 5 minutes. The anticipation is no longer about a new beginning. It is about the endurance of an ending. Can you outlast 1929? Can you sit through its final 5 minutes? You feel a strange responsibility to witness it, to be awake and aware at the precise moment it ceases to be. You hear doors opening in the hall, soft footsteps. You open your door again. People are emerging, not for a party but for a vigil. Mrs. Kostova, wrapped in a shawl. Mr. Henderson, without his wife. Elsie, holding a sleepy Sam in her arms. The young man from upstairs, looking embarrassed. They gather on the landing near the dead light fixture. No one speaks. They are waiting. Mr. Petrov emerges from the first-floor stairwell, his accordion silent in his hands. He gives a single nod to the group. From outside, very faintly comes the first sound. Not church bells. It is the distant tinny blast of a steamship's horn from the river. A long, mournful blast. Then another, from a different direction. The city's official celebration is happening miles away, in the hotels and clubs that still have patrons. But here, in the neighbourhoods, the signal is given by the river, by the industry that has also slowed to a crawl. The horns are joined by a cacophony of other sounds. Car horns, a few brave souls leaning on them in back alleys, pots and pans being banged together from a tenement window across the street. A single strangled cheer that quickly dies. It is not jubilant. It is noise for noise's sake, a scream into the void. In your little group on the landing, no one moves, no one kisses, no one says Happy New Year. Mr. Henderson looks at his watch. He holds it up to catch the faint light from a distant window. He nods. Midnight, he says. The word is flat, final. It is 1930. Nothing changes. The cold is still there. The dark is still there. The silence in the pipes is still there. Mrs. Kostova crosses herself. Elsie shifts Sam's weight. The young man shoves his hands in his pockets. Mr. Petrov lifts his accordion. He doesn't play a song. He presses a cluster of keys and the bass buttons, producing a rich, dissonant chord. It is not music. It is a sound. A marker. He lets it fade, and that is all. One by one they turn and go back to their rooms. The vigil is over. The duty is done. They have met the new year and found it to be exactly like the old one, only colder, and with a new unfamiliar number attached to its emptiness. You close your door. The darkness of your room welcomes you back. You're shivering violently now, a reaction that has been held at bay by the strange ceremony on the landing. You do not relight the candle. You simply take off your coat and shoes, and in your clothes you slide between the icy sheets of your bed. The cold is a shock, a brutal embrace. You curl into a ball tighter and tighter, a human fist against the night. You listen. Somewhere a baby cries. The accordion, from behind the Petrovs' door, begins its lament again, even slower now, a private playing for no audience. A floorboard creaks as someone else paces their own private circle. The year 1930 has begun. It begins not with a bang, but with a shiver. Not with hope, but with the profound, unspoken understanding that hope is a luxury that must be earned again from scratch, and that the earning will be the work of every cold, silent day to come. You close your eyes. The darkness behind your lids is warmer than the room. You focus on the tiny, distant flame of Miss Clay's candle, burning in your mind's eye, a pinpoint of sheer, stubborn continuity in the vast and frozen dark. You do not sleep so much as you pass through varying layers of cold unconsciousness. Dreams, when they come, are not narratives. They are sensations. The feeling of falling through ice into black water, the shock so vivid you jerk awake, your heart a frantic animal in your chest. The memory of a sun so warm it felt like a weight on your skin, a sensation so alien now it feels like a myth. You surface from these depths into the lesser darkness of the room, your body curled so tightly your muscles ache. The sheets have stolen your body heat and given nothing back. They are damp where your breath has condensed. You shift, a millimetre at a time, trying to find a patch of fabric that holds a phantom memory of warmth. There is none. Time is irrelevant. It could be 2 a.m. or 5. The darkness outside the window is absolute, a sheer black wall. The building is quieter now, settled into its deepest rest. Even the pipes are silent. The accordion has long ceased. The only sound is the wind, a low, persistent hum around the corners of the building, testing the windows. It is a sound that speaks of empty streets, of rivers icing over, of a city holding its breath. You drift again. This time the sensation is of suffocation. A heavy wool blanket, not over you, but filling your mouth and lungs. You fight it, waking with a gasp that clouds the air above your face in a brief, visible puff. It is so cold the exhalation hangs there, a ghost of yourself, before dissolving. You stare at the ceiling, invisible in the dark. You count your breaths. You count the beats of your heart. You become a machine monitoring its own precarious operation. A subtle change. Not light, but a softening of the dark. The black outside the window greys, becomes charcoal, then a deep, sourceless indigo. You can make out the shape of the window sash against it. Morning is not breaking. It is seeping in, reluctantly, like water into a sponge. The cold has crystallized. You can feel it in your sinuses, a sharp pain with each inhale. Your toes are numb blocks. You know you must move. To lie still longer is to surrender to a torpor that could be dangerous. The thought of leaving the miserable cocoon of the bed is almost unbearable. But the thought of not leaving it is worse. You sit up. The movement is a monumental effort. Every joint protests. The air in the room feels thicker, heavier with cold. You swing your legs out. The floorboards are an agony of ice against your bare feet. You gasp, the sound loud in the silent room. You fumble for your socks, still damp from yesterday, and yank them on. Then your shoes, the laces stiff. You stand, your body creaking like the floorboards. You're a building waking up, full of complaints. You shuffle to the window. The grey light is just enough to see by. You look out. The world is a study in monochrome. The snow has stopped. Everything is covered in a uniform, dirty white blanket, unmarked by traffic. The street is empty. The lamppost still glows, a feeble, anachronistic sun in this pre-dawn gloom. No newspapers are being delivered. No milk wagons. The city looks abandoned, a stage set after the play has ended and the audience has gone home. You turn from the window. The ritual begins. The day must be built from scratch, every action a brick laid against the cold. You take the candle stub from the saucer. The wax pool is hard. You chip at it with a fingernail, freeing the candle. You light it. The flame is weaker now, guttering in air that seems denser. You use its light to find the small spirit stove you keep for emergencies, a tin can with a wick, fueled by a precious half-inch of kerosene. You place a battered kettle filled with yesterday's leftover water on it. You light the wick. A blue flame, hotter and more focused than the candles, springs to life. This is your greatest luxury, your most careful expenditure. You will heat water. For what, you're not sure yet. Tea is a memory, perhaps just to drink it warm, perhaps to wash your face, a shocking, reviving cruelty. While the water heats, you move. You pace the perimeter of the room, swinging your arms, stamping your feet softly. You're generating internal heat through friction, through motion. You're your own engine. The blood begins to move, bringing pain back to your extremities in sharp, needling waves. It is a good pain. It means you are alive. The kettle begins a low, anticipatory rumble, then a soft whistle. You turn off the spirit stove, saving the last of the flame for later. The silence returns, but now it contains this small, earned point of heat. You wrap a hand towel around the kettle's handle and pour water into a thick mug. The steam rises, a generous billowing cloud that carries the flat mineral smell of boiled city water. You hold the mug in both hands, letting the heat penetrate your frozen palms. You bring it to your face, close your eyes, and let the steam bathe your skin. It is the first kindness you have received in hours. You sip. The water is tasteless, but its warmth is a tangible thing. It travels down your throat, a line of liquid heat spreading through your chest. You feel it. You feel your body welcome it. This is the first lesson of the day, the first victory. Warmth can be created in small, contained amounts. By the time you finish the water, the room is noticeably lighter. The grey has become a pale, washed-out silver. You can see the dust motes hanging in the air, suspended in the cold. You blow out the candle. Its job is done. A sound from the hall, the pipes. They groan, a deep, visceral sound that travels through the walls. Then a clang. Then, miraculously, a hesitant, sputtering cough. Asterisk, whoosh, asterisk. A sudden, violent knocking in the pipes like a frantic prisoner. You freeze, mug in hand. The radiator under the window utters a metallic sigh. A single, sharp, asterisk, ping, asterisk. Then nothing. You wait. Seconds pass. Another groan deeper. Then a distinct, beautiful, impossible sound. The soft hiss of steam entering metal. It starts low, then grows. A living sound. The radiator is waking up. You rush to it. Place your hand on the iron. It is still cold, but you hear it now. The whisper of heat moving through its veins. A minute later, the metal under your palm is no longer passive. It is cool. Then it is neutral. Then, faintly, it is not warm, but it is asterisk, not cold asterisk. The absence of cold is its own kind of warmth. The boiler has been fired. Someone, somewhere, the superintendent, the landlord, a desperate tenant, has found or bought or stolen a sack of coal. Heat, communal and imperfect, is returning. The emotion that floods you is not joy. It is relief so profound it feels like weakness. Your eyes sting. You lean your forehead against the slowly warming metal. It is a promise. Not of plenty, but of a baseline. The world has not ended. The systems, however strained, still sometimes function. Other signs of life begin. A toilet flushes somewhere, the sound echoing grandly in the water pipes. A door opens and closes. The smell of something frying in old fat whispers under your door. Elsie making the special fried potatoes for Sam. You get dressed, layering everything you have. The ritual is familiar, the armour against the day. As you button your shirt, you look at the wallpaper shepherds. In the grey morning light, they look even more faded, more foolish. But they are still there. The leak stain above them is still there. Continuity. You open your door to the hall. The air is different. Still cold, but moving. There is a draught from below, carrying a complex odour of ozone from the newly awakened electricity, of damp wool, of toast burning. The dead light bulb on the landing remains dead, but daylight now comes up the stairwell from the street door window, a cold white light. You descend. On the third-floor landing, you meet Mr. Henderson. He's dressed in his good suit, the one that is now too loose in the shoulders. He's holding his hat. He looks like a man going to a funeral. "Morning," he says. His voice is hoarse. "Morning. Radiator's working." "I heard." He nods. A small mercy. He looks down at his hat, rotates it in his hands. "I'm going out." "Job?" A humourless smile touches his lips. "Not exactly. A line on a possibility. A friend of a friend who knows a man at a warehouse. They might need someone to tally stock. Asterisk might. Asterisk. He emphasises the word. It is a word that holds the entire architecture of modern hope. Fragile, conditional, built on hearsay. Worth a walk, he adds, as if convincing himself. The walk will cost him shoe leather, energy and time. The calculation is in his eyes. Good luck, you say. The words feel useless, but he accepts them with a nod. Thank you. And you? He asks not out of politeness, but because it is part of the ledger. How is everyone else spending their capital of energy today? I'll stay local, you say. It is code for, I have no leads, no prospects. I will conserve. He understands. He gives a final firm nod, as if closing a meeting, and continues down the stairs. You watch him go. He squares his shoulders before pushing open the heavy street door, stepping out into the white, silent world. A knight-errant in a threadbare suit off to slay the dragon of asterisk might asterisk. You continue down to the foyer. It's a little warmer here, closer to the boiler room in the cellar. Mrs. Kostova is there, talking intensely with the superintendent, a small, harried man named Flynn whose face is permanently streaked with coal dust. 10 minutes, Mrs. Kostova. I got it going with what I had. The delivery is promised for this afternoon. Asterisk promised asterisk, Flynn says, his hands raised as if fending her off. Promised like the last time? Promised like the repair to the lock? Her accent is thick with suspicion. What do you want from me? You want to go down there and look? There's a half sack left. It'll keep it ticking over till then, if we're sparing. He sees you and seizes the escape. Morning, heat's back. Don't be blasting it open, keep the windows shut. He scurries back toward the basement door, vanishing into a cloud of his own dust. Mrs. Kostova turns to you, her expression fierce. He's lying about the delivery. There is no money for coal, the landlord is somewhere warm, counting his rent. She says rent like a curse. She pulls her shawl tighter. But it is warm for now. We take what is given, even if it is a lie. She has the practical pessimism of the old world. Expect nothing and you are never disappointed. Find warmth in a lie if the lie is warm enough. She heads back upstairs, a woman on a mission, likely to check her tap to assess the true pressure of the returning water. You push open the street door. The cold is a physical blow, clean and shocking after the stagnant chill of the building. The air is painfully bright, reflected off the snow. You take a deep breath. It smells of snow, of distant coal smoke, and underneath it the faint, damp stone smell of the city itself. The street is coming to life, slowly, painfully. A shopkeeper across the way is chipping ice from his doorstep with a fire axe. His movements are economical, weary. He does not look up. Down the block, a group of men in worn coats are already gathered outside the closed doors of the labour exchange, stamping their feet, their breath a collective cloud. They're early, hoping to be first in a line that leads nowhere. You see Mr. Rossetti, the apple seller. He's not at his usual post. His cart stands alone, covered in snow, looking like a forgotten artefact. He's across the street talking to a policeman. The policeman is listening, head tilted, then shakes his head slowly, once. He puts a hand on Mr. Rossetti's shoulder, a gesture that is meant to be kind, but looks like a verdict. Mr. Rossetti's head droops. He turns and walks away, not toward his cart, but down the street, his figure getting smaller until it is swallowed by the white haze of distance. You understand. The cart has been abandoned. The economy of withered apples is over. You step back into the foyer, the relative warmth a shock again. The transition is becoming a metaphor. Outside, a brutal, white reality of failure and search. Inside, a fragile shared illusion of continuity, fueled by a half sack of coal and collective will. As you climb the stairs back to your floor, you hear the sounds of the building resuming its daily rhythm. Not the cheerful rhythms of work, but the rhythms of management. The asterisk, scrub, asterisk of someone washing a floor with icy water. The rhythmic asterisk, thump asterisk of a carpet beater against a windowsill, someone trying to clean with no vacuum, using the cold, dry air as an ally. A child practicing multiplication tables in a flat, dutiful monotone. Life is not being lived forward here. It is being maintained in place, like a trench being held against an encroaching enemy. On your landing, you find a small, folded piece of paper wedged under your door. You pick it up. It is a page torn from a ledger, the back covered in neat feminine handwriting. Asterisk neighbours. Asterisk. Asterisk. I have a small surplus of tea, the real kind, a friend shared it. Asterisk. My pot will be on from 11 to 12. My door will be open. Asterisk. If you have a cup, bring it. Asterisk. M. Clay. 6B. Asterisk. You read it twice. Miss Clay. The candle in the window. This is her next move. Not a party. An invitation to share a surplus. Asterisk. If you have a cup, bring it. It is perfectly judged. It assumes nothing, demands nothing, offers a specific limited thing. It is an act of breathtaking generosity in a world calibrated to the teaspoon. And it is strategic, sharing the tea brews community, a social asset as valuable as the fuel itself. You look at your watch. It is just past 10. You have an hour. You look at your single chip mug. You decide you will go. The morning stretches, thin and taut. The radiator continues to hiss, its heat now a definite presence in the room, taking the deadly edge off the air. You can unbutton your coat. This is progress. You tidy the already tidy room. You fold the blanket on your bed. You look at the sardine tin and plate from last night, and finally, with a sense of luxury born of the flowing, if still cold water, you wash them. The water numbs your hands, but the act feels civilized. At 11:15 you take your mug. You hesitate, then add the last crumbling bit of your bread to a small cloth, a token to contribute, though it is nothing compared to real tea. The climb to the 6th floor is different in the daylight. The holly branch is still there, a sad brown punctuation mark. The skylight above lets in a cathedral-like shaft of pale light, illuminating the dust in the air. You reach 6B. The door is, as promised, open a few inches. You knock softly and push it open. Miss Clay's apartment is a shock. It is not poorer than the others. It is different. It is ordered in the extreme. Every surface is clean, bare and purposeful. No clutter, no faded decorations. The walls are whitewashed, free of paper. One small rug lies perfectly centred on the floor. The single bookshelf holds a dozen books, arranged by height. By the window, on a small sturdy table, sits a large black cast-iron teapot, steam curling gently from its spout. A spirit stove glows beneath it. The air smells of coal, smoke, iron, and the rich, grassy, utterly foreign scent of real tea. Miss Clay herself is as neat as her room. A woman in her late 50s, perhaps, hair pulled back in a severe, silver-streaked bun. She wears a high-collared black dress, impeccably mended at the cuffs. She is not smiling, but her face is calm, her eyes clear and observing. "Come in," she says, her voice low and precise. "Close the door behind you, please. Heat is precious." You do. You see you are not the first. Mrs. Kostova sits on a straight-backed chair, her mug cradled in her hands. Mr. Finney, the whittler, is there too, holding a carved wooden cup. He nods at you. On a stool by the bookshelf is the young man from last night, the one who sang. He looks younger in the daylight, pale and anxious. "You have a cup?" "Good," Miss Clay says, noting your mug. "Please, sit where you can find space." There are no other chairs. You lean against the wall by the door. Miss Clay does not fuss. She lifts the heavy teapot. "This is a black tea from Ceylon. It was given to me. I do not take sugar or milk, so you will have it plain. I find additives obscure the character." She pours. The liquid is a deep, translucent amber, a colour of warmth and wealth. She fills Mrs. Kostova's mug, then Mr. Finney's cup, then the young man's, then yours. The ritual is solemn, almost religious. The steam carries the scent directly to you. A complex aroma of earth, leaves, and a faint smokiness. "Thank you, Miss Clay," Mrs. Kostova says formally. "Yes, thank you," murmurs the young man. His name, you learn in the quiet introduction, is Arthur. He was a clerk in a shipping office. You'll hold your cups, warming your hands. No one drinks yet. We are savouring the promise. "To the new year," Mr. Finney says suddenly, his voice rough. He doesn't raise his cup. It's not a toast. It's an observation. We all sip. The tea is hot, almost too hot. It scalds your tongue slightly. Then the flavour unfolds, bitter, then sweet, then astringent, then finally a deep rounded warmth that fills your mouth and throat. It is the most vivid, complex thing you have tasted in months. It is not just a drink. It is an experience, a memory of a world where such things were commonplace. For a moment no one speaks. We're all transported, each to our own memory of normality. It is very good, Arthur says, his voice full of wonder. It is adequate, Miss Clay corrects, but you see a flicker of pleasure in her eyes. She has shared something of quality, and the quality has been recognised. The simple act of sharing this extraordinary commonplace thing loosens something. Mrs. Kostova speaks of her son Leo, who's trying to learn radio repair from a book, hoping it will be a useful trade. Mr. Finney shows the small, polished, abstract shape he whittled last night. It is smooth, organic. It's a keeper, he says, meaning he won't burn this one. Arthur confesses he walked to the shipping office this morning, just to look at the locked door. The brass nameplate is still shiny, he says, as if this is a sign of something. Miss Clay listens, pouring more tea when a cup is empty. She does not offer her own story. She is the facilitator, the anchor. This hour is her creation, a tiny temporary republic of civility, founded on tea leaves and steam. You speak little, but you feel included. The warmth of the tea inside you and the growing warmth of the room combine with the unspoken warmth of this brief focus gathering. It is not friendship, it is solidarity, an agreement that while the world outside has crumbled, certain protocols, the sharing of a rare good, the respectful listening, the careful handling of a hot cup, will be maintained. They are the bulwarks. At precisely noon, Miss Clay looks at the small clock on her shelf. She nods. The pot is empty. It is a statement, not an apology. The Republic has a constitution, and its term is up. We understand. We thank her again, with a sincerity that is deeper than before. We leave one by one, carrying our empty cups, the warmth and the faint lingering taste of the tea a tangible asset in our pockets. Back in your own room, the world seems both sharper and softer. The radiator hisses. The shepherds on the wall are just faded paper. You have no job to go to, no prospects. But you have had a cup of real tea and company. You have felt the heat come back into the building. You have seen Mr. Henderson go out to fight his battle with asterisk might asterisk. You have seen Miss Clay light a candle and brew a pot for strangers. The new year has not begun with a bang. It has begun with a slow, stubborn thaw. Not of ice, but of a colder, more dangerous element, isolation. The warmth returning to the pipes is a physical fact. The warmth in Miss Clay's room was a social one. Both are fragile, both are subject to interruption. But for now, at this moment on the first day of 1930, they're both present. And that, you realise as you sit by your warming radiator, watching the dirty snow melt slowly on the window ledge, is the only kind of resolution this year is likely to offer. Not a change, but a continuation, punctuated by small, fiercely defended moments of shared heat. The shared tea leaves a resonance, a faint humming in the veins that is more than caffeine. It is the afterglow of a shared, civilized act. You return to your room, but the silence there is different now. It is no longer an enemy to be endured, but a space you own, warmed from within by that amber memory and from without by the radiator's steady, whispering effort. You sit by the window. The sun, a pale silver coin behind a veil of high cloud, has climbed as high as it will get. The light is flat, revealing without beautifying. It shows the grime on the window panes, the soot streaks on the opposite brick wall, the precise granular texture of the snow where it has begun to compact and grey. The door across the hall opens and closes. Mrs. Kostova emerges, carrying a large woven shopping bag that is conspicuously empty. She moves with purpose, but the purpose is thin. You know she will walk to 3, maybe 4 markets, comparing the price of a single potato, feeling the weight of turnips, her mind performing complex calculations of nutrition versus cost. The search for food is no longer a chore. It is a primary occupation, requiring strategy, intelligence, and physical endurance. From the floor above comes a new sound, the rhythmic sandpaper scrape of a saw. Someone is cutting wood, not firewood. The pieces are too small, the rhythm too careful. A hobby then, or repair. The sound is patient, persistent. It is a good sound. It is the sound of something being made, or fixed, rather than something decaying. Your own inertia begins to feel like a weight. The tea's warmth and goodwill cannot indefinitely defend against the vacuum of an empty day. You rise. You need a task, a purpose, however manufactured. You decide to clean the window, not the outside, that is an impossible cliff face of ice and danger, but the inside, the layer of frost and condensation and city film that softens the world into a blur. You gather a rag and a bowl of the now lukewarm water you'd boiled earlier. The water is precious. Using it for cleaning feels decadent, almost sinful, but you proceed. You wring the rag until it is barely damp. You start at the top corner, wiping in small, deliberate circles. The grime comes off, revealing a surprising clarity. The glass is cold under your fingertips, even through the cloth. You clear a pane, then another. The world outside snaps into sharper focus. The brickwork across the way shows its mortar scars. A single forgotten sock hangs frozen on a laundry line 3 buildings down. A stiff, grey flag of surrender. You see into a window opposite, a mirror of your own. A woman stands at an ironing board, her back to the window, moving a heavy flat iron with a steady, weary motion. She's ironing what looks like a man's shirt. The care she takes is touching and heartbreaking. Where is he going in that shirt? To a job interview for a job that doesn't exist? To stand in a line? Or is the ironing itself the point? A ritual of normalcy that holds despair at bay? You finish the window. The improved clarity feels like an accomplishment. You see more, but more of what? More of the same quiet, frozen struggle. Yet the act of seeing it clearly feels important. You're not hiding from the day's reality. You're observing it through a clean pane. The afternoon deepens, the light already beginning its slow, early retreat. The pale silver coin of the sun is tarnishing, dipping westward. Shadows stretch long and blue from the water towers and chimney pots. Inside, the radiator's heat has stabilized. The room is, for the first time in days, genuinely temperate. Not warm, but free of the knife edge of cold. This simple fact is profoundly liberating. You take off your sweater. You roll up your sleeves. The skin on your forearms feels strange, exposed to the air. With the physical comfort comes a mental restlessness. The clean window invites the outside in, and the outside is a question. What is happening in the city beyond your block? The silence feels like a held breath. You decide to go for a walk. Not a search, like Mr. Henderson. Not a procurement like Mrs. Kostova. A reconnaissance. To see what the first day of 1930 looks like on its own streets. You bundle up again, the process automatic now. As you lock your door, you hear the violin start up again from above. The scales are gone. Now it is a simple, plaintive melody, played haltingly with many pauses. Someone is teaching themselves a tune from a memory. It is My Blue Heaven. The irony is almost cruel. Asterisk. A turn to the right, a little white light. The notes are tentative, full of longing for a blue heaven that exists only in song. You listen for a moment, then descend. The foyer is empty. You push open the heavy outer door. The cold is still intense, but your body is braced for it now. You turn left, away from the main thoroughfare, into a side street where the tenements press closer together. The snow here is less trampled, a pristine, ugly white covering the cobblestones and the piles of uncollected ash at the curb. Lines of frozen laundry hang between fire escapes. The shirts and sheets frozen into stiff sculptural forms. They will not dry. They will merely freeze-dry, becoming brittle. You pass a saloon. Its door is propped open a crack, releasing a gust of beery, sour air and the low murmur of male voices. No laughter. Through the smeared window, you see men sitting alone at the bar, not talking, staring at their glasses or at nothing. It is 3 in the afternoon. This is not revelry. This is a form of hibernation, a seeking of communal warmth and the cheapest available oblivion. A newsboy stands on the corner, but he's not shouting headlines. He is slumped against a lamppost, his papers stacked beside him, unsold. The headline, visible in bold black type, screams, "Asterisk, asterisk, market analysts predict gradual stabilization." The words seem to hang in the frozen air, meaningless. You see a man approach, look at the headline, shake his head with a grimace, and walk on without buying. The newsboy doesn't even look up. The news itself has become a luxury, a fiction no one can afford to believe in. You walk on, your breath pluming, You pass a park, its gates chained shut. Inside, the benches are buried in snow. The fountain is a silent, ice-encased lump. A single squirrel, looking thin and desperate, scampers across the white expanse, leaving a trail of delicate, pointed prints. Even nature here seems pinched and poor, and then you see it. On a side wall next to a boarded-up shoe repair shop, someone has painted words in large, hurried white letters. Asterisk, asterisk. 1930 asterisk, 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 asterisk. Eat the rich, asterisk, asterisk. The paint has dripped, giving the words a visceral, bleeding quality. They are raw, angry, a scream frozen onto brick. You stop and stare. This is the other voice of the city, the one not content with silent endurance or the sharing of tea. It is the voice of a rage that is still, for now, mostly pigment and whisper. But it is there. It has marked the first day. You feel a chill that has nothing to do with the temperature. This is a new kind of cold. You turn back, the image burned into your mind. The walk home feels different. You notice more signs of fracture. A storefront with a sign that just says asterisk, asterisk. Closed asterisk, asterisk. The emptiness behind the glass absolute. A family, a man, a woman, 2 small children, standing on a stoop with a pile of suitcases and boxes, their faces blank with exhausted confusion, evicted on New Year's Day, the ultimate foreclosure. By the time you reach your building, the afternoon light is fading to a watery gold. The walk has not refreshed you. It has filled you with a heavy, particulate dread, like the soot in the air. The hopeful fragility of the tea ceremony now seems impossibly small, a lifeboat on a darkening icy sea. You enter the foyer. It is warmer than outside, but the warmth feels thin, a veneer. As you start up the stairs, you hear voices from the first floor, the Petrovs' apartment. They are raised not in anger, but in a passionate, overlapping debate. You catch fragments in Russian or Ukrainian, then, in heavily accented English, foolish pride. What else is there? Not here, not for this. The accordion is silent. The door is shut tight. On your own floor you find a small envelope taped to your door. It contains a single dry lima bean, no note. You understand immediately it is from Mrs. Kostova, a token, an echo of the tea, a message, asterisk. I found food. We are surviving. You put the bean in your pocket. It feels like a talisman. Inside your room the twilight is gathering. You do not light the candle yet. You sit in the fading light watching the room turn blue, then grey. The radiator continues its faithful hiss. The anger on the wall outside and the lima bean in your pocket represent the 2 poles of this new reality. A vast, inchoate rage at the system and a microscopic, fierce focus on the next tangible thing. A bean, a cup of tea, a degree of warmth. You think of Mr. Henderson. Has he returned? You listen but hear nothing from his apartment. The silence feels ominous. Asterisk might asterisk is a treacherous country. Many who go to explore it do not return by nightfall. As full dark approaches, a new anxiety emerges. The coal, Flynn's promised delivery. Has it come? You listen for the sound of the cellar door, for the rumble of a truck. Nothing. The radiator is still warm, but the system is a beast that must be fed. The half-sack will be ashes by now. You feel the building's comfort as a temporary loan, its expiration date unknown. Driven by this communal concern, you go downstairs to the foyer. Flynn is not there. The door to the boiler room is ajar. You peer down the steep, dark steps. A faint red glow comes from below, and the smell of hot metal and ash. You hear the scrape of a shovel. He's down there, tending the last of it. Flynn, you call down. The scraping stops. His face, smudged and weary, appears at the bottom of the stairs, lit from below like a ghoul. What? The delivery. He looks at you for a long moment, then shakes his head once, slowly. Didn't come, he states it flatly. I've been burning scrapwood from the cellar, old shelves, broken crates. It's wet, doesn't burn hot. He disappears back into the glow. The news is a physical blow. The warmth upstairs is a lie, a last gasp. The beast is being fed on trash, and soon there will be no trash left. You climb back up, your steps heavy. The knowledge changes the quality of the air. The hiss from the radiator now sounds desperate, wheezing. Back in your room, in the complete dark, you light your candle stub. The flame is smaller, drowning in its own wax. You must make a decision about the evening meal. The sardines are gone, the bread is gone. You have the jam jar with its crystalline sugar residue. You could boil water and try to make a weak, sweet drink. Or you could save it. You decide on austerity. You will have the last of your crackers, stale and tasteless, with a sip of cold water. The fried potato smell from Elsie's apartment earlier feels like a taunt from another world. You are eating this meagre fare when a knock comes. It is firm, official, not Mrs. Kostova's tap. You open the door. It is Mr. Henderson. He's back. His face is grey with cold and something else. A hollowed-out resignation. His good suit looks deflated. "Come in," you say. He steps inside, nods at the candle. "Saving the electric." "Yes. How was the possibility?" He lets out a short breath. Not quite a laugh. The man at the warehouse was not there. The friend of a friend was unclear. There was a line, a long line, for a rumour. He takes off his hat, crushes it in his hands. "I stood in it for 2 hours. Then a foreman came out and said there was nothing, not today, not tomorrow. He said to stop coming." He looks around your room, his eyes not really seeing it. "I walked back along the river. The ice is forming. It looks solid, final." He's talking about more than the river. "I'm sorry," you say. It is all one can say. He shrugs. The gesture is one of utter exhaustion. "It's the way of things," he pauses. "My wife, the cake. It was not good, but we ate it. It was something we did together." This seems to be the sum total of his day's victory. A shared bad cake. He looks at you, his eyes focusing for the first time. "Flynn says there's no coal. He's burning rubbish, I know. It'll be cold tonight." "Yes." He nods, accepting this next battle in the endless campaign. "Well, I'll let you be." He turns to go, then stops. "That tea, this afternoon. My wife heard about it from Mrs. Kostova. She said it sounded nice." There is a faint wistful note in his voice. He's not asking for anything. He's simply acknowledging that in the ledger of the day, that small event was on the positive side, a credit. "It was," you say. "It was more than nice." He gives a final grim nod and leaves. You finish your cracker. The candle flame wavers. You think of the painted words on the wall. Asterisk, asterisk. Eat the rich dot asterisk, asterisk. You think of Mr. Henderson's long, fruitless walk, his crushed hat. You think of the single lima bean in your pocket. You think of the last of the coal turning to ash in the cellar, of the cold waiting just outside the thin brick walls, patient and immense. The first day of 1930 is drawing to a close, not with a bang nor with a whimper, but with a slow, steady settling. A settling into a new, harder reality. The brief respite of heat, the shared tea, they were not a turning point. They were a pause. The road ahead is the same road, only now you have walked a little farther down it, and your shoes are wearing thinner. You blow out the candle. In the dark you listen. The building is quiet, listening too. Listening for the last gasp of the boiler, for the creak of the freezing pipes, for the sound of its own slow solidification in the winter night. You lie down on your bed, still in your clothes, and pull the blanket over you. The cold begins its familiar, stealthy invasion. You close your eyes. In the darkness behind your lids, you see two things: the angry white paint on the brick and the steady, calm flame of Miss Clay's candle. They fight for possession of the new year. You do not know which will win. You only know you must sleep and wake and face the second day. Darkness, when it is this complete, has a texture. It is not an absence, but a presence. A velvet weight against your eyes, a silence so dense it presses on your eardrums. You lie within it, curled tight, a seed in frozen earth. The cold has worked its way past the blanket, past your layered clothes, and now negotiates directly with your skin. It is a precise, localized mapping of discomfort. A sharp ache in the hip pressed against the mattress, a needle-thin line of ice along the spine, the dull throb of toes clenched in a futile effort to generate warmth. Sleep is not a state you enter. It is a territory you occasionally, briefly occupy. You drift into a shallow creek of unconsciousness, only to be beached moments later by a deeper shudder, a crack from the building's timbers, or the sheer insistent awareness of the cold. These awakenings are not jarring, they are seamless transitions. You're never fully asleep, never fully awake. You exist in the liminal space between, where time distends and thought unravels. In one such stretch you hear it, a new sound, or rather the cessation of a sound you had absorbed into the background. The hissing has stopped, the radiator is silent, not the quiet of rest, but the profound hollow silence of death. The beast in the cellar has consumed the last of its scrapwood meal and expired. You listen, hoping for a cough, a sputter, a metallic sigh of resurrection. Nothing. The heat is leaving the iron. You can feel it retreating, a tide pulling back from your shores. The cold, no longer held at bay, begins its careful, confident reoccupation of the room. It moves first across the floor, a creeping numbness that rises. You pull your knees tighter to your chest. Somewhere in the building a child coughs, a dry, hacking sound that goes on and on until it breaks into a thin wail, quickly shushed. Illness is a luxury this winter cannot afford. Medicine is a memory. Health is a daily gamble against damp, malnutrition and cold. The sound tugs at you, a shared vulnerability echoing in the ductwork. Later, an hour? 10 minutes? A pale, diffused glow momentarily brushes the ceiling. Headlights from a car turning slowly on the slushy street below. The light sweeps across the room, illuminating the frozen shepherds on the wall, the empty plate on your table, your own breath hanging like a cloud in the slice of visibility. Then it's gone, plunging you back into a darkness that feels even deeper. You think of the paint on the brick wall. Asterisk, asterisk. Eat the rich dot, asterisk, asterisk. The words hang in your mind, not as a slogan, but as a surreal, brutal image, a literal hunger given voice. You think of Mr. Henderson's empty hands, of the single lima bean in your coat pocket. The distance between the symbolic feast on the wall and the actual granular struggle for a bean or a lump of coal is the entire landscape of this new year. Rage is a fire that requires fuel too. Here, even anger must be carefully rationed. It burns too many calories. A softer light now, steady and high. You turn your head on the stiff pillow, Miss Clay's candle. It still burns in the 6th floor window, a tiny, unwavering star in your narrow slice of night sky. She's awake. She's keeping watch. The sight is a knot you tie your mind to, preventing it from drifting into a dark ocean of thought. Her vigil feels less like hope and more like a statement of fact. Asterisk, I am here. The night is long. I will mark a part of it with light. You match your breath to the imagined steady pulse of that flame. The pipes groan again, a deep visceral complaint. Then, a sound like a pistol shot, a sharp cracking asterisk pop asterisk from the direction of the kitchen. You sit bolt upright, heart hammering, a pipe freezing, or a joint giving way. You wait, ears straining, for the telltale gush of water. It doesn't come. Just the single definitive crack, then a settling silence. A threat made real, but not yet a catastrophe. The building is speaking in warnings. You lie back down. The cold has settled into your marrow. You begin the internal work you've learned, focusing on one body part at a time, imagining a slow, thick warmth there. Your right hand, your left foot. It is a mental game, a self-hypnosis to stave off the panic of helplessness. You are, in this moment, your own sole source of comfort. Dreams, when they finally take a firmer hold, are not of warmth or plenty. You dream of intricate, endless lines. Lines of men in hats outside locked doors. Lines of figures waiting with empty bowls. You're in these lines, but you're also above them, watching them snake through the white frozen city like stitches on a wound. You dream of the radiator, but it is made of ice, and when you touch it, your hand sticks and seals to the surface. You pull back and your skin tears away, silent and bloodless. You surface from this to the sound of the accordion, not a song, but a single low chord, held for a long moment, then released. It is 4 a.m., maybe 5, a time with no name. The Petrovs are awake. The chord is a question flung into the dark. It receives no answer. It isn't meant to. The chord fades. In its wake, a new quality of silence. Not the dead silence of midnight, but the pregnant, waiting silence that comes just before dawn. The darkness is still absolute, but it has a different pressure. It is thinning at its edges, though you cannot see it. The world is holding its breath, waiting for the shift. And then it comes. Not with light, but with sound. The faint, far-off clatter of the first streetcar of the day, its wheels scraping ice from the rails, a lonely grinding song, then another. The metallic slam of a milk crate being set down on a stoop 2 blocks over. The city's machinery, however rusted, is engaging its first gear. The darkness begins its slow retreat. It lifts from black to charcoal, revealing the bulky shapes of your furniture. You watch as the window becomes a rectangle of deep, unfeeling blue. No sunrise colours, just a gradual leaching of the night away. You're exhausted, but the promise, or the threat of day, pulls you up. The movement is agony. Your body is a collection of stiff, cold parts. You shuffle to the window. The world outside is unchanged. The snow, the frozen laundry, the empty street. But the light reveals more details, the pigeon perched miserably on the telegraph wire, feathers puffed against the cold, the precise sooty patterns left by melting snow on the brickwork, the torn corner of a newspaper skittering like a crippled animal down the gutter. You turn on the tap. A trickle, then a hesitant stream of brownish, icy water. The pipes have held, at least here. You splash your face. The shock is total, a brutal clarity that scours the last of the dreams away. Your skin screams, then numbs. You are awake. Downstairs the foyer is cold. Flynn is there, staring at the open door of the boiler room as if willing coal to materialise. He looks up, his face sagging. "Froze," he says, nodding toward the netherworld of pipes. "A joint in 3C. Not burst, just sealed shut. No water there today." He says it like a meteorologist reporting weather. A fact. "Got a boy trying to find a bucket of Coke. Might get a fire going by noon." Asterisk might. Asterisk. The word of the era. "The Hendersons," you ask, thinking of the silent apartment. "He went out earlier. Same suit," Flynn shrugs. "The suit is a character in its own right now, a tragic hero going on its daily quest." You walk to the street door and look out. The air is still, the cold settled and professional. And then you see him. Mr. Henderson is halfway down the block, walking not with purpose, but with a slow, determined plod. He is not heading toward the business district. He is turning toward the river. You watch until he disappears around the corner, a lone figure absorbed by the white and grey landscape. The river, the solid, final ice. You don't know what he seeks there. Maybe just the clarity of an ending, a solid surface where everything else is fluid and uncertain. You close the door. The building is stirring. You hear a child's voice, Sam's, bright and clear. "Mama, the sun is on the wall." A simple observation, a discovery. Elsie's mafeured reply. The fried potatoes were a success. The day has a baseline. You climb the stairs. On the 4th floor landing, you meet Mrs. Kostova. She's holding a small, soil-filled tomato can. In the centre, a single pale green shoot has pushed through the dirt. "From the bean," she says, showing you. "The one I gave. It is foolish. No light in here. But I put it in dirt. It wanted to grow." She says it not with sentimentality, but with the respect of one survivor for another's stubborn drive. The lima bean, a unit of potential food, has been transformed into a unit of potential life. The calculus is insane and perfectly rational. It is hope stripped to its barest, most biological form. You continue up to the 6th floor. The door to 6B is closed. The holly branch is still there. You pause, then take the single hard lima bean from your pocket. You kneel and press it into the cold, dusty soil in the corner of a large, abandoned pot that holds the dead remains of a fern. You cover it over. A ritual without expectation. A gesture of participation in the stubborn, silent logic of the building. If there is a potential for growth, however remote, you place it in the ground. Back in your room, the sun has finally found its way in. A slanted, weak bar of light that falls across your clean floor. It holds millions of dancing dust motes, You sit in its path. The warmth is imaginary, a visual trick, but you accept it. You look at your hands in the light. They are chapped, the nails dirty. They are the hands of this new life. You think of the night passing, the dying heat, the cracking pipe, the child's cough, the dreams of lines, the single chord from the accordion, Miss Clay's unwavering candle. These are the components of your first night in 1930. Not a narrative, but a sensory record. The future is not a path stretching ahead. It is the next hour. Then the one after that. It is the question of whether Flynn's boy will find Coke. It is the waiting to hear if Mr. Henderson returns from the river. It is the fate of the pale shoot in Mrs. Kostova's can. It is the possibility that the frozen pipe will thaw without bursting. It is the decision of what to do with the last of the jam jar scrapings. You're not hopeful, you're attentive. Hope is a broad, sweeping emotion that requires a horizon. You have no horizon. You have only the immediate, the tangible, the next necessary thing. And in that narrowed focus, there is a kind of grim peace. The enormity of the crisis is dwarfed by the simplicity of the next step, to sit in this patch of sun, to breathe, to listen to the building live around you. Outside, a wind picks up, sighing around the eaves. It will be another cold day. The radiator is a dead-iron sculpture. You have no plans, but you have a bean in a pot on the 6th floor. You have a clean window. You have, for this moment, a bar of pale, dust-filled sun on your floor. You get up. The day, such as it is here. There is no fanfare, no resolution. The crisis has not passed. It has simply become the atmosphere. You must learn to breathe it. You take your empty mug from the table. You look at it, remembering the amber tea, the steam, the silent circle of neighbours. That was not a beginning. It was an oasis. Now you are back in the desert march. But you have the memory of water. And you have the cup. You place the mug carefully on the shelf. You put on your coat. You do not know where you will go. Perhaps just to walk the perimeter of the block, to see if the angry words are still on the wall, to feel the city's pulse in its muted wintry state. Perhaps you'll simply sit on the stairs for a while, a neutral party in the building's slow circulation. You open your door. The hallway air is cold, smelling of old wood and yesterday's cabbage. It is the smell of home now. You step out, pulling the door closed behind you until the latch clicks, a soft, final sound. You stand for a moment in the dim light of the landing, listening to the new day gather itself around you, a faint radio voice from behind a door, the scuffle of feet overhead, the endless, patient whisper of the wind outside. Then you begin to move, one foot in front of the other, down the stairs and into the waiting chill of the second day.